him in the
vocal in his opinion of how the situation is being handled with his son's race.
He had a great quote.
Trying to get it.
He had a great quote the other day. I'm going to just start it off and say it's kind of like having a girlfriend. I won't say what it went after that, but it seems pretty down on Formula One at this point for not allowing his Michael to have a team open.
Well, I think the suggestion that they made that the name recognition wouldn't matter, wouldn't be a benefit, that simply shows some narrow-mindedness on their part.
Yeah, well, I like to argue that because there's owners over there that today that I don't know their names,
right.
But I do know the Andretti name. I think anybody in the world, when you say Andretti, has a pretty good idea that who they are.
Anywhere in the world.
In the world, I'm talking now. Just the United States, in the world, that Andretti name is so famous and iconic. And like I say, there's a lot of Formula One teams. I don't know the owner's name and know anything about him. And hey, Michael and that team has done so much just in IndyCar and every sport they've been in. You know they have a lot to offer.
Dragon Racing brought Catherine Legg to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the first time back in 2012. Then she ran with Smith, Peterson, Pelfrey. And then it was 10 years before she returned last year with Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan. Lap number 1 of the books, 230.469 miles per hour. We'll watch the run of Catherine Legg, Alex Wolf.
Ed Carpenter, 232.017 out the 20 car feel on that run.
Okay. I mean, we definitely can be better. We probably got a little too conservative after Rinus' accident with the balance adjustment. So I think if we end up needing it, I'm pretty confident we've got more in there than what we just showed. At least from a consistency standpoint, the balance shifted pretty heavily on me. So, I'm pretty confident we can improve it if need be.
You talk about getting a sort of a conservative setup-wise after seeing the incident for Rinus. What does it do for you personally seeing your teammate with that trouble as far as the confidence goes with having to go out later?
I mean, it's always hard. Our cars are identical. So, I'd be lying if I didn't say it affects you a little bit. But you just have to, looked at the data, saw what we thought happened, made an adjustment. Probably made too big of an adjustment. And then once I see that, you just have to move on and go out and do your job. So, I was hoping to see a 233, which we did on the first lap. We just had way too much fall off after that. So I think we can clean that up with the balance change, like I said, if we need to go back out. But we'll see what happens. It's a tough day out here right now.
Appreciate your time. We'll see you potentially later.
All right, for Catherine Legg, it consistent, just not very fast. 230.469, 230.355. Lap number 3 of the books for Catherine Legg, 230.421. And right now, inside of row number 6, just faster than her teammate Nolan Siegel. Davey, she touched the wall at the exit of turn number 4.
She should be able to keep it going if she kept her foot into it. I didn't see the throttle trace. I don't think she lifted. And she did ridden not a 229.7, so scuffed out that little bit of speed. She kept wide open, but definitely not a good run for Catherine. There's only the 2 slowest cars in the field are her and her teammates, so they're not going to be happy with it.
And take a look at it, Davey. Show the replay right now. Got awfully low at the apex of 4.
Yeah, and you can see it just too early, and she just pushed it way out. She turned in way too early in that corner. Then had a really early apex and then just slid up, couldn't keep the car turned. White-walled that car, could have been much worse than it was. Barely scuffed it, kept it wide open down the straightaway and finished her runoff.
4-lap average for Catherine Legg, 230.244. Connor Daly, Pietro Fittipaldi, Tom Blomqvist, Pato O'Ward and more to come as qualifying continues for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
This is IndyCar Radio. Find and follow us on Spotify.
Welcome to the Chevy Lightning Round. Guess the clues to win. First team, you're up.
Powerful, commanding, unstoppable.
Silverado.
Adventurous, fun, techie.
Trailblazer.
Stylish, nimble.
Tracks.
Innovative, electric.
Blazer EV. Lightning Round champions. You've guessed all the right Chevy clues. This season, spring into adventure together in the Chevy of your choice.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing. The difference between a Hitchman fire suit and others, the difference is safety. All Hitchman fire suits are made with materials that are permanently fire resistant. That's why Nomex remains the standard. The difference is experience and innovation. Hitchman started the racing suit industry over 80 years ago. The difference is quality, value, and customer service. Your suit is an investment in your safety, and Hitchman is committed to giving you the safest and best racing suit along with friendly personal service. Hitchman, why settle for anything less?
Get ready for the ride of a lifetime. And take a trip around the famed Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
That was awesome.
The Indy Racing experience puts you in the driver's seat of a real Indy car. Cross the yard of bricks at nearly 200 miles per hour and feel the excitement. It's the fastest seat in sports.
That was incredible.
Go to IndyRacingExperience.com to make your racing dreams come true.
Veteran Connor Daly attempting to qualify for his 11th Indianapolis 500. And Navy the last 2 years been pretty good to Connor Daly. 6th place finish in 2022 with that Carpenter Racing. Followed that up with an 8th place finish a year ago.
Yeah, that's right. Right now, I don't know if he's going to be happy to see some lifting there. Not a bad run, 231.901. Definitely not that quick. He's refined stuff inside that fourth row solidly in this field. But looking at his throttle trace, he's actually lifting off the throttle in pretty much every corner. Not good when you have to lift. So obviously the balance of that car's not exactly where he wants it to be. But he's fighting it through there. He lifts even before corner entry. By middle, he's out of it, probably 10%, and then right back into the throttle.
Be kind of mid-pack right now of the 18 cars that have put in a qualifying attempt inside of row number 4. 231.901 on lap number 1. Lap number 2 for Connor. Not bad. Not much of a fall off, Davey. 231.575 outside of row number 4 for now. The 2-lap average, 231.738.
And trust me, he'll take that number. If he can keep the consistency there in that 231 range, he'll be happy with that. Not to, they'd like to be faster, but just to get in this race is key for him. His average start here is a 21.8, I think, at qualifying. So he knows what it's like to start towards the back of this field or mid-pack of this field. So it's not going to affect him any. He knows how to race. So right now he's just trying to get this car locked in.
Yeah, he's the last several years been somewhere around 15th, 16th, as low as 19th. And so, obviously last couple of years been able to work his way toward the front inside the top 10 off at 231.575. Lap number 3 of the books for Connor Daly, 231.370. That puts his 3-lap average at 231.615 right now, the outside of row number 4, which makes him our 12th fastest qualifier.
Yeah, that's right. Could be. I mean, he needs to keep it up. He's right on the verge from going down to that 13th spot right now. Would be swapping places with Grosjean, but we'll see what we can do on this 4th and final lap of qualifying.
Off at 231.370. Lap number 4 of the books, 231.34. That's a big drop-off down to the outside of row number 5. 15th fastest now for Connor Daly, 231.243 miles per hour. So again, the 3 fastest: Will Power, Scott McLaughlin, Joseph Newgarden. Then is Kyle Kirkwood, Santino Ferrucci, and Marcus Armstrong. Power at 233.758. McLaughlin 233.332. And Joseph Newgarden at 233.293. However, Davey, there are some drivers that might have a shot. We've seen O'Ward be kind of fast. We've seen Sato. And we've seen certainly Colton Herta.
Yeah, well, Colton Herta for sure. We don't know Ryan Hunter-Reay. He's been actually pretty good as well up there. But I think Felix Rosenqvist, he's qualified so good this year. We'll just see what he can do. I know he has that Honda power plant. He's part of Andretti Technologies, but I expect to see good numbers out of him. And then Alexander Rossi, the last one to go out. He
bears watching for sure. He's been fast all week. But think about Felix Rosenqvist. We talked about a little bit yesterday. We'll talk more about Felix Rosenqvist just a moment. Let's hear from Catherine Legg.
Well, Catherine, that was a big, heavy exhale moment coming out of turn number 4. I know the speed isn't quite what you wanted, but you were faster than that morning practice session that you had. But walk us through that crazy run.
Yeah, we were coming off 4, just got a bit of understeer out to the wall there, but we were coming to the checker, so I knew it wasn't going to be that hard of a hit, and I just stayed in it, and I don't know, this probably was harder than I expected it to be, quite honestly. But it is what it is. We have a baseline now. We're probably going to have to try again later. Yeah, I mean, what more can I say?
And with your teammate Nolan and his adversities that he has had, how is the team approaching this day?
I think it's tough, right? Poor Nolan. It's not an easy car to drive at the moment. Like, we are all working extremely hard to get it more stable, but also faster, which is two kind of alternate things there. But he's doing a great job. He's being really smart. You know, his car is slightly different to mine at this point. We had a little bit more time this morning to work on a few things, but we've both got work to do. We both just want to put it in the show so we can do some testing next week, honestly.
Best of luck to you. That's Catherine Legg. Her 4-lap average, even with hitting the exit of turn number 4 in that wall, 230.244.
Watching the run of Pietro Fittipaldi, lap number 1 in the books, 231.471 miles per hour.
Yeah, I think a solid run, really, for Fittipaldi. We didn't know where he was going to end up with that Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan race team. They seem to, they have speed, but it's not been towards the top of the charts where they want to be, but safely in the race right now for Fittipaldi.
Dale Coyne Racing with Rick Ware Racing. He made his lone Indy 500 start prior to this year in 2021. He qualified at 230.846 miles per hour, started 13th, and came home 25th. Lap number 2, consistent off at 231.471. 231.115, the 2-lap average right now, 15th fastest at 231.293.
Yeah, right. Watching his line around the track looks also, hey, and this is easy to do. When you turn in too early, it leaves you having to put too much wheel in the car, too sharp of an exit. It seemed like he's maybe turning just a little bit too early, using a lot of that inside, gets his tires way over that white line, flirting with the curbing down below, but right now still a solid run for him. If he can keep that, keep it in the 231 range, I think he'll be content.
Maybe a bit of gamesmanship on the part of those with high expectation levels. A couple of outlets on social media reporting that Pato O'Ward has pulled his car out of line. He was set to go out after Tom Blomqvist, who follows Fittipaldi. So interesting to watch all of this unfold now as we continue with qualifying and the day heats up. Lap number 3 for Pietro Fittipaldi, 231.080, the 3-lap average, 231.222 right now on the inside of row number 6.
Right now, in the same line, Mark, really low down in turn 4. He's coming across the finish line right now, 231.222 average. We'll see if he can keep in the 231 range. It drops off that 230.735 for that last lap.
2-lap average inside row number 6, 16th fastest so far, 231.100 miles per hour as qualifying continues for the 108th Indianapolis 500-mile race.
The Honda Ridgeline, Passport, and Pilot are in a league of their own when it comes to rugged capability. Their relentless power and versatility make these vehicles the ultimate challengers for exhilarating adventures and formidable terrain. But it's not just performance that makes these cars special. It's the unwavering determination that inspires everything we do. That's why we're KBB.com's best value brand of 2023. Visit your local Honda dealer or shop online today.
Available all-wheel drive on Pilot based on 2023 brand image awards from Qualy Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Nothing beats seeing a child smile. For over 3 decades, Racing for Kids has been bringing IndyCar drivers to the bedsides of sick children and putting smiles on the faces of thousands of hospitalized youngsters. Doctors and caregivers say these visits from an IndyCar driver are an important part of each child's recovery, brightening their days and giving them hope in the midst of long and often painful therapies. Join the Racing for Kids team. Support these smile-making hospital visits by going to racingforkids.org.
This is Turn 2 announcer Michael Young. Your blood is needed more than you may think. Every 2 seconds, someone in the U.S. needs blood. Make an appointment to donate and join a nationwide family of generous donors in a life-saving cause. In the hour it takes to donate blood, you can help save the lives of patients in your community and across the country. Download the Red Cross Blood Donor app, visit redcrossblood.org, or call 1-800-RED-CROSS to make an appointment.
they have been for most of the past couple of days. The field looking up at Team Penske as Will Power is your fastest, 2:33.758. McLaughlin Newgarden up front with him. Kirkwood, Santino Ferrucci, Marcus Armstrong, row number 3, Ed Carpenter, Callum Ilott, and Kiffin Simpson. Marco Andretti, Augustin Canapino, and Roman Grosjean. Then Linus Lundqvist, Christian Lundgaard, Connor Daly, then Fittipaldi, Ericsson, Catherine Legg, and Nolan Siegel so far the slowest qualifier. And Davey, we're watching Tom Blomqvist put his car.
Yeah, Tom Blomqvist had a nice warm-up lap, 220.5 miles an hour. Comes across for his first lap qualifying. Not a bad one, 231.605.
We'll keep an eye on his run, Michael Young.
Connor Daly, it's not about getting into the fast 12 if you don't have the speed, but it's getting in safely. Do you feel you are at this point?
Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, I think, I just made a mistake myself. Always happy to admit that. Just didn't get the weight checker back to the right position in time on the third lap, so I had to kind of be in recovery mode from then on. But proud of Polka Dot and everyone at Dry Ryan Bowl. Yesterday we really struggled, so to get back out and be able to be like, all right, cool, I'm ready to go again, that's really helpful. So we'll see if we can get another run in later in the day. I think everyone is going to be going later in the day, so we'll see what happens.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
That's Connor Daly, 4-lap average, 231.243.
Thanks, Michael. 231.605. Lap number 1 for Tom Blomqvist, 231.420. The 2-lap average right now inside row number 5 at 231.512 miles per hour. How do you like his line?
It's actually a good line. I mean, Tom's doing a good job. He's a rookie. Obviously, his first time around here as well. He has a great teammate with Rosenqvist, and Rosenqvist knows how to qualify. And these cars hopefully are set up the same way, or maybe a little bit more conservative for Tom. But right now, good run as that white flag flies for his third lap at a 231.365. Very consistent.
Yeah, for sure. Right now outside of row number 5, that makes him 15th fastest. 231.605, 231.420. 231.365, the 3-lap average, 231.463. He's really getting low at the apex of those turns.
Yeah, they're using up all that below the white line. It seems like the fast line's all the way down to that curving, and then he uses the track properly. He's down there low, gets a nice run off. He uses all the racetrack on exit, and it's nice and clean. It comes down for that checker flag mark, hoping to keep in that 15th spot or maybe even gain one.
231.365, then 231.222, the 4-lap average, 15th fastest, 231.403. What's Pietro Fittipaldi have to say about his run, Michael Young? Well, we'll keep it right here for now. Rosenqvist, Pillow, Sato, Dixon, Stingray Rob among those to come. Then Colton Herta, Ryan Hunter-Ray, Christian Rasmussen, Graham Rahal, Elio Castroneves, and Alexander Rossi. Davey, I have a sneaking suspicion we could be busy clear up until 6 o'clock.
Yeah, that's right. And then, Pato O'Ward's supposed to be the next car out, but we just seen his car in that pit area. They must have found something else going on. We'll go down to Alex and see if he can give us an update.
And back in Gasoline Alley, according to Gavin Ward from McLaren, the issue with Pato O'Ward is they wanted to make some changes to his car or pull him out of line, go out a little bit later on. And earlier, Kyle Larson's issue, apparently they think it was with the plenum, nothing terminal, same engine on that car. Kyle just didn't really like how it felt, saw something on the steering wheel, so a plenum issue in the power plant, but he'll be out later on with the same Chevrolet.
And that plenum issue kind of bit Pato O'Ward to St. Pete, as we recall.
That's right, Mark. What happens with that plenum is, basically all the injection, all the air goes into one plenum, one open area. And sometimes if a small backfire or something can cause a fire in there, and if it causes a fire in there, it has to burn all the fuel out. You lift off the gas or there's no more fuel going into that plenum. So it goes out, and then you can reboot it and re-go again. But if there's a fire in there, it's actually burning the fuel before it gets into the cylinder. So that's a big problem when you do that.
So again, Will Power your fastest at 233.758. McLaughlin and Newgarden on the front row with him. Then Kirkwood, Ferrucci, Armstrong. Then Carpenter, Ilott, Simpson, and Andretti. Canapino 11th fastest. Grosjean 12th. Lundqvist 13th. Lundgaard 14th, Blomqvist 15th, Daly 16th, 17th Fittipaldi, 18th Ericsson, 19th Legg, 20th Siegel. Felix Rosenqvist, his run is underway. We'll watch that. Head downstairs to Michael Young.
Yeah, we'll have to walk and talk with Pietro Fittipaldi as he actually picks up his phone, making a phone call right now. He's getting ready to get in line for photos. So it's kind of a hit and miss for Pietro. We'll let him finish up this phone call, figure out what's going on with that, and we'll see if we can't still get a word with him. If not, we'll check in with Tom Blomqvist.
Felix Rosenqvist, his run is underway, Davey. His warm-up lap, 218.376, and most of those warm-ups have been to that 218-mile-an-hour range.
Yeah, they sure have, and one disadvantage for this team, it's they went one right after another. They didn't have a time to get some input from Tom Blomqvist, teammate, to Rosenqvist. So, unfortunately, he's just out there kind of winging it. It's always nice to have your teammate go out and you have 3 or 4 spots in between, or if you need to make any change.
Well, he's winging it pretty well. 232.878 miles per hour on lap number 1 for Felix Rosenqvist.
Yeah, what a great run so far with him. He's been qualifying really good all year. I think the worst qualifying run he's had is 5th this year.
But it's time for results. We talked about that a little bit yesterday, Jake and I did.
Yeah, no question about it. He has got the qualifying down. Now he needs to get some race results. He needs to get some wins for that team. They seem to be there. He set on a pole this year already. Then I don't know if he even led a lap at that point with some brake issues.
232.632, really the 2-lap average for Felix Rosenqvist. In middle of row number 2 for now, Michael Young, 232.755.
Yeah, and Tom Blomqvist speaking with his engineer, trying to figure out where his car sits as his teammates out there is qualifying right now. And for Tom, as you watch Felix qualify, you watch his run, your thoughts on your car and what this team has underneath it right now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's been a fun process. For me, we just miss a little bit of speed in the car, I think. It's a bit of a science project around here, it seems. So, but I mean, the team's done a great job. Felix has a really quick car, so, that's great for the team. He's doing a fantastic job out there. So, hopefully we need to keep chipping away here, see if we can find a bit. And try and get back out there and see if we can improve. But yeah, I'm having so much fun. It's a pretty surreal experience, to say the least. So I'm just having a good time being here. It's fastest I've ever been in my life. So it's pretty cool.
Like a kid in a candy store. Well done.
Exactly. Thank you.
Tom Blomqvist 4-lap average is that 231.403.
232.878, 232.632, 232.500. Felix Rosenqvist, lap number 4 is in the books. Very consistent run, 232.179. The 4-lap average, 5th fastest so far, Davey, 232.547.
Absolutely outstanding run. That's a solid top 12 for sure. He'll definitely get in that top 12, have a shot to go for more and get in that pole. But right now, we continue to say how Chevrolets are fast. They are fast. They are the first front row, but right on their heels is the Honda with the Kirkwood and another Honda now with the Rosenqvist before another Chevrolet with the Santino Ferrucci.
You Kyle Larson fans, he waved off, figuring out what the issues are with that race car. He said something didn't feel right with it. A crash involving Rinus VeeKay. That crew has a lot of work to do. And then Pato O'Ward to pull that car out of line with a plenum issue.
Yeah, that plenum issue, it's never good. And I don't know. I think the plenum issue was maybe on Kyle's car.
Oh, that's right, Kyle's car.
But they're going to check that on Pato's car, just make sure that everything's correct. Find out what happened there. Maybe they'd had the same kind of setup for qualifying. Wanted to change that just so it didn't happen to Pato.
So again, here's Alex below going through warm-up laps. Interested to see what issues they may have gotten solved during that warm-up session this morning. Then Sato, Dixon, Stingray Rob, Herta, Hunter Ray, Rasmussen, Rahal, Castroneves, and Rossi, and that will get us through the line, Davey, one time.
Gets us through. We're getting winding down, and we're looking at our chart. I had 3 rows. We're on that last row right now, and this Ganassi car is going to kind of be tell of the tell. See what kind of speed they have found. See if they found something between this morning's practice. But, we kept talking after this morning. He was in the 232 range, so that's not way out. That could still put him in the top 12. Speeds are down from what we expected. Way more 231s than 232s, which is a little bit of a surprise.
Let's watch his run and get the latest on Rinus VeeKay.
And a quick work by the Ed Carpenter Racing team. They have already done a pretty good job rebuilding that 21 car. And in fact, one of the crew members looked at his watch and said we should have the 21 car back out hopefully by 3 o'clock. So great work by the 21 team.
That is impressive. That's just 3 hours from now, Davey.
Yeah, really good.
Or 2 hours.
Yeah, these guys, they know what they're doing. Ed was very prepared with what they need to have in those garages for spares and for something like this to happen. So impressive. You know, it's all hands on board. They're getting after it, and it'd be good to see Rinus back on track. And wouldn't it be great to see him pop in that top 12 just so he gets another shot?
Something else for sure. So we're watching the run of Alex Palou now as he has taken the green flag in his warm-up lap at 220.186 miles per hour. He aims it out of the north end and heads toward the yard of bricks, and we'll see what work they have done and what they've been able to accomplish. Looks pretty good, Davey. 232.615 for Alex Palou.
There we go. That's the nasty cars that we're used to seeing, but put them in the 5. Sure, right now he's in that P5 position. Maybe hard to keep. He's not far from being in that 6th position, but really good run. They're going to be happy with this run. And I think going down to this list, that will lock him if he can continue this in that top 12.
So 232.615. He's already setting up for the north end. He glides it to the bottom of the racetrack, gets well below the white line, and then makes the wide exit off at turn number 4. He scoots it back to the middle of the racetrack as he crosses the yard of bricks on the inside corner of it. Lap number 2 for Alex Palou, 232.281. 2-lap average inside of row number 3 for now, 232.448, Michael Young.
Felix Rosenqvist solidly in the top 12 as of right now. You're currently 5th quick. You've been doing this a long time, and that car has been extremely fast this entire month. Walk us through the 4 laps, and do you need to go back out again?
I don't know. I think we got pretty lucky with the clouds. I think our condition was pretty solid for our 24th starting number. I don't know. Last year I went out with 1 hour to go, and I improved a lot. So I'm pretty curious to see what we can do. I think we went a little bit slower than I hoped, but we're still kind of in the mix. I think we're pretty much where we wanted to be, minus a little bit. So, yeah, good run, though. Car felt good. Balance was good. I think we nailed the setup and the trim. So, yeah, just got to figure out how we can go a little bit quicker.
Well done.
Thank you.
That's Felix Rosenqvist, P5 currently.
232.615, 232.281, 232.228 for Alex Palou. He's working his way through the north end now. The 3-lap average right now, 232.374 miles per hour as Alex Palou approaches the yard of bricks, and he will complete that run. And his 4-lap average, 232.306 miles per hour. Today's coverage of Indy 500 qualifying is copyrighted presentation of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network.
Is inside that fast 12 for the moment, just ahead of his Chip Ganassi Racing teammate Marcus Armstrong. And
live from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, this is qualifying for the Indianapolis 500 on the IMS Radio Network.
Back at the world's greatest race course, Michael Young, Alex Wolf downstairs, Mark James, Davey Hamilton high atop pit road and the main straightaway here at the world's greatest race course as qualifying continues. And 21 cars have made qualifying attempts. The front row, Will Power, Scott McLaughlin, and Joseph Newgarden. Some struggles for Ganassi over the last 24 hours or so, Davey, but they may be breathing a sigh of relief. The recently completed run by Alex Palou puts him inside right now. Row number 3, the 4-lap average, 232.306.
Mark, actually, you know, he has 2 cars right now. If I'm seeing 2 cars in that top 12. Kevin Simpson is inside of row 4, so a little cushion there as well. So right now, 2 Ganassi cars in that top 12.
So still to come, Takuma Sato, Scott Dixon, Stingray Rob, Colton Herta, Ryan Hunter-Ray, Christian Rasmussen, Graham Rahal, Elio Castroneves, and Alexander Rossi. Pato O'Ward pulled out of line. Some issues for Kyle Larson. He had to pull off after 3 laps. And then the big story, Rinus VeeKay crashed early on in his qualifying.
Yeah, we're hoping to see him get back out, give that one more shot, give it an opportunity to get him in that top 12. We know how good Ed Carpenter's cars are, how good he is qualifying, so it'd be fun to see if he can pull it off.
A lot of focus on the drive for 5 by Elio Castroneves, but it's not out of the question we could have a 3-time winner as well. He's on the track right now.
Yeah, he's on the track right now, actually. We haven't talked about Takuma much this month. Just kind of been out there cutting laps. Nothing great, but not bad. Just kind of in the middle of the field right now. We'll see qualifying. We know he's going to get in this race, and we know that he races well. Being the 2-time winner, we'll just see where he could pull off qualifying.
Has a third of the 7th here, Davey, and hard to believe Takuma Sato is getting ready for his 15th start here at the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? I mean, just keeps digging away at it. Great guy, always happy to be here, appreciates it. By the way, not only does he have two wins here, he almost had, remember trying to pass Dario, I think, down in turn 1 right at the end and got into the wall. So he really does know what he needs for a race car to win this race. Takuma does a great job. Don't know how many times he's going to continue to come back, but right now his main goal is getting back in this race with a great lap at a 232.357.
That'll make you sit up and take notice. 232.357. He's driven for KV Racing Technology, Rahal Letterman Lanigan, AJ Foyt Enterprises, Andretti Autosport, and also Dale Coyne Racing with Rick Ware Racing. Looks like a pretty good, and Chip Ganassi Racing too. Good run underway for Takuma Sato. Michael Young, we're going to watch it.
Yeah, Alex Palou, smiles on his face. I think it was a pretty impressive run considering the setbacks you had yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy, pretty pleased with our first run. It's not where we want to be, but it's a lot better to what we thought after yesterday's crazy day. But
you say you're good for your first, so you're going back out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We will try. Probably we'll wait a little bit, try and see where we can get some speed. But yeah, I think we have a chance. We have a slight chance to get into the Fast 12.
There right now, so you may be.
We are, but there's still a ton of cars to do it. But yeah, I think we have a chance.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Alex Palou, 4-lap average a little bit earlier, 232.306.
232.357 for Takuma Sato, a consistent run. Lap number 2 with 232.320. A fall off there to lap number 3. Down to 231.968, Davey. Middle of row number 3 provisionally for Sato at 232.215.
Yeah, still a great run, though, Mark. I think they're going to be extremely happy with that out of that camp, knowing that they can look at what Takuma is doing and try to help some of the other teammates, because right now, middle of the third row is pretty good. Really good opportunity for him to fight it out for that top 12 tomorrow.
So again, a 232.357, 232.320, 231.968. We'll see how consistent the run is off of that 231.968. Checkered flag in the air for Takuma Sato, 231.915. So his 4-lap average outside of row number 3, 9th fastest qualifier, 232.140. And again, we continue to move towards 33 cars in the field. Of Power, McLaughlin, Newgarden the fastest, ranging from 233.758 to 233.293. Then it's Kirkwood, Rosenqvist, Ferrucci, Palou, Armstrong, and Sato. Carpenter 10th fastest, Simpson 11th fastest, Andretti 12th. Then Canapino, Grosjean, Lundqvist, Lundgaard, Blomqvist, Connor Daly, Pietro Fittipaldi, Marcus Ericsson. And then Catherine Legg and Nolan Siegel are our 2 slowest qualifiers. In case you're just joining us, Rinus VeeKay, one of the early qualifiers, went out 4th, crashed that car. And then Kyle Larson waved off. And let's see, Pato O'Ward, he decided to pull that car out of line.
Yeah, and surprisingly, they obviously learned something from Kyle Larson and didn't like it on Pato's car. So I looked down through this. We talked about Takuma. You know, as I look with Scott Dixon coming out, and then we have Elio Castroneves, which obviously he could run well because he's Rosenqvist's teammate, and Alexander Rossi. That may bump him out of that top 12.
Well, the tough road gets tougher for the folks with Errol McLaren. The qualifying time for the number 6 has been disallowed, Davey, for a non-compliant left rear wheel offset. It was found in post-qualifying technical inspection.
Ooh, very interesting there. Yeah, that's not good. So that's interesting. So wheel offsets on these cars, just so everybody knows, it's, you know, there's one wheel and there's one hub and there's no spacers. And so what these teams maybe try to do is have a special wheel to where you suck it in just a little bit more, get a little more offset, a little more inside weight on these cars, and that's a no-go. And I don't know exactly what they've done. Haven't seen, you know, the details of that penalty, but that's it's never good to have a penalty.
So again, Takuma Sato right now, your 9th fastest qualifier at 232.140, and Watching the run of Stingray Rob, Davey. Interested to see what he's been able to glean, if anything, from the solid run by his teammate Santino Ferrucci.
Yeah, let's hope that he can get some speed. We know Stingray Rob, he's struggled this year, just can't find the speed in that AJ Foyt car. Been working very hard. New with that team this year. He's giving it all he can right now to try to find that speed that Santino has. Seems like he had it. I think yesterday ended up P16 overall. Not a bad run for Stingray Rob, and those cars seem to be fast, so we'll see what he can pull off in his first lap.
Lap number 1 in the books for Stingray Rob, 232.092. So a good run underway for Stingray Rob, Michael Young.
That's Takuma Sato, 9th quick thus far. That was a pretty amazing run, and congratulations all around the house from all the crew members. You struggled yesterday. Something not right with that car. You figured it out, and you made it go fast. Well done.
Boys did a great job to fix the car up, and then obviously entire RLL Racing, and the big credit for the engineering over the course of the winter, how hard they worked, and here's the result. So obviously it's not the best, what we wanted, but at least we have a really great move forward.
You say not the best. Does that mean you're going back out? There's more in this car?
I don't know yet. Obviously see the conditions, see where they were. I mean, our top goal is obviously being the top 12 today, so at least it's a little bit close, but we'll see.
Semi sigh of relief. Well done.
Thank you.
Takuma Sato, that 4-lap average, 232.140.
A big drop-off for Stingray Rob, Davey, off at 232.092, all the way down to a 231.114.
Yeah, I see a lot of hand movement in that cockpit. I see the gloves moving back and forth. Seems like fighting that car a little bit. Not good when you use a mile an hour on your first lap. Drops him down quite a bit. Still solidly in the show. Don't get me wrong. He's still solidly in it. He'll take it. 231.114. Speeds it back up a little bit. 231.236 right there. Still finds himself inside row 6. But you know what? It's a good solid run. He's solidly in the show. He just needs to keep getting laps underneath his belt.
16th fastest. So a 232.092. That's his best lap, his first lap. 231.114. Lap number 3, 231.236 miles per hour, giving him a 3-lap average against 16th fastest at 231.480. Off of turn number 4 for the final time. Scoots it to the middle of the racetrack and sees the checkered flag fly. Lap number 4, his slowest. 230.944, the 4-lap average, 18th fastest, 231.346 miles per hour, Stingray Rob.
Yeah, I think that they'll be happy with that. We've seen right there a lot of hand movement in turn 2. The car kind of he turned it too early. He made up for it and turned back down. That's where he lost that mile an hour. But then after that, his last 2 laps, he really had a nice line through there. Kept it smoother, turned in a lot better. He may be able to go out for another run this afternoon and improve a little bit, but not sure it's worth the risk.
Michael Young.
Interesting that Scott Dixon pulled out a line. Remember, a little bit earlier, and we glossed over. Well, we didn't gloss over it. We reported it and didn't really dwell on it. Scott Dixon changing an engine in that car. So this will be the first that he will have that car out on track. And clearly, they found something they didn't like, not even be able to do a systems check or anything of that nature. Dixon out of line, and we will see where he falls as this qualifying day ensues.
On the other hand, his teammates, Marcus Armstrong and Alex Below, they are pretty happy. They're set up in row number 3 right now, Davey. Below at 232.306 and Marcus Armstrong at 232.183.
Well, knowing that Scott's disappointed and he's in the garage, not out here qualifying, that's not good, but it has to give him a little confidence seeing the teammates, like you just said, up there, with some speed, finding a little bit of something out of it. So once they get that engine changed for Scott Dixon, the Ganassi camp, they're going to go to work and working on setups, what these other teams have found, and get Scott out there. Never be surprised if Scott Dixon can pull off.
6th career start forthcoming for Colton Herta. Finished 33rd in his first ever race here back in 2019. Has a couple of top 10 finishes. Finished 8th in 2020. Finished 9th a year ago, 30th in 2022, has a 16th place finish and an 8th place finish, and maybe he has unloaded fast here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Yeah, great warm-up lap, 223.190. That's one of the fastest warm-up laps we've seen. So that's a good start. We'll just see if he can pull it off, make sure these tires hang in there with him. But he does have fastest lap of the month so far.
So Colton Herta off that warm-up lap at 223.190. Game Breach sponsorship on that car. He already darts it through the north end, through the short chute up there, and then the left side to get below the white line. He guides it off of turn number 4, pushes it toward the middle of the racetrack, and he crosses the start-finish line right in the middle of the racetrack. Lap number 1, respectable, 232.368 for Colton Herta. We'll keep an eye on his run and check in with Stingray Rob.
Stingray Rob, 231.346. Looked like about midway through the run he had quite the moment there.
Yeah, I was fairly surprised by that. I don't think that we expect any of that to happen. We have a faster car than that. We showed it yesterday. I mean, all of our runs were better than that, so I don't know what happened today. We'll go back, look at the data, and probably come back out for a second run later on, see what the team has to say, but I'm fairly disappointed.
Stingray Rob disappointed, thinks there's more speed in that car. We'll see him later.
Lap number 1 for Colton Herta, just to remind you, 232.368, a consistent run underway. Lap number 2, 232.411. Provisionally right now, he is 7th fastest, Davey, the 2-lap average, 232.390.
Yeah, solid run really for Colton right now. Pretty sure that he wants to be back. He wants to be, running for the pole in the front row. Still has opportunity. This is a good run for him. 2nd fastest Andretti car as of right now, besides Kirkwood at a 232.7. He's a 232.3, not far off the Andretti teammate as he comes off turn 4 for the 3rd lap.
Doesn't take long to get a lap around here. Colton Herta already guides it out of the north end to the start-finish line, scoots across the yard of bricks. Lap number 3. Boy, this is an incredibly consistent run. 232.368, 232.411, 232.319, staying right at 7th fastest at 232.366.
I think maybe the only run that we've seen the more consistent is his teammate, Kyle Kirkwood. It seems like they really had these Andretti cars really solid. They're very consistent. It means they're fairly easy to drive, which that's always good as well, to be so consistent on your laps. He's coming off turn 4 right now, sits in that 7th spot, as you said. We'll see if he can keep a hold of that.
Car looked comfortable during that run. Lap number 4 off a little bit at 231.848. The 4-lap average in the middle of row number 3, 232.236 for Colton Herta. Ryan Hunter-Ray, Christian Rasmussen, Graham Rahal, Elio and Alexander Rossi to come gear up for the Ultimate Indy 500 experience with official IndyCar merchandise, from must-have driver apparel to exclusive team gear. Find everything you need to show your IndyCar support. Grab your gear trackside, the Indy 500, or shop conveniently online at shop.indycar.com. Don't miss out on the thrill of the Indy 500. Gear up and be a part of the action. The front row for now, Will Powers, Scott McLaughlin, Joseph Newgarden, as we're about to get through our qualifying line for the first time in preparation for the 108th Indianapolis 500-mile race.
This is IndyCar Radio. Find us on the IndyCar app, powered by NTT.
Again this year, 2 Indiana dairy farmers will continue one of the sports world's most beloved traditions, the Indy 500 Victory Circle Bottle of Milk.
Louis Meyer, Indy's first 3-time winner, launched the tradition in the 1930s when he asked for a glass of buttermilk to quench his thirst. 9 decades and gallons of ice-cold milk later, the iconic celebration endures.
So grab your own glass and share the same great taste that's savored by Indy 500 champions in May. And every day, winners drink milk.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-406-2985. 800-406-2985. 800-406-2985. That's 800-406-2985.
Qualifying Qualifying continues for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500, joined by Colton Herta. And Colton, you never ever look like you get rattled. It's the same demeanor when you get out of the car. That was a good 4-lap average, but was it good enough to make you happy?
No, I mean, I'm not content with making the field. I want to be able to fight for the pole. We can't at the moment, so we need to find something. And even that time is probably not safe for the Fast 12, so I'm sure we'll be going out again. But I guess it'll just matter how aggressive we want to get, because that wasn't really that fun. That was pretty on the edge, and to be honest, we're max trim anyway, so I don't know what much we can do. But we'll try to do something, figure something out. Maybe work on balance more than trim level, and see if we can get the average even better. But I don't think our car can go much faster than that.
It's a consistent run, though. Well done.
It was okay. Yeah, I'm happy. We're in the show, but like I said, it sucks. You want to race for the pole, and it doesn't look like we can do that right now. So hopefully we can find a way to do that.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Colton Herta, that 4-lap average, 2:32, 2:36.
2014 champion Ryan Hunter-Reay halfway through his run, 3/4 of the way now at 2:32, 3:43. I'm sorry, Christian Rasmussen out in the 33 car, getting a little ahead of myself. Ryan Hunter-Reay did not.
Yeah, he did not. That's why I was confused, too. I was thinking Ryan Hunter-Reay the whole time, and when you said that, yes, Ryan Hunter-Reay was supposed to be on track. Do not know why they missed their spot, but this is Christian Rasmussen doing a good run right now. He had really two good first laps at 2:32, 2:32, at 2:30. Remember, Ed Carpenter's teammate had a big drop-off as well. Maybe the same issue for Rasmussen, dropped off too much. He was in that top 12 solidly, and then that third lap dropped him out. We're going to see what he can do on lap 4, come down off the straightaway right.
So for the rookie, 2:32, 3:43, 2:32.076, 2:30.789, and then right back up to 2:31.527. He's the 15th fastest qualifier. Boss going to be happy with that, I think, Davey. 4-lap average for the rookie, 2:31.682.
He was actually 9th, though. This is the bad part until he had that third lap. One bad lap, dropping off, over almost 1.5 miles an hour. So if they could fix that lap, I think he would have consistently been in that 9th, 10th spot, which obviously that's where you want to be in that, for at least fighting for that top 12. Ed Carpenter's teammate, not far off, at 2:32.0. He ran a 2:31.4, so I'm trying at 2:31.6. So they're pretty close in time, just not quite enough for him to stay in the top 10.
So those that have withdrawn from their first attempt include Ryan Hunter-Reay, Scott Dixon, Pato O'Ward. Kyle Larson waved off 3 laps in because of a mechanical issue and then a crash involving Rinus VeeKay. Other than that, everyone else has made an attempt. As a matter of fact, the 25 cars at all.
Yeah, and then one just DQ for the wheel offset. I think that was Callum. Is that correct? If it was Callum's car with that Aero McLaren team. So right now, Graham Rahal. We remember this drama last year, right? The guy that did not make the 500, or one of the guys did not make it, was Graham Rahal, and he hopes to change that right now. Just, in his mind, he's thinking, just give me in the race. Give me a solid time. I know they want to be fast. Has to have some encouragement with Sato, his teammate, right now, sitting inside of row 4. So he does it. We'll see what he can pull off right here.
So Rahal, Castroneves, Alexander Rossi will get us through the line the first time. And then at some point today, let's say around 3 o'clock, hopefully Rinus VeeKay can make an attempt. Kyle Larson, 3/4 of the way through and pulled off. And then O'Ward, Iot, Dixon, Hunter-Reay. Iot's attempt disallowed because of failing post-qualifying inspection. He will have to make another attempt. So that's kind of where things stand now as we watch Graham Rahal on lap number 1 off a warm-up lap at 221.343.
Yeah, good run. Obviously, we know we don't need to worry about his line and what he does around this place. He has loads of laps around here, knows how to be fast. Car looks pretty good. It's pretty smooth through turn 4. We've got a nice little onboard camera look. I'm going to look at the shift lights as he comes down across the line. Looks like it's geared pretty good. Goes to that 6th gear right before start-finish line, drives down in turn 1, shifts down. First lap, 2:30, not good. 2:30.657, not where he wants to be.
Not going to be happy with that, and attempting to make his 17th start of the Indianapolis 500, and right now He is 23rd fastest, Davey, at 230.657 miles per hour.
Yeah, it looks like, it's in the race, but that's not where he wants to be.
No.
I mean, he's on the verge of flirting with that last row again and fighting it out to make this race tomorrow. So doing a lot of adjusting on the steering wheel, some fuel mixtures, trying to do some stuff to make that car faster. They've been dropping off a little bit, as he does, at 230.527. Pretty consistent, but still in that 230 range.
Two-lap average makes him the 24th fastest at 230.592, Alex Wolf.
Christian Rasmussen, the 2023 Indy Next by Firestone champion, 231.682. How'd it feel on that run?
Yeah, it felt good. I think the car was really, really good. I made a small mistake, which costed me a little bit on the second to last lap, but yeah, just try to do the best I could to get it home. But yeah, no, the car felt really good. I think we made some good adjustment based on the previous runs, and we're in the show.
Do you want another shot at it later today?
We'll see.
All right, a little bit of a smile there from Christian as he finishes his run.
230.657, 230.527. Lap number 3, 230.021. The 3-lap average for Graham Rahal, 230.402. Consistent, but just really slow.
Really slow at this point. Not going to be happy with that whatsoever. And man, just don't know what it is. Obviously what they're going to need to do is go find out what Takuma's doing. Obviously 232.140. That's a solid time. If Graham could just get in between where he is now and Takuma, he'll be happy in the middle of the field.
It is odd that the 3 regulars of that team are well behind the pace of Takuma Sato.
Yeah, well, he brings so much experience, but it's just not all that. I mean, when you're wide open around there, as I didn't watch the throttle trace on Graham, but he's wide open. And by the way,
slower still.
Even slower, yeah, 229.729. Man, what a heartbreaker for that team.
25th fastest out of the 26 cars is Graham Rahal at 230.233. And if you're just joining us again, the 3 fastest qualifiers belong to Team Penske. Will Power, Scott McLaughlin, Joseph Newgarden, 233.758, 233.332, 233.293. Then it's Kirkwood, Rosenqvist, Ferrucci, Palou, Herta, Armstrong. Then it's Sato, Carpenter, and Simpson. 13th is Andretti, 14th Canapino, 15th Rasmussen, 16th Grosjean, 17th Lundqvist, 18th Lundgaard, 19th Blomqvist, 20th Rob. Daly 21st, Fittipaldi 22nd, Ericsson is 23rd, Catherine Legg 24th, Rahal is 25th, and Nolan Siegel 26th fastest. Kyle Larson waved off his run 3/4 of the way through with perceived mechanical issues. Pato O'Ward pulled his car out of line. Scott Dixon did the same, as did Ryan Hunter-Ray. The lone incident involved our 4th qualifier, Rinus VeeKay. We expected him to be a fast 12 participant. They've got some work to do, and Davey, they expect to get him back out onto the track around 3 o'clock this afternoon.
And the great news for all these teams, there's a lot of cloud cover out today. The wind seems to be pretty consistent. A little bit of tailwind, and the wind's going to the west right now and kind of motoring around. A little front straightaway wind, actually, maybe going to the southwest somewhat. So pretty consistent for these teams that aren't qualifying now or making the attempt. They'll come out this afternoon at not a real big disadvantage.
Not saying this is a fast 12 participant. I'm saying this is a guy that we see on the track right now that really, really, really likes his race car. Very confident with what he's going to have on race day.
Yeah, nice warm-up lap, 220.648. But how about how lucky we are to be able to watch somebody attempt to be a 5-time winner, right? I mean, it's just an honor to be able to say, hey, we see A.J. Foyt here. He's a 4-time winner, and this is a chance for somebody to potentially beat that. I mean, so just pretty crazy that Elio Castroneves has that opportunity to do it.
And his average starts and average finishes here are as good as anyone has ever been.
Yeah, no question about it. I think it's a 9, like in the top 10 as the average finish, and I think maybe even better than that, I'm not sure, but somewhere in there, I remember it, and you can see his throttle trace right now. Great run, 232.050. Puts him right now in the top 12 and 11.
Let's hear from Graham Rahal.
Yeah, I've been talking to Graham Rahal a long time. After you get out of the car, I'm positive you're not happy with that run. What happened is the one thing is consistency. That's what you want, and you didn't have it.
Well, we were consistent other than the last lap because something happened with the engine coming to the start of the last lap. A couple
misfires or something, which really, that just kills speed considerably. But other laps than that, I think we're all the same pretty much. But balance was fine. Car's just not fast. And it's weird, you know, we had the fastest car of all the RLL cars 2 days ago. Yesterday it went backwards. Today it's even worse. So it just doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't know what else to say other than, like, our car, without making any changes balance-wise, it's just going slower every run we do, and it's a little baffling.
We'll let you get back to it. Best of luck to you.
Nice.
Clearly confused at what had happened in that run. That's Graham Rahal.
Lap number 1, 232.050. Lap number 2, 231.858. 2-lap average, 231.954 for Elio Castroneves. Right now, 12th fastest. Lap number 3, 231.850, drops it down just a little bit, Davey.
Yeah, you find a really consistent lap from an 858 to 850, puts him from 12th to 13th position. Just one out of that shootout for tomorrow, but still a very, very respectful run. I think his teammate, we see Rosenqvist, he's still in P5 right now, the 232.5. So Elio, he may give another shot. You never know. Try to get in that top 12.
Mike Shank and the Brain Trust looks on as Elio Castroneves is about to complete his run off of turn number 4. Lap number 3, 231.850. The run is complete for Elio. Very consistent run, 231.726. The 4-lap average for now slots him in the middle of row number 5 at 231.871. 14th fastest qualifier, and Alexander Rossi, when he sets out on his qualifying run, will mean that we get to that line the first time, and then things get interesting as we head towards 6 o'clock Eastern time when day 1 of qualifying will wrap up. It continues, though, for now at the world's greatest race course.
At Firestone, we build tires for getting you out there. Durable tires for ticking off mile markers and for getting to your seats on time.
Start your engines.
Dependable tires for kicking up dirt or for passing on the outside. Hard-working tires for racing 500 miles and the side hustle that affords you first row. But don't take our word for it. Try them for yourself with a 90-day buy and try guarantee. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone. Conditions apply. See firestonetire.com/warranty for details.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500.
Put checkered flag in the air. It's a battle at the start-finish line, and Joseph Newgarden will win the Indianapolis 500.
Now stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing, live Sunday, May 26th, on this Indianapolis Motor Speedway radio network station. Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Brickyard, Brickyard 400, Brickyard 200, Gasoline Alley, the greatest spectacle in racing, racing capital of the world, Indy, Indy 500, Indianapolis 500, IndyCar, Indy Lights, Indy Next, and Indy Racing League are trademarks owned and are licensed by Brickyard Trademarks. Firestone is trademark owned and are licensed by Bridgestone Firestone North American Tire. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the information, descriptions, and content of this broadcast without the prior written consent of the IMS Radio Network is strictly prohibited.
Track goes quiet for now for an inspection. 27 cars have qualified for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race, at least their first attempt. Rinus VeeKay's car is being repaired back at Gasoline Alley. 4th qualifier out, smacked the wall. He's okay, but extensive damage to that car and a lot of work for that crew. Kyle Larson pulled off the run after 3 laps because of a perceived mechanical issue. Pato O'Ward pulled that car out of line over concerns. Ilot's time was disallowed. Scott Dixon pulls out of line. Ryan Hunter-Ray passes on his attempt, as does Alexander Rossi.
So who would have guessed qualifying line's gone through and there's not one McLaren car in this race? Not one McLaren car in the race as of right now, so pretty surprising.
That bears watching. Alex Wolff has caught up with Elio Castroneves.
After a 231.871, got the important piece of hardware. One of his winners rings back on his finger. Elio, take us through your run.
I love qualifying, right? It gets you right in the edge. It's every time. Doesn't matter where you are. Doesn't matter what time you're going. It's always gets you like right there. Awesome. Cliff's car was actually amazing. I didn't touch a little here and there, just adjust and massage some of the tools that I have inside the car, but I couldn't ask for a more consistent car, to be honest. It was super good. Just we need a mile an hour to be on that stage, and but especially being the last guy to go out with the track more warmer, I felt the car was absolutely, balance-wise, beautiful.
You think you know some of the things to maybe work on if you want to go back out?
Yeah, always the first one you out of the way. The bad part to be the last one to go out is because you don't have enough time. A lot of people are going to do the same, go to the fast lane and trying to put another time as well. So hopefully cooling down, going to tack, and do all the needs and we need to do, which is going to be an hour. We might have one more chance.
And lastly, looking at that great tribute you have to your late friend and a former teammate, Gilles de Ferran. When you think back to 23 years ago, your rookie year, what's some of the advice that he had those first couple of years here and you guys were together that has really stuck with you to this day?
Him and I were incredible teammates, and certainly he's riding with me right now, so he probably helped me out with the car to be balanced. He's been whispering in my ear, and but it's great. It's great to, that's the only thing I can do. Still always going to remember this guy. He'll be always in our heart. And by the way, I want to send a big happy birthday to my compadre, Simon Pagenaud. It's his birthday today. Ha!
Absolutely. Happy birthday to him for sure as Elio Castroneves finishes up his run here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Yeah, Simon, a good friend of yours as well, Davey. And let folks know, give them a little preview that on race day, our pre-race show for the Indy 500 will include an appropriate tribute, we think, for legend Gilles de Ferran.
Without a doubt. I mean, Gilles, what a great guy. I had the honor to drive for Gilles de Ferran. How about that? It was fantastic. We became really good friends, and such a loss in our community. It's such a surprise for all of us, and it's great what Elio's doing. You know how far back they go, and having a helmet based off of Gilles de Ferran, and condolences to his family. Still hard to accept, to be really honest with you. But he's here watching over everybody. That's for sure.
Became ill, passed away racing with his son in Florida in sports cars back in December. A shock to the racing community for sure. Want to win a two-seater ride to the Firestone Grand Prix of Monterey? It's your chance to experience the thrill of the corkscrew firsthand. In the backseat of an IndyCar, beautiful WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Just guess the top 3 finishers in any order of this year's Indy 500. You could be in for the ride of a lifetime. Email your full name and who you think will sit on the Indy 500 podium to newsroom@laguna-seca.com by May 24th. That's newsroom@laguna-seca.com. 1 entry per person. Tickets to the race not included. 2 lucky winners will be announced during our pre-race show in Detroit. Guess the finish of the Indy 500. You could also be a winner in Monterey. And all continues to be quiet here as everyone looks up at Team Penske. Will Power at 233.758. Scott McLaughlin, 233.332. And Joseph Newgarden, the 3 fastest, Davey, 233.293.
Yeah, great run by that Penske camp. Looks solid. I don't know if anybody's going to have anything for them or not. They did it real quick, and they did it with power, and they showed that all weekend. But, this, as Elio just said, any time that it comes to qualifying for this race, it brings the best of you out. And it doesn't matter if you're in the front of the field, the back of the field, the middle of the field. It gets you going. It gets your blood pressure going. It gets your heart pumping. And I'm telling you, you lay it out there. And then, like I say, no matter if it's easy run or hard run, until it's over, you can't really breathe great, and then you just hope you're towards the front of the field.
And a reminder, folks, we're setting 13 through 30 today.
Yeah, 13 through 30 today. That's it. That's right. So tomorrow it's going to be a shootout for the pole position and who's going to start 1st through 12th, and then obviously it's going to be the last row, 31st, 32nd, 33rd. And who's that lone car going to go home?
And then we'll close out the day with the Firestone Fast 6 as the top 6 qualifiers will be set. And we'll award the pole for the Indy 500. Again, the track is quiet for now. We anticipate either practice or a qualifying run very, very soon here at the world's greatest race course.
This is IndyCar Radio. Find out more at IndyCarRadio.com.
United Rentals is a proud sponsor of IndyCar and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. With the most comprehensive equipment fleet in North America, backed by a team of industry experts, United Rentals is ready to deliver customized solutions for whatever your project demands. United Rentals is more than an equipment rental provider. They are a full-service partner for safe, productive, and sustainable job sites. United Rentals, building a better future together.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Have you ever met a single person in your life that enjoys paying taxes? No, no one does. If you can't sleep at night because you have a huge problem with the IRS, I've got some free advice for you. This service is strictly limited to individuals that owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes. And if you qualify, we can guarantee that you won't be writing a big fat check to the IRS, or our services cost you nothing. The first 100 people that call today will get a free tax consultation worth $500. Stop worrying about your IRS problem. We can help you, we promise. Call the tax doctor right now. I mean right now, to learn more.
800-393-0537. 800-393-0537. 800-393-0537. That's 800-393-0537.
Qualifying for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500 continues. Backing the garage area with Gavin Ward, team principal for McLaren Racing. And we saw it happen. We saw the penalty with the 6 car of Callum Ilott. Then everybody started getting pulled out of line. And, of course, inquiring minds want to know the situation here in the McLaren camp.
Yeah, so obviously we had a rear left tire fail, something called the offset measurement, which is basically where the plane of where the wheel mounts to the hub it has to be within a certain tolerance, left or right or inboard, outboard. What you get with these wheels, actually, believe it or not, the forces you're under and the pit stops, but also just like how much deflection you're getting on track, they fret and they wear a bit. And one thing you do when they wear out and go out of tolerance is you machine them down and then put a spacer on it. And that particular wheel, we had done that. We thought we'd done that to restore it into tolerance. It looks like just missed. And we looked at it on IndyCar's tech tools. A little bit of a failure on our side. We didn't realize that that's something we could have checked in tech before this point. So that's a learning experience for us, and we'll understand where the source of that error is in due time. But we've got other wheels that are within tolerance, so we'll throw one of those on and get back out there and do another run. Certainly unfortunate. Once we saw that, I think. With the 7 car, we had always planned, because he's running last, there's not really any advantage of being in line. So why not, rather than having to guess gears 3 hours ahead, we can wait and see what our teammates do, check the data, see how fast the track is, etc., what the wind's like, and try and hit it right for the conditions. And also with where the 5 was, it was marginal about whether we did the same thing. And given we had this tolerance issue, we thought, why don't we just pull this back? We could check the wheels, make sure they're good. Also, we're going to take this opportunity to do a gear ratio change. And then we'll go out there and try and put in some good runs and get up there in the fast 12.
Always trying to find speed. About the 17, the plenum issue, was it the same type of issue we saw with Pato O'Ward in St. Petersburg, or completely different?
Similar but different. I think that those have other added intricacies of overtake and limiter and wheel spin that don't really present on the speedway, but ultimately, still had a plenum event. But Chevy are a great partner where you got great power, the performance is there. It's one of those things, the first time that Larson's ever had a plenum event in one of these cars, and you just have to lift and get back on it to keep going, but he didn't know that. He did the right thing, all things considered. Again, part of the learning curve here, but you know what? That car's got great speed, so I'm pretty excited to get back out there and do another run.
Well, I don't know what the feeling is like inside the garage, but your demeanor is very calm, cool, and collective, so you've calmed any situation I might have in your team about getting back out there and going fast. We wish you all the best of luck, and thanks for the time.
Thanks very much.
Team principal Gavin Ward for McLaren. That's what's happening back here in Gasoline Alley.
Interesting to note, Davey, that the plans, you're coming up on 2 o'clock Eastern. Things wrap up at 6 o'clock. And this wait and see approach as you get further into the day, just to be a little careful with that, because you may find yourself really behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, no, when you have 4 cars to be in this field and you have none after first round, that's not good. He sounded pretty good, made you feel confident, but there's a lot of issues. You just don't. There's too many things going bad when you have a plenum fire. There was something that went bad there. It does happen. That's not good. When you have an offset wheel rule, that's I'll be honest with you, I've been around here a long time. I've never seen a wheel wear out where your offsets don't work and you have to machine them down. I'll just be straight up. Maybe things have changed a lot, but I've never seen that. So whatever happened there, obviously freak, but well, you know, they got to get a car out there and get it going.
Back to Michael Young.
Yeah, with Pato O'Ward, I asked, can we grab you quick? You abruptly said no, and then you were gracious enough to give us an interview. You're ready to go. You're out there in line, and all the thoughts, you collect it all together, and then we have to pull the car for issues with it. Obviously, there's no concern. They'll get it fixed, but how does that change your mindset not getting that first run in?
No, it doesn't change it at all. I think we're ready to go. Guys buttoned it up, and I think we should be out there shortly. So I'm looking forward to it, and, yeah, we'll see what we've got.
Everybody wants to get you in there and do a debrief. We'll let you go to a debrief, and good luck to you later today.
Thank you.
That's Pato O'Ward, guys.
Alex Wolf.
Updating the conditions as we're nearing 4 hours left in today's qualifying session. We're at 79 degrees ambient temperature, 114 on the track temperature, and still with clouds around. Just a couple of moments ago, had some cloud cover on the main straightaway, but now the sun has come back out. And about the time the sun came back out, the 7 car came out onto the track, onto the pit lane. Alexander Rossi, they're getting the tire pressures checked. I'm sure they'll be heading in the direction of either the Shell fuel pumps towards the qualifying line or the qualifying line itself. So another attempt should be coming up in the next few minutes.
Yeah, we should remind folks about that tech inspection issue, Davey, is, you know, they have to go through so many times during the course of the weekend. Of course, the initial time they go through is basically a safety check.
That's
to make sure everything's the way it's supposed to be. And then, you know, they're required to go through so many times, certainly pre-qualifying and post-qualifying.
Yeah, and one thing about it is it's up to the teams to make sure these cars are teched properly. They have their own tech pads at the shop, but you always, you know, whether it's offsets or widths or heights or whatever, weights, you always want to come and do it at Indy and do it on their scales just so it reads exactly the same. We see Ryan Hunter-Reay just crossed again. I was a little surprised that they didn't make their first run as well. He's in tech and just went across tech. I don't know what their issues were, but when it comes time for qualifying, pre-inspection and post-inspection, they check every single thing on these cars that tech group does, and Rocket does a fantastic job. And trust me, it doesn't matter who you are or what car it is. He is fair with everybody. There's nothing's gonna, I mean, he is across the board. And if you're in the limits, you're going. If you're not, you're out. And it doesn't matter who you are. He's very fair.
Well, he's been there. I mean, he's been on both sides of it.
Well, that's why they got him. He was a good cheater. And so, he, you know, when Rocket knows how to get by it, I mean, that's a bottom line. Yeah, you want that, right? You want a guy that knows all those insides, knows how to get away with things, and you want him to be your tech guy so nobody else can get away with it. So he does a good job.
So again, let's get an update on the scene set and anticipate maybe when we might see some more activity, Michael Young.
Yeah, indeed. Everybody down at pit out is where, of course, they go on to this 2.5-mile oval. Kyle Novak, race director for the NTT IndyCar Series, stands there attentively waiting for cars to make their way down and attempt to qualify for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500. And right south of Gasoline Alley, I should say to the north, stages Alexander Rossi's car, of course, the last in line. We heard Gavin Ward talk about the fact they had no reason to send him out because it was hot and it didn't really matter at the moment, so they made sure everything was correct with that car. Alex is being strapped into that machine right now. That Aero McLaren umbrella sits attentively above the machine of Alexander Rossi as he gets a little bit of shade, and it's very warm down here on pit lane. The heat starting to beat down on this asphalt. Race fans have had a thrilling qualification session thus far and awaiting one of their favorites, Alexander Rossi, probably out the next 5 to 10 minutes.
I do remember, Davey, you and I were talking before we went on with this show earlier today about once upon a time when that tech inspection lane down there was the actual pad. They rolled the car up on the pad, and obviously they do it now because the speeds are processed up. But boy, it's kind of cool to watch.
It was always fun, like seeing that, you know, what everybody had or what they were going to do. And you know, obviously things have changed since then. They really have a great program. That tech team, back to Rocket, leading with Rocket, he's been able to take tech really to the next level. And the equipment they have, if you ever have a chance to come to a race and see how they do tech, it's pretty remarkable in that machine and the pad they have. It does it all, and that they nothing but the best people in the business do it.
I did hospitality tours for a number of years, and about the time that I was getting ready to stop doing them, those back there in tech inspection were telling me that the level of sophistication was getting ready to get amped up because of the advent of computers and laser technology. Most of that stuff was going to be start to be integrated into tech inspection.
Yeah, and they've been on top of it, and it's you work nonstop to make sure everybody is legal. And trust me, when something passes Rocket, he's not happy about it. I mean, he's a guy that, like I said, you want to get somebody like Rocket, Kevin Blanchard, his name, we call him Rocket, that he knows how to sneak by things. He is very intelligent. He knows how to get by with things. So best thing to do, take him off that team and put him in your tech, because like I say, he's the best in the business with what he was doing on cars, and now it's hard to get things snuck by him for sure.
So they've gone out, given the track a couple of look-sees, and so it appears to be close to ready for a qualification attempt. Will Power is your fastest at 233.758. Scott McLaughlin, Joseph Newgarden on the front row. Then Kirkwood, Rosenqvist, Ferrucci. Pelot, 7th fastest, 8th Herta, 9th Armstrong, 10th Sato, 11th Carpenter, 12th Simpson. Andretti, Castroneves, Canapino through 15th, 16th Rasmussen, 17th Grosjean, 18th Lundqvist, 19th Lundgaard, Blomqvist, 20th Rob, 21st, 22nd Daly, 23rd Fittipaldi, 24th Ericsson, 25th Legg, 26th Rahal, 27th Siegel. VeeKay's car, they hope to see it around 3 o'clock after it was damaged in a crash. He was a 4th qualifier this morning. Larson waved off after 3 laps. O'Ward withdrew from line. Iot DQ'd post-qualifying inspection failure. Dixon, Hunter Ray, Rossi have yet to make an attempt, Michael Young.
Yeah, Alexander Rossi's car, a parade of Aero McLaren crew members walk that car to the next stage before he goes out and qualifies. They will put enough Sunoco Racing fuel into that machine to get him through 10 miles. And again, Kyle Novak awaiting. We can see him at the end of pit lane and the last process before he is brought to the front of the line and will attempt his first qualification run here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The fueling process nearly done. They have shut the fuel pump off, and the fuel nozzle will be removed from Alexander Rossi's car. Next step, guys, qualifying for the 108th Indy 500.
And Alexander Rossi, with the exceptions of 2020 and 2021, where he finished 27th and 29th, finished 27th and 29th. Nothing but top 10s, top 5s for Alexander Rossi. Has, a 4th place finish, a runner-up finish, and, of course, that win back in 2016. So we move closer to the top of the hour, and qualifying continues for the 108th Indianapolis 500-mile race.
This is IndyCar Radio. Find out more at IndyCarRadio.com.
United Rentals is a proud sponsor of IndyCar and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. With the most comprehensive equipment fleet in North America, backed by a team of industry experts, United Rentals is ready to deliver customized solutions for whatever your project demands. United Rentals is more than an equipment rental provider. They are a full-service partner for safe, productive, and sustainable job sites. United Rentals, building a better future together.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Have you ever met a single person in your life that enjoys paying taxes? No, no one does. If you can't sleep at night because you have a huge problem with the IRS, I've got some free advice for you. This service is strictly limited to individuals that owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes. And if you qualify, we can guarantee that you won't be writing a big fat check to the IRS, or our services cost you nothing. The first 100 people that call today will get a free tax consultation worth $500. Stop worrying about your IRS problem. We can help you, we promise. Call the tax doctor right now. I mean right now, to learn more.
800-393-0537. 800-393-0537. 800-393-0537. That's 800-393-0537.
27 of 34 cars have made a qualifying attempt in preparation for the, it's technically 28, Davey, because Ilot's time was disallowed after not making it through post-qualifying inspection. So got VeeKay. Repairs continue on that car. Larson, O'Ward, Iot, Dixon, Hunter-Reay, and Rossi have to post time. The three slowest would be Catherine Legg at 2:30.244, Graham Rahal at 230.233, and Nolan Siegel at 226.621. At the other end of the spectrum, the fastest would be Power 233.758, McLaughlin 233.332, Newgarden 233.293, and Kyle Kirkwood at 232.764. Rosenqvist, Ferrucci, Pillow, Herta, Armstrong, and Sato the top 10. Let's see. Carpenter, Simpson, Andretti, Castroneves, Canapino through 15th. Rasmussen, Grosjean, Lundqvist, Lundgaard, and Blomqvist through 20th. So some interesting gamesmanship going on, Davey Hamilton.
Yeah, it sure is right now, and we're talking to the cars that haven't been out. We know Aero McLaren cars in the field, but as we say that, Alexander Rossi in that number 7 car, he just pulled up to the qualifying line. I think just momentarily, the track is green. They'll get him fired off, and we'll see the first Aero car in the field, or McLaren car, I should say, Aero McLaren in the field with Alexander Rossi. Former winner of this race, by the way, did it as a rookie, and somehow that Brian Herta was on that stand able to make fuel for Alexander. Thank God that they didn't go one more half of a lap. He 1-1 up, but in the day, he's got the trophy in the check, and he's on that Borg-Warner trophy.
Michael Young.
As Davey said, the Shell refueling process complete as Alexander Rossi rolls into line as we see cars beginning to be wheeled out of Gasoline Alley. We see the 5 of Pato O'Ward. He's out. Kyle Kirkwood is out. Kyle Larson is out. And I just spoke to one of the crew members for Chip Ganassi Racing. What was the issue with the 9? Obviously, they changed the engine. They got up there, didn't like some of the data they saw. And at that point in the qualification line, it didn't really matter if he made a 4-lap run or not. So they thought better of it. They pulled him out of line, and we'll expect to see Scott Dixon a little bit later on this afternoon.
And from 2 to 4 Eastern time this afternoon, Nick Yeoman, Jake Query will handle things here in the broadcast booth, and we will have Rob Blackman and Craig York covering the festivities on pit road, and we expect activity to start to pick up. And boy, Davey, with all the cloud cover, it kind of makes sense. Good timing maybe for Alex.
I know we're inside here. We got the air conditioner going, but it is cloud cover, but it is warm out there.
Michael Young.
Well, Jeff Gordon joins us here. He's sitting in this beautiful timing scoring pit box, a contraption, whatever you like to call it. You're used to these fancy things. What are your thoughts thus far? I think Kyle has done an amazing job this week, but overall, your impressions of this week for him?
Well, first, we're just so honored to be a part of this prestigious event, partner Hendrick Motorsports with Aero McLaren, have HendrickCars.com on the race car, and see Kyle doing the double. This is an amazing experience. It's been a bit of a up and down ride so far, and we just want to get a good solid 4 laps here when he goes back out and lock into this field.
Are you living vicariously through Kyle? I know you've always wanted to run this race.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, since I was a kid, I feel like Indianapolis and the Indianapolis 500 is what really made me want to be a race car driver, that and sprint car racing. So, living here in Indiana, this race and this event is always a very, very special one. So, I certainly had aspirations, wanted to be here. Didn't work out, but I've had an amazing career and got to race here and do well in NASCAR, and so that was fulfilled. But it's really, really special to hear Kyle talk about the way the car drives, watch the whole process, the nerves, everything else. I mean, I'm pretty nervous just sitting up here on this box, and I'm not even driving the car. But, yeah, we're really enjoying the experience.
We'll let you get back to it. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
That's Jeff Gordon.
Lap number 1 for Alexander Rossi, Davey Hamilton. It's a good one, 233.493.
How about that? Another Chevrolet power plant knocks one of the Penske cars out of that front row, meaning Newgarden, putting him in the middle of the front row. Man, what speed. He's had speed all week, and he's showing it right now in qualifying.
And Nick Yeoman, good things come apparently to those who wait.
Yeah, Mark, that's been one of the most intriguing storylines, I think, of the day, the fact that we are this late in the day and we haven't seen an Arrow McLaren car officially qualify for the 500. Alexander Rossi, though, going out, laying out a big statement. Pretty good second lap as well for Rossi.
232.854, which restores the Penske front row to the inside of row number 2, goes Alexander Rossi. Davey, the 2-lap average, 233.173.
Yeah, he's still in that 4th position. Watch some in-car right now. Gary's perfect just as he gets it in that soft flimmer going down into turn 3 right now. Smooth hands, great line. Car looks like it's fairly easy to drive for him right now. Same thing in turn 4, coming down this front straightaway. We'll see what lap 3 looks like.
Off at 232.854 for Alexander Rossi. Lap number 3 is in the books, 232.844. Still the 4th fastest so far. The 3-lap average for Alexander Rossi, Davey, 233.063.
It's back to that consistency. The first lap, he had that big one, 234.4, dropping down to a 233.8, but then another 232.8. Very consistent run for Rossi.
Lap number 1, 233.493, 232.854 on lap number 2. Lap number 3, 232.844 miles per hour. Alexander Rossi, the 3-lap average for now, 233.063, comes to the start-finish line to complete that run, and a consistent run, Davey. 232.659, the 4-lap average inside of row number 2, 232.962.
Yeah, really consistent run. Those last 3 laps really on top of each other. And, you know, he ran at 232, as you said, 962. 233.293 would have put him in the front row. Just missing that front row, but that puts Chevrolet in the top 4 right now.
So again, that restores the Penske front row. Will Power, your fastest qualifier, at 233.758. Scott McLaughlin, Joseph Newgarden join him on the front row, and Alexander Rossi now the 4th fastest. Kirkwood, Rosenqvist complete the first couple of rows. The slowest so far, Nolan Siegel at 226.621. Waiting on qualifying attempts for Rinus VeeKay, Kyle Larson, Pato O'Ward, Callum Ilott, Scott Dixon, and Ryan Hunter-Reay. Jake Query, Nick Yeoman set to take you through the next couple of hours as we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network.
Catch IndyCar first to the flag. A look back at the driver's first win on Spotify and Apple Podcasts.
The difference between a Hitchman fire suit and others, the difference is safety. All Hitchman fire suits are made with materials that are permanently fire resistant. That's why Nomex remains the standard. The difference is experience and innovation. Hitchman started the racing suit industry over 80 years ago. The difference is quality, value, and customer service. Your suit is an investment in your safety, and Hitchman is committed to giving you the safest and best racing suit along with friendly personal service. Hitchman, why settle for anything less?
Get ready for the ride of a lifetime and take a trip around the famed Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
That was awesome.
The Indy Racing experience puts you in the driver's seat of a real Indy car. Cross the yard of bricks at nearly 200 miles per hour and feel the excitement. It's the fastest seat in sports.
That was incredible.
Go to IndyRacingExperience.com to make your racing dreams come true.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Attention, those of you looking to go on a fun vacation and see the world on the cheap. Today, the U.S. dollar is worth even more in other countries, so there's never been a better time to travel outside the USA. The dollar is worth over $1.30 in Canadian dollars, and it's the same for Australia. You can fly there today and have fun and maximize your travel dollar. Your U.S. dollar is worth over $3 in Brazilian reals, and it's worth over $18 in Mexican pesos. Plus, in Argentina, it's worth over $27 in Argentine pesos. Just think of the bargains you'll get. And the way you get the cheapest airfare to any destination is by calling Tickets That Cheap. Save up to 75% on your foreign vacation tickets. Don't wait. Call now. 800-932-1548. 800-932-1548. 800-932-1548. That's 800-932-1548.
Back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Alexander Rossi, Michael Young, has qualified for the Indy 500.
Well, still has that calm, cool demeanor that we're used to Alexander Rossi having. Oh, what could have been if you would have went out first. That is a bad, fast race car, Alex. Well done.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're still missing a little bit to the top three cars, but ultimately, you know, their own McLaren cars have been strong on Team Chevy's done. It's really unspeakable the job they've done this offseason, so that's making our lives pretty easy. Certainly the track temps and the ambience and everything weren't great for us compared to the top three cars, but you know, they were the benchmark yesterday, so we'll keep working on it, and we certainly have to find a bit of time if we want to fight for pole.
Big picture, you're solidly in there. How many more runs do you do today, if any?
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll definitely go do another one because we gotta learn and we gotta close the gap, right? Whether we complete the runs or not, but we're definitely gonna try and like use this as a practice session. You know, hopefully that's a good enough time to get us into the top 12. But yeah, we're still looking for some pace.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Alexander Rossi, 4-lap 232.962. Nick.
Thank you, Michael Young. Good hustle by Michael and Alex throughout the last 3 hours in qualifying. Nick Yeoman, Jake Query inside the Sid Collins broadcasting booth, and from one Indy 500 champion to the completed run of another. Ryan Hunter-Reay has wrapped up his 4-lap qualifying effort, 231.695 miles per hour for the driver that won the 98th Indianapolis 500. That puts him 17th. Jake Query has, again, got some interesting storylines, one of which was, of course, the Aero McLaren cars, waiting to see them go out and qualify. Alexander Rossi, the first one to do it, and it was an impressive run for the winner of the 100th Indy 500.
Yeah, and these conditions, I'm sure, are a little more slippery. You heard Michael mention that because it is very hot, Nick, and, you know, we have had a couple of incidents already today. That, of course, of Rinus VeeKay on the north end of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. One of the cars that we thought would be a faster one in qualifying. We'll see what happens with that Ed Carpenter Racing team. Nolan Siegel, another storyline because they are lacking speed in his backup car and are going to have to find some before they put themselves perhaps in peril of having to go out and fight for a spot at the back of the field. And then, of course, Kyle Larson, the other story that went out and just something popping on that engine and deciding to kill it and coming in. So a couple of big speeds that I think we still anticipate, Nick, but we may also be entering that time of the day where you're chasing the track a little bit. And I don't know that this track condition is really going to improve over the course of the day between now and when the deadline would come, that somebody needs to find that speed if it's elusive to them at this point. But we shall see. As I had mentioned, Kyle Larson, he is one of those that is strapped into the car, Nick. So cars may be starting to line up to go out, and as you had just mentioned or just heard from Alexander Rossi, going out and making another run.
Yeah, of course, just into the 2 o'clock hour, still one of the hottest parts of the day here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Well, if you're a United States Auto Club fan, you're probably used to hearing this voice of coverage of USAC, Sprints, Midgets, and Silver Crown on Flow Racing. We welcome Drake. Drake York, is at the head of the qualifying line. Drake, welcome, and update us on who is potentially in line to qualify.
Well, no cars were in the line just a few minutes ago, but Alexander Rossi's Aero McLaren number 7, or excuse me, I believe that's Pato O'Ward, coming to the very front of lane 1. And mind you guys, and Nick, I know you'll go into it a little bit more, but that is the express lane. Pato has no time to wave off right now, so it makes sense to go in lane 1. Also buckled in his car right behind, but not in line yet, is the 17 Aero McLaren machine of Kyle Larson. So 2 McLarens set to hit the speedway here in just a few minutes.
Jake Query, you're looking over the qualifying rules. It's been an interesting day so far.
So for those that may not be familiar with it, this is what we are watching today until 5:50. Positions 1 through 30, of course, are locked in today with positions 13 through 30 set. So if you are not in the 12 fastest cars and you are in 13 through 30, you are set and your position is locked. But once every car in the qualifying order today has been presented at least with one chance to qualify, then teams may choose from 2 lanes for second and subsequent attempts. Now, if you go into the priority lane, that's lane 1, you must withdraw your qualified time if you already have one, but to get priority access to the track ahead of lane 2, you have to do that. Lane 2 is for cars that have already qualified but wish to improve
their position. Rob Blackman also joining us on pit road, and he is with Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Indeed I am, driving for Brian Reinbold Racing, a 2014 Indy 500 winner with a 231.695. Ryan Hunter-Reay, you were a little delayed in getting your first opportunity here to qualify, but all in all, how did it go?
Yeah, pretty disappointing to be honest, but I was hoping to kind of peak on that first lap at a 2:32.8, and we were at a 2:32.4, so I knew it was kind of set in its way at that point. From there, it was just managing the building push in the car, so it's unfortunate. We'll probably go try again, and I think we're in the neighborhood we're in at the moment. I don't know. I have to look at it again, but yeah, it was disappointing.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks.
Yeah, and Ryan Hunter-Reay, again, solidly in right now, 17th fastest, but does not sound in any way that he's happy with that run. Still 4 cars that have not qualified for the Indianapolis 500. A chance, Jake, that we're going to trim that down to 3 as we see Pato O'Ward, the 25-year-old from Monterrey, Mexico, on the racetrack, navigating his warm-up lap down the back straightaway.
Yeah, Pato O'Ward, one of those that we anticipate having a car that should qualify up towards the front in that Chevrolet McLaren for Pato O'Ward. This is a driver who knows about the drama of bump at the Indianapolis 500. Happened to him the first time that he came here back in 2019, but Nick, he has been stout, in particular in qualifying, essentially ever since, because he has qualified 15th and 12th, and then since then, twice he has qualified inside of that front 9. 7th and 5th the last 2 years. He has found himself running towards the top 10, contending for wins at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Pato O'Ward works his way through turn number 2.
Yeah, led 39 laps last year, Jake. Had a really, really strong run before it all went awry down in front of you in turn number 3 and a late pass on Marcus Ericsson. Pato O'Ward crashed and finished 24th, but we know how fast these Aero McLaren cars are because we just saw a great run from Alexander Rossi. No reason to think that Pato O'Ward might not have similar speed, Jake. Here comes Pato O'Ward trying to make his 5th Indianapolis 500 across the Yard of Bricks to complete lap number 1.
Pato O'Ward works the adjustments inside the car. Nick, you just jumped back a little bit when that speed popped up.
Yeah, and it's not for a good reason. 227.611 miles per hour for Pato O'Ward. That is not even in the ballpark. Alexander Rossi, his teammate moments ago, Jake, ran a 4-lap average of 232.9, so something must have happened on lap number 1 for Pato O'Ward. I don't think, based on what we saw Fast Friday yesterday, that car is this slow, so maybe it was a moment. We'll see if Pato can find a little bit more speed, Jake, out of turn 4.
Looked like Pato O'Ward might have been on the radio to the team talking to them through the backstretch. He has worked his way across the bricks for lap number 2 for Pato O'Ward, and this time, lap number 2, Nick, what is the time?
It's a heck of a lot better, Jake. It's all the way up to 230.241 miles per hour, so he regains nearly 2.5 miles per hour from lap 1 to lap 2, so something clearly went wrong for Pato O'Ward on lap 1. Now it's damage control, Jake. We got to see just how much speed he can squeeze out of that orange and black Chevrolet for Aero McLaren Racing out of turn number 4.
And entering into turn number 3, wheel got just a little bit loose for Pato O'Ward. The white flag is about to fall. There will be 1 lap left for Pato O'Ward. The speed for lap number 3 is in. Consistent, up just a little bit, 230.934 miles an hour right now for Pato O'Ward.
Jake, you've been coming out to the Speedway a little bit longer than I have, but we're both veterans here. I'm not sure I've ever seen someone get faster lap 1 to lap 2 to lap 3. That's not supposed how it's supposed to work, but that is how it's playing out for Pato O'Ward. Is clearly something wrong on lap number 1. He saw it on the steering wheel into turn number 3. The orange nose of that Chevrolet is now pointed back down the front straightaway towards the Art of Bricks, Jake, as he's about to wrap up what can only be described as an interesting 4-lap qualifying run.
Yep, definitely one where he would like to have that first lap over. Pato O'Ward now works his way across the line. The 4th lap is in at 230.603 miles an hour. Lap number 4 for Pato O'Ward, 230.603. That creates a 4-lap average of 229.840 miles an hour. That is not where that team expected to be. Pato O'Ward finds himself in the middle of row number 10 in what assuredly, Nick, will be the first of multiple attempts today.
Yeah, in fact, it puts him only faster than Nolan Siegel right now in the middle of row number 10. Let's go back to pit lane and Drake York
Well, guys, it did not take long for business to pick up here on the end of pit lane down in turn number 1. Kyle Larson was just in the left lane, lane 1, so he got priority in the express lane, if you will. He has just started out on his warm-up lap. But in lane 2, however, Kyle Kirkwood, who is already in the fast 12, he is at the very front of the line here in lane 2, and right behind him is Roman Grosjean, who was not happy at all after his initial qualifying run. And coming in right behind him right now is his teammate, Augustine Canapino. So 3 cars already in lane 2.
A lot of speculation, Jake, that it might have been a plenum fire, very similar situation that robbed Pato O'Ward of a win at St. Pete a couple years ago and also stalled out the run of the driver we see on the racetrack right now. So that is Kyle Larson. So that is something the Arrow McLaren crew certainly working through. Pato pedaled it back to, again, a 229.840 mile-per-hour average. But the driver on the racetrack next is Kyle Larson. This is his second run. Again, if you're just joining us, he was the 6th car out on the racetrack for qualifying. 3, call it good, maybe not great laps, but on the 4th lap, that car suddenly shut off on him in turns 1 and 2. And again, it's been speculated and I think confirmed by the team that it was a plenum fire situation. So Larson getting up to speed, Jake, seeing the green flag, his warm-up lap at 217.240 miles per hour.
Just as back in the glory days of the Indiana High School basketball tournament, small towns around the state would tune in to find out what was happening on Friday nights with basketball. Small towns across the United States tuning in to hear what happens with Kyle Larson, of course, trying to attempt to do the double, the Indianapolis 500, the Coca-Cola 600, running 2 races in one day. And this is a guy that flat knows how to bend that wheel. He does exactly that off turn number 4, right smack dab to the middle of the racetrack as Kyle Larson screams across the yard of bricks. And Nick, we await to see what the time is for lap number 1. It is a good one, 232.951 miles an hour in car number 17.
Yeah, just shy of 233 miles per hour. That is the kind of pace that this car has shown over the last 48 hours and backing up. The question, of course, with Larson, based on what we saw earlier today, can that car hold together the power plant for 4 full laps? But Kyle Larson looks good and smooth through turns 3 and 4. It's an orange, white, and blue car. He'll race a similarly painted car from the Coca-Cola 600 as he attempts to do the double. Kyle Larson from Elk Grove, California, the 31-year-old Jake, across the yard of bricks. Lap number 2, pretty good, 232.796 miles per hour.
His teammate, Alexander Rossi, had talked about the work Chevrolet did in the offseason to prepare these cars for this moment, and Kyle Larson's car right now is performing for him. He is provisionally at this point on pace to be the 5th fastest qualifier, but will it uphold for Kyle Larson? He now takes that car, again, as you had mentioned, Nick, that blue car with orange on top, works its way through the north end of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and it will not be long before you hear him roaring across the main straight as Kyle Larson now takes it once again across the yard of bricks, and we await the speed for lap number 3. It is 232.395 miles an hour, 232.395 on lap number 3.
It is strong and it is consistent for Kyle Larson, and he just got through the point where that car shut off on him earlier today. That's exiting turn number 2, halfway down the backstretch for the driver who in 2021 won 10 races in the NASCAR Cup Series en route to his first NASCAR championship. He is the NASCAR points leader entering this weekend, driving an IndyCar for the first time. Out of turn 4, that car has stayed at speed. Aaron Likens waves the checkered flag. Kyle Larson across the yard of bricks. Lap number 4 still strong, 232.114 miles per hour. The 4-lap average for Larson, 232.563. That is the 6th best run we have seen so far today. How about an update on his teammate from Rob Blackman?
Well, here's an update. Pato O'Ward wanted nothing to do with the assembled media after his disappointing run just a moment ago. As a matter of fact, he waved off both myself as well as the television folks and the folks with the in-house cameras here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and made a beeline with his team to push that car right back into the line to go again. So Pato O'Ward wasting no time. That Arrow McLaren team, they're wasting no time. They're putting themselves right back into line to try again, because obviously Pato extremely disappointed with that first qualifying attempt.
Things good for Kyle Larson, not so good for Pato O'Ward. We'll talk more about it when qualifications continue here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Start your engines, race fans, and Advance Auto Parts, our lineup of free services, is like having your own local pit crew. Make Advance your next pit stop, and we'll test your battery for free and install a new Die-Hard battery with purchase. We also have free oil recycling, wiper installation, and more. Visit us, use the Advance Auto Parts app, or buy online. From the starting line to the checkered flag, Advance will help you get the job done. Advance Auto Parts is the official aftermarket automotive retail partner of the NTT IndyCar Series.
This is how we advance.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Nothing beats seeing a child smile. For over 3 decades, Racing for Kids has been bringing IndyCar drivers to the bedsides of sick children and putting smiles on the faces of thousands of hospitalized youngsters. Doctors and caregivers say these visits from an IndyCar driver are an important part of each child's recovery, brightening their days and giving them hope in the midst of long and often painful therapies. Join the Racing for Kids team. Support these smile-making hospital visits by going to racingforkids.org.
Indy's biggest party is back. Miller Lite Carb Day, Friday, May 24, featuring George Thorogood and the Destroyers. With special guests, Gin Blossoms. Miller Lite Carb Day, May 24th at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Concert, pit, and VIP tickets on sale now at IMS.com.
Dick Yeoman, Jake Query, Drake York, Rob Blackman back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as Kyle Kirkwood has taken to the racetrack. Jake, 5th fastest overall for Kirkwood. He was the first car on the racetrack. So far, pretty solid run as lap number 1 is in the books.
232.573 miles an hour for lap number 1 for Kyle Kirkwood. So Kirkwood working his way now off of turn number 2. Again, that Honda, he was one of the faster Hondas so far here today, but have conditions changed? We shall see. Off now of turn number 4, right to the middle of the racetrack as Kyle Kirkwood comes across the yard of bricks, driving for Andretti Global. We await the time on lap number 2, and it is 232.324 miles an hour. 232.324 on lap number 2 for Kyle Kirkwood.
And again, this is a lane 1 run because we've got all the way through the order, so Kyle Kirkwood is not pulling his first time because there's nobody in line. He can go out there and attempt to better it, but he is in no danger of losing the 4-lap average that he posted earlier, which is significantly faster right now at 232.764. Here comes that AutoNation Honda. The cockpit is white, side pods black and pink for the young man from Jupiter, Florida. Lap number 3, 232.031 miles per hour. It's a consistent run, Jake. All 3 laps within a half a mile per hour, but still not as fast as he went much earlier. Again, first car out earlier this morning.
Dipping each lap, and the caution flag has come out as they IndyCar themselves are aborting this run for Kyle Kirkwood. So Kyle Kirkwood was on the backstretch of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That theoretically will give him time to go ahead and get on that exit lane in turn number 3 as opposed to coming back around. I say that he went ahead and stayed on the track, but we'll bring it in here off of turn number 4. So the run is aborted for Kyle Kirkwood.
So here's where we stand right now. Will Power, Scott McLaughlin, Joseph Newgarden, the Team Penske trio, 1, 2, 3 at the top of the qualifying order. Alexander Rossi moments ago posted the 4th fastest time. Kyle Kirkwood, bringing his car back to pit lane, will stand on his 5th fastest time that he turned earlier today. And then Kyle Larson sits 6th quick. Rest of the top 10, Jake, Felix Rosenqvist, Santino Ferrucci, Alex Palou, Colton Herta. We'll go a little bit deeper. Marcus Armstrong, Takuma Sato, 11th and 12th. 12th, of course, that magic number. If you end up in the top 12 at the end of the day, you got a shot at the pole tomorrow.
And I would assume, by the way, for those that are curious, that the reason that was aborted by IndyCar is because when you go out, as Kyle Kirkwood did, on a no-harm, no-foul run, meaning that you are going out simply to see if you can improve your already posted but not removed times if you went through that lane. Once you reach the point where mathematically you cannot improve it, then you go ahead and they bring you back in because there's no reason, should someone else to want to go out, for you to go ahead and continue on your run. So they alerted Kyle Kirkwood, you're not going to improve yourself, you may as well bring it back in and stick with your original time. You had mentioned the top 12. If you look at the 3 that are right on the outside of that, sitting right now in terms of trying to get in those positions. It would be Ed Carpenter, then the rookie driving for Chip Ganassi, Kip and Simpson, and Marco Andretti, who we've not talked a lot about, but had a nice run in his Honda for Andretti Global. He is 15th fastest right now, followed by Elio Castroneves, Agustin Canapino, and Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Yeah, after Ryan Hunter-Reay, Christian Rasmussen, the rookie, was 19th fastest after his run. Romain Grosjean is 20th, and he is on the racetrack as we speak. Linus Lundqvist, another rookie's 21st fastest. 22nd was Christian Lundgaard. Tom Blomqvist sits 23rd. Then it's a pair of Chevrolets, Stingray Rob, Connor Daly 24th and 25th. Pietro Fittipaldi 26th fastest so far. Marcus Ericsson 27th. Catherine Legg is 28th. Graham Rahal 29th. And then Pato O'Ward with a disappointing 30th place run. And then Nolan Siegel has posted the 31st time overall. As for Romain Grosjean, trying to make his third Indianapolis 500. Jake, his run is underway. First two runs here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, he did it with Andretti Global. Switched teams in the offseason, and it was certainly one of the big storylines that we followed.
And one would assume that he, along with his teammate Agustin Canapino, who had basically said after run number one this to be the case, that they're looking for a little more speed out of that Chevrolet. Thought maybe they might have just a little more in there, and that is perhaps the reason, in fact, why Romain Grosjean is on his run right now. Lap number one is Romain Grosjean works his way off the north end of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, comes off and just slides a little bit down towards the bottom of the racetrack as he crosses the yard of bricks. And Romain Grosjean's run, we will continue to watch it, but let's go down to Rob Blackman with Kyle Larson.
Well, Kyle Larson, you tried earlier in the day, you got 3/4 of the way through, and then now you finally had that opportunity to get that first ever qualifying run in an IndyCar here at the Indianapolis 500. How was it?
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, good to get in and be 6. I'm happy with that. So hopefully that's enough to make the Fast 12 for tomorrow. And yeah, just a really cool day, really cool experience this whole week, and especially qualifying. Man, looking around, the crowd is bigger than you see at some of the races that we get to run. So pretty awesome experience and fun to go that fast.
Any nervousness after that first aborted run earlier in the day that, oh man, my day is not off to a good start here?
I mean, obviously we would have liked to complete that run, but no, I mean, I wasn't too upset or frustrated or anything like that, stressed out, just because you get to run again, if that happens, if you've got one opportunity and that's it, then yeah, it's obviously disappointing. But this format is prestigious, and getting to run from 11 a.m. to 5:50 p.m. gives you multiple opportunities. So felt like we would be able to go out there and hope the conditions. I was just more nervous about the track conditions, but I think we went faster than we would have earlier, so that was good.
It was awesome to see. Congratulations, Kyle.
Thank you.
Let's go up further down pit road where Drake York has an update for us. Drake.
Yellow is now out on the speedway, but a big development here in lane 1. Meanwhile, in lane 2, Agustin Canapino continues to sit idle, but the two cars now entering lane 1. At the head is Scott Dixon, so he'll be the next car to take to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This team made an engine change today in preparation for qualifying, so they'll go out next, and right behind him is Callum Ilott. Now, Callum Ilott did get to go out for a qualifying run earlier today, but that time was disallowed after a wheel offset issue was found in tech. So both cars in lane 1, the 9 of Dixon and the 6 of Ilott.
Good to hear. Sounds like business is going to pick up. That caution flag, not for any incident. That run for Romain Grosjean has been waved off, as he does not appear like he's going to go any faster than his 4-lap average he posted earlier today at 231.514 miles per hour. He sits 20th right now on the speed charts. Qualifying will continue here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
This is IndyCar Radio. Find us on TuneIn Premium.
NTT is a leading global technology company. As the official technology partner of the NTT IndyCar Series, we're innovating to shape the future of IndyCar by creating digital-first experiences that bring fans closer to the action. Download the IndyCar app and discover how smart solutions drive the sport forward. Visit global.ntt/NTT IndyCar.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
One of the many traditions surrounding the Indianapolis 500 is breakfast at the Legion. American Legion Post 500 is on Georgetown Road, across from Gate 6 on the west side of the Speedway. Your support enables Post 500 to help veterans, their families, and our community. Open to the public, join us Saturday and race day from 7 to 10:30. Be the one to help our nation's warriors. Learn more about the American Legion at legion.org. That's legion.org.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf.
800-393-0537. 800-393-0537. That's 800-393-0537.
Jake Query, Nick Yeoman qualifying for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Get ready for the greatest spectacle in racing. Fuel your excitement with official Indianapolis Motor Speedway and Indy 500 merchandise. From exclusive apparel lines to one-of-a-kind collectibles, we have everything you need with the Indy 500. You can shop with us trackside throughout the entire month of May or online at shop.ims.com. Don't miss your chance. Grab your Indy 500 gear and be a part of the action. Right now, Nick, on the track, Scott Dixon a part of the action as he works his way into the south end of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Yeah, I'm going to take a wild guess. If you visit one of the trackside gift shops, they'll probably have some Scott Dixon merch, and there's a good reason, because he is a 5-time Indy 500 pole sitter. His run is underway. Decent first lap at 232.347 miles per hour. He keeps his foot in the throttle into turn number 3. Left side Firestones down along the white line. Takes it out towards the short shoe wall. Keeps it off of it. Arcs that car to turn number 4. Scott Dixon, 43 years old, from Auckland, New Zealand. Jake, he will rip across the yard of bricks to complete lap number 2 here at Indianapolis.
It seems almost like a tradition on the Sunday of qualifying, Nick, where all of us kind of jump out and eye pop at a speed for Scott Dixon. Today, right now on lap number 2, 232.280 miles an hour. The goal for Scott Dixon, of course, is to be able to put himself in position to be able to do exactly that tomorrow, to return and try to qualify for that front row. Right now, he is tentatively scheduled with this speed to do that. The average is at 232.313. That would appropriately be spot number 9 for car number 9. But he's seeing the white flag now.
Yeah, lap number 3 for Scott Dixon. A little bit of a fall off, 231.690. And that drops him outside of the top 12, Jake, so he's going to have to pedal if he wants a chance at that 6 Indianapolis 500 pole position. Out of turn number 4, see a cockpit view. He reaches in, starts adjusting on some of the many tools that these drivers have at their disposal on that steering wheel. Scott Dixon already into turn number 3.
Fascinating to watch how they work those weight jackers and move the car, try to set it up for the best speed, as Scott Dixon got low through turn number 4, but this is a good line. It's going to be across the bricks. Checkered flag is going to fall on this run for Scott Dixon, and the speed at 231.091 miles an hour. Lap number 4 for Scott Dixon, 231.091. What that did do, Nick, those last 2 laps, it caused him to fall out of that area where he wants to be.
Yeah, the 4-lap average, Jake, 231.851 miles per hour, slots Scott Dixon into 17th. It's a safe run. I can say assuredly that he will most certainly make his 22nd Indianapolis 500 with that speed. But again, it's kind of been that kind of week, I should say, for Chip Ganassi Racing. They're searching for a little bit of speed, a check of where their cars are right now. Alex Pillow's the fastest Ganassi car. He is the NTT IndyCar Series points leader. He sits 9th fastest. Marcus Armstrong, the rookie, had a good run. He sits 11th fastest. Kippen Simpson was impressive as well. He's 14th. Then you've got Scott Dixon in 17th. And the other one, Linus Lundqvist, down in 22nd. So 10th to 22nd, Jake. Again, for a lot of teams, that'd be safe. We know Chip Ganassi Racing, though, expects a little bit more.
Yeah, I think there are teams here, and including those in particular, I think some of those Chevrolet teams, Nick, that felt like perhaps there was more speed in the car, and maybe it was just the conditions that fell them back a little bit. And then obviously that would go as well for those Chip Ganassi teams and cars that they think might have a little bit of more speed in them. So you have those, for example, that are going out because they didn't like the speed they had earlier. Then we have somebody on track right now in Callum Ilott who is having to go back out because his team, as they called it, marginally failed tech after his initial qualifying run.
What does that mean, by the way?
I marginally failed algebra when I was in high school, Nick, on several occasions. So Callum Ilott, they had to go and make a change in the way that car was set up, and as a result of that, Callum Ilott's official run is back underway now. Green flag falls on Callum Ilott.
Yeah, warm-up speed at 215.972. The official ruling from IndyCar disallowed first qualifying run for Callum Ilott for a non-compliant left rear wheel offset. Violation was found in post-qualifying technical inspection. So I'm with you, Jake. I marginally failed a lot of things in school, but because of that, Callum Ilott has not posted an official qualifying run. Going to have to do it all over again. Based on his teammates, this could be an interesting run because Alexander Rossi posts time good enough right now for the inside of row 2. Kyle Larson on the outside of row 2. Lap number 1 in the books for Callum Ilott across the yard of bricks. It's decent, 231.984 miles per hour as he's sawing on that steering wheel. It vibrates in his hands as he navigates turns 1 and 2.
He is a native of 2 Indianapolis 500s, both of them with Junto Racing for Callum Ilott. He started 19th as a rookie, 27th a year ago. Now piloting for Arrow McLaren in the machine that was vacated after the injury to David Malukas. And Callum Ilott is who they selected to go ahead and fill in for the Indianapolis 500, attempting to qualify for his third greatest spectacle in racing as he works his way now, starts to drift down a little bit off of turn number 4, and Callum Ilott is across the yard of bricks, and the speed will report to us, Nick, 231.660 miles an hour. Pretty consistent from lap 1 to 2.
Marginal penalty, marginal fall off in speed, just about 0.3 of a mile per hour for the 25-year-old from Arrow McLaren Racing as Callum Ilott works lap number 3. Let's hear from Scott Dixon. He's standing by with Rob Blackman.
Well, what a day it has been for you, Scott Dixon. A new engine change, an opportunity to finally get out and do some qualifying runs here. Talk to me about not only this qualifying opportunity, but the day you've had today. What a day it's been.
Yeah, probably something we should have done last night. So yeah, it was definitely not what we expected. It's not easy when you do it on qual day either. You know, obviously engine requires to go through some stuff and set up, and then obviously choosing to go in the heat of the day is never fun as well. So is what it is. We'll work on as much as we can and see what we can get when we rerun this afternoon.
Is it a matter of trying to get as many opportunities as you can today? Because as you said, trying to get that engine up to speed on qualifying day, never easy.
Yeah, that and balance. You can kind of go off what your teammates have. Most of them went pretty early, so it wasn't, conditions were a lot better early on. So yeah, we'll kind of go what we got at the minute. We'll work on it and see what we end up with.
That's Scott Dixon, 5-time pole sitter here at the Indianapolis 500.
Thank you, Rob. It's a remarkably consistent run for Callum Ilott. Maybe not spectacularly fast. 231.9 on the lap number 1, 231.66 on lap 2, and then it's a 231.5 and a 231.6. The 4-lap average for Callum Ilott, good enough for 19th fastest, 231.728 miles per hour. Let's go back to the head of the qualifying line, Drake York.
Well, Augustine Canapino has probably waited for about 10 minutes to make this qualifying run. He sits at the head of lane 2. Currently nobody in lane 1, so Augustine and his team have just fired up the 78 Juncos Hollinger entry, and they're set to hit the speedway. But back behind him in lane 2 is the Delaware Life Andretti Global 28 of Marcus Ericsson. Now remember, earlier this week, Marcus Ericsson had a violent crash off of turn number 4, and that is a backup tub they have for that 28 car as Augustine Canapino heads to the speedway.
Augustine Canapino from Argentina safely right now, Jake, on the outside of row number 6. So this is kind of an exploratory run, but certainly, as Drake touched on, the run after of Marcus Ericsson is going to be one to watch because that backup car was not quick when he went out there earlier today. Currently sits 29th at 230.603. Again, the magic numbers today. Top 12 at the end of the day, you've got a shot at the pole. Top 30, and you're locked into the field. So for Ericsson sitting there at 29th, that's not enough room, I think, for comfort, especially for Andretti Global.
Sitting right now in that 12th position, 232.140 miles an hour is the two-time winner, Takuma Sato. Again, 232.140. Agustin Canapino right now for Juncos Hollinger Racing is out on the racetrack, and this is one of those, Nick, that we had talked about. I think this is a team that felt like they just wanted to explore and see what else is there in the car itself. Between himself and Romain Grosjean, maybe the conditions a little bit they thought they might be able to improve upon. And so right now out on the track it is Agustin Canapino that works his way through the north end of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It will not be long before he presents himself to us here off of turn number 4 and works his way onto the main straightaway, and you will hear the sound right there going past as the green flag flies for a green car, that of Agustin Canapino.
Yeah, I heard his interview after his run earlier today. I don't remember if it was with Alex or Michael, but he was pretty frank that he wanted to go back out for another run because
he knew there was something in there, didn't he?
Yeah, he feels like there's a little bit more speed in that car. It's been a decent day for Juncos Hollinger Racing so far. Again, Canapino sits 18th, Grosjean 22nd, so neither of these cars look like they're in any danger of missing the Indianapolis 500, but we'll see what Agustin Canapino can do here on lap number 1. We'll give you the speed after we hear from Callum Ilott, who has qualified. He's standing by with Rob Blackman.
Well, he has qualified. He thought he'd qualified earlier, but now he has definitely qualified. At least we think so. Callum, do you mind talking to our listeners about your day, thinking you'd qualified earlier, then failing inspection post-qualifying, and now having a second chance here?
Yeah, a little bit annoying, but that's what it is. Yeah, we set a good baseline earlier. I thought we'd improve a bit more than we did. It's a shame it got taken away, but it is what it is.
Well, and nothing else, you had a second opportunity. Will there be a third or fourth opportunity? How are you feeling right now?
Okay. I want a bit more out of it. I think we definitely have a lot more speed, and I don't understand why we haven't quite unlocked it, but yeah, we need to see.
Thank you.
All right, appreciate that, Rob. Agustin Canapino tried to improve on a 231.8. First lap was at 232 flat. Second lap, Jake, at a 231.5. So he's going to have to find something here on laps 3 and 4 if he wants to improve that average. The line looks good. Car looks stable for the second-year driver from Argentina. Started and finished 26th 1 year ago.
Had worked his way up a few spots, and then that speed dropped down just a little bit, so 231.847. Temperature has gone up. The track temperature now just over 119 degrees, so you have to wonder what that might mean for the grip that these race cars are seeking as Agustin Canapino works his way now across the start-finish line, and he sees the white flag. Lap number 3, 231.343 miles an hour. So, again, ticks off just a little bit, 231.343. The average speed is at 231.631 for Canapino right now, 231.631.
Yeah, and it's not good enough to knock off his 231.8, and there is the yellow flag again. So that lap has been aborted. And the 3 runs that we've seen, Jake, pretty much waved off by IndyCar are from 3 drivers that went off very, very early. Kyle Kirkwood was first out. He couldn't go any faster here in the heat of the day. And now the 2 Juncos Hollinger machines have not been able to improve their times either. Looks like Marcus Ericsson's about to fire his engine and try to qualify or to improve on that 29th place time. We will carry that run when we come back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Racing Optics is the official aero screen and helmet protective solution partner of IndyCar and NTT IndyCar Series. Racing Optics is a Wilson family-owned business with deep motorsport roots. Dempsey Wilson competed as a rookie in the 1958 Indy 500 with A.J. Foyt. Racing Optics is proud to continue the family legacy of participating in and working with IndyCar for 60-plus years. Visit racingoptics.com to learn more about the windshield protection and helmet tear-offs featured on every IndyCar.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-406-2985. 800-406-2985. 800-406-2985. That's 800-406-2985.
Qualifications for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race underway, or ongoing, I should say, here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Jake Query, Nick Yeoman, Rob Blackman, and Drake York guiding you through this 2 o'clock hour. And on the track, Jake, the winner of the 106th Indianapolis 500 just 2 years ago, Marcus Ericsson for Andretti Global. His warm-up lap, 220.050 miles per hour.
Marcus Ericsson, of course, this year's, if you will, representation of just the yin and the yang of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, a winner at this event, the runner-up a year ago, and then in practice having an incident up of turn number 4 in the area of the racetrack that he just went past, as Marcus Ericsson on lap number 1 of this run at 230.943 miles an hour. Now driving for Andretti Global as Marcus Ericsson works his way left side rubber down along the white line, got just a little bit loose up of turn number 2. That rear end started to step out as he found some speed exiting turn number 2. The backstretch at the end of the north end for Marcus Ericsson.
That is not a great first lap for Marcus Ericsson, although, again, I admit 230 miles per hour is still absolutely hauling around this speedway, but we'll see what Marcus Ericsson can do on lap number 2 as he's been kind of flirting with that top 30 bubble throughout the course of the day, sitting 29th. Lap number 2 for Marcus Ericsson. It drops off by half a mile per hour down to 230.440. We'll watch laps 3 and 4 as we get an update of the qualifying order from Drake York.
Well, it was quiet down here for just a few moments, but just moments ago, Tom Blomqvist in the Meyer-Shank Racing Series XM Auto Nation Honda has pulled in a lane 2. He is currently 25th, and he's not sitting comfortably right now, but yes, definitely in the show for Tom Blomqvist. Good to see the 2-time Rolex 24 winner out here at the Speedway, trying to get a little bit more speed here in just a few moments.
5 career Indy 500 starts for Marcus Ericsson. This will be number 6, Jake, if he can make the field. White flag in the air, lap number 3, 229.913. It's going in the wrong direction for the Indy 500 champion of 2 years ago.
There are not many places in the world where an average speed of 230.603 miles an hour would be listed as disappointing, but this is one of them on this particular day. That's where Marcus Ericsson sits right now. It would be provisionally good enough for row number 29, and I think they have said enough is enough. That Delaware Life machine heading down into the backstretch, and I think he is going to go ahead and call off the dogs, and Marcus Ericsson going to bring in that Honda to find out what more they can find out of the car, what changes and tweaks they can make, and they will look at that to find out what they can do to get the Indianapolis 500 winner from 2 years ago back into position to find some speed. He was very low, it looked like, going into on the south end. That rear end, I mentioned it, Nick, kind of stepped out on him a little bit. I think they found something in the balance of that car they wanted to fix.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a huge wiggle, Jake, but as
it was
we
a
know,
wiggle, though.
They don't have to be huge wiggles here at Indianapolis. And that car, you're absolutely right. The language of the rear end didn't look as stable and as comfortable as you would like it for Marcus Ericsson. Again, that is a backup car after he destroyed the primary car in a practice crash earlier this week where he hit the outside wall in turn 4, came back across the track, hit the inside wall, and then it took a third shot from the pit attenuator. So, again, Andretti Global kind of behind the 8 ball with that machine, try to get that Delaware Life car to squeeze out a little bit more speed. For Ericsson, he'll have to sit on that 4-lap average he posted earlier today at 230.603. Again, dangerously close to that top 30 bubble. He is 29th. Driver on the bubble is Catherine Legg at 230.244. So for the drivers that have yet to qualify, drivers like Graham Rahal, Pato O'Ward, Nolan Siegel, who's been bumped, and of course Rinus VeeKay, they are in the process of rebuilding him a race car after a scary crash earlier today. That's what they're looking for, to top the 230.244. As for Tom Blomqvist, he will put his car through the paces. Jake, he's 25th fastest at 231.403 as he navigates the back straightaway a driver from England who spent a lot of years driving in sports cars, whether it's World Endurance Challenge or IMSA for Meyer Shank Racing. Jim Meyer and Michael Shank bringing him over to the IndyCar Series as a rookie, trying to make his first Indianapolis 500.
He will turn 31 in November, but Tom Blomqvist, a rookie, as you had mentioned, with a vast racing background. And your Drake mentioned that as well. Tom Blomqvist into turn number 2 now as he works his way around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, sets up for turn number 2 and gets the car down around the white line and then toward the middle groove. Now on to the backstretch as Tom Blomqvist roars that blue, white, and pink machine for Meyer Shank Racing into the north end of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
He is one of 3 drivers who have won both the Rolex 24 and Daytona and Petit Le Mans overall that are trying to qualify for this race. The other 2 pretty notable is car owner Elio Castroneves, minority owner for that team, and Scott Dixon. Tom Blomqvist, lap number 1, pretty good at 232.021. The line into turn 1 on lap 1 was very, very low. Tom Blomqvist getting after it here, Jake, as he navigates the second corner, roaring past those turn 2 sweeps.
He might put himself in position to be in position, if you will, if he can uptick just a little bit, because right now he would sit provisionally 13th after 1 lap, but it is a 4-lap effort that is required as he got a little bit high that time in turn number 2 to Blomqvist as he works his way around here in through turns 3 and 4. Now back on to the main straightaway as Blomqvist will go across the yard of bricks. We'll see the speed for lap number 2. It is in 231.755, so a tick lower for Tom Blomqvist. 231.755 on lap number 2.
But tracking right now for 16th fastest, so that would be an improvement of 9 spots as he was 25th when he went out of the racetrack. Tom Blomqvist has that car planted right in the middle of the back straightaway, lets it slide over to driver's right to get that nice angle into turn number 3. Doesn't leave a ton of room between himself and that short chute wall, so you know he is getting after it. Tom Blomqvist, a rookie here at Indianapolis, trying to make his first 500. About to see the white flag, Jake, across the yard of bricks.
His car looks very similar to his teammate Felix Rosenqvist. The difference, he has 2 6s on his. Car number 66, not car number 60 of Rosenqvist. 231.460 miles an hour. 231.460 for lap number 3. So the fall off is consistent, 1, 2 to 3 in terms of what you kind of expect from one lap to the next. But Blomqvist now, with Meyer Shank Racing and Michael Shank watching on, works his way now through turn number 4.
Yeah, Jim Meyer, the former CEO of SiriusXM, standing there right beside him as they are watching their rookie driver try to improve on his time. He'll see the checkered flag, and he does just that. Lap number 4, 231.077, the 4-lap average for Tom Blomqvist, 231.578. Moves him up an entire row from 25th to 22nd provisionally on the inside of row number 8. Back to Drake York.
Marco Andretti, the 2020 Indianapolis 500 pole sitter, went into lane 2 just a few moments ago and has now just fired his way out on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway oval. Once again, he was in lane 2, so he is not sacrificing a time, just trying to better it from 15th.
So, Jake, for Tom Blomqvist, again, goes out there, doesn't find a ton more speed, but ultimately it's a beneficial run, moves himself up a row, and perhaps most importantly, moves him ahead of 3 other drivers that potentially could, make his day interesting if he were to fall any lower.
And you never know what they might have learned a little bit, Nick, right? To see whether or not those conditions had changed or whether or not there is something that could be left in the race car. Marco Andretti, a veteran of this facility, this race, is about to make another qualifying run. We will let you know what happens in car number 98 when we return to qualifying here for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
This is IndyCar Radio. Find and follow us on Spotify.
Welcome to the Chevy Lightning Round. Guess the clues to win. First team, you're up.
Powerful, commanding, unstoppable.
Silverado.
Adventurous, fun, techie.
Trailblazer.
Stylish, nimble.
Tracks.
Innovative, electric.
Blazer EV. Lightning Round champions. You've guessed all the right Chevy clues. This season, spring into adventure together in the Chevy of your choice.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
The
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500.
Twin checkered flag in the air. It's a battle at the start-finish line, and Joseph Newgarden will win the Indianapolis 500.
Now stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing, live Sunday, May 26th, on this Indianapolis Motor Speedway radio network station. Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Brickyard, Brickyard 400, Brickyard 200, Gasoline Alley, the greatest spectacle in racing, racing capital of the world, Indy, Indy 500, Indianapolis 500, IndyCar, Indy Lights, Indy Next, and Indy Racing League are trademarks owned and are licensed by Brickyard Trademarks. Firestone is trademark owned and are licensed by Bridgestone Firestone North American Tire. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the information, descriptions, and content of this broadcast without the prior written consent of the IMS Radio Network is strictly prohibited.
Back at the racing capital of the world, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Wish I had wonderful things, Jake, to say about that run for Marco Andretti, but he went out, did a warm-up lap, and brought that number 98 machine for Andretti Global right back to pit lane. So, again, it was the second lane, so he didn't have to pull his run. Currently, he sits 15th fastest at 231.890 miles per hour. Bit of an improvement, Rob Blackman, for Tom Blomqvist after his second qualifying run of the day.
Yeah, I don't know what you get for that. Maybe a pat on the back. I'll give Tom a pat on the back. You were the first to go out a second time and get a little bit better than you were the first time. What did you find in that second run here that improved just a little bit over a tenth of a mile an hour?
Yeah, I don't know, my car's missing a little bit of speed compared to some of my teammates, so just trying to find that, I guess. I think maybe I just have to run a bit, less, let's say, less downforce or whatever. Maybe my car's producing a little bit more than the others, or we just have to run it a bit, trying to make it a bit more slippery. I was definitely sliding around a bit out there. I had quite a bit of drop off, the rear really sliding a little bit on me, but it was quite fun. Those speeds are super precise. I like that, actually. I'm really enjoying it.
You're one of the few, by the way, that might enjoy something like that.
I guess maybe that suits me. I like that sort of, being precise and finding that, just keeping it there on that edge. But, yeah, I'm glad we found a bit of speed. We can still do better, though. So.
Well, that would have been my next question. Do you feel encouraged enough that you might even try again before this day is done, feeling you might be able to find a little bit more?
I mean, we're not going to find enough to go through, so we'll see. It's just a risk, I guess, assessment now. Yeah, we're not going to find enough to go through, but, at least we can try and keep finding a little bit of speed, maybe. Let's see. We'll see if we have enough time.
Well, the day's going in the right direction for you. Thank you, Tom.
A couple of drivers who have yet to go out and officially post a time. Thank you, Rob, and Tom Blomqvist there in this qualifying day for the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Rinus VeeKay had a crash earlier today and, of course, has yet to get back out onto the racetrack. And so if you are wondering why there are still 3 vacated spots on the grid tentatively as it stands right now, it's because there are 4 who have yet to officially at this point post a qualifying time. Those 4 would be the aforementioned Rinus VeeKay, followed by Graham Rahal, Nolan Siegel, and as well Pato O'Ward. So Graham Rahal, technically speaking, is one of those that went out, did a run, and then has been bumped out of it, as that last row at this point, Nick, is not solid. It is not listed in because you have to be able to go into the top 30 to put yourself solidly into the field. So those that have technically been bumped out and have not put themselves into the field solidly, again, Graham Rahal, Pato O'Ward, and then as well Rinus VeeKay, who was talked about, and Nolan Siegel that's still trying to find speed.
Yeah, the terminology gets weird, right? Because officially they haven't made runs because they've been bumped out of the field. They did go out and complete 4-lap runs. Graham Rahal at 230.2, Pato O'Ward at 229.8, and Nolan Siegel at 226.6. But again, those times do not matter because they are on the outside of row number 30, and to officially qualify for the race, that would be done in the last row shootout.
Day off tomorrow, you've got to be in the top 30.
Correct.
Or not in the top 12.
So, again, on the outside looking in, as Jake mentioned, Rahal, O'Ward, Siegel, and Rinus VeeKay, who had a destroyed race car after one of the first qualifying efforts that we saw earlier today. And Drake York, I know you've made your way back to Gasoline Alley as the efforts continue to try to just simply get Rinus VeeKay into the show.
Well, Nick, the efforts are about done. I just talked to some of the crew members. They're putting the finishing touches on the 21 on the setup pad right now, and they will roll it through tech, and we'll make an attempt to re-qualify, or I should say put in a qualifying run, because Rinus spun on lap 1. So it sounds like we'll see VeeKay here not too far from now.
And, Jake, I think the most surprising part about that is where it happened in turn number 3. That's been your turn for many, many years on this network. And in terms of qualifying accidents, I can't remember the last time I saw somebody have an issue and crash in turn number 3. Usually it's turn 2 or turn 4 where those cars maybe get a little low and upset. But for Rinus VeeKay, it was turn 3. And, again, that was a big, big hit. So a heck of a job by that Ed Carpenter Racing crew, as Drake touched on, that they're going to get him out on the racetrack and maybe potentially not have to sweat out a last row shootout tomorrow, which after I saw that accident, I thought, boy, he may be destined for that thing.
It is definitely an interesting area of the racetrack for that to happen, because a lot of times, Nick, turn number 2 becomes tricky, and it has to do with the way that the grandstand configurations are. You don't necessarily get the wind, first off, just geographically speaking, in that northeast corner, but in addition to that, you don't have the grandstand, the lower grandstands like you have in 2 to allow that wind to kind of swirl in. So it's an area where incidents can happen during the race because you're coming off of the backstretch and trying to get aggressive. We saw it with Pato O'Ward a year ago, but Rinus VeeKay, certainly one of those, Nick, that I think was expecting to be able to come out, did a good qualifying effort, and be able to contend for coming back into that shootout tomorrow to try to get himself again where he has become used to qualifying, and that's in the front 4 or 5 spots at the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah, based on the week of practice, Rinus VeeKay expected big things. I don't know what Nolan Siegel expects. It has been a rough week for the 19-year-old Drake York. You're back in Gasoline Alley as that Dale Coyne Racing team just continues to try to find some speed to put that driver from Palo Alto, California in the Indianapolis 500.
Absolutely, and they're one of the 4 teams right now on the outside looking in. The car has been pulled out of their garage stall, and Nolan has just hopped in, so I'd imagine it's going to be a pretty forensic dash to pit lane. I would have to guess lane 1, too, to get him priority, but Nolan has just hopped inside his number 18 machine. And reminder, this is a backup car after that scary flip Nolan had coming off of turn number 2 yesterday here during Fast Friday. So a lot of things going on right now for Nolan Siegel, but he is currently in the car. It has not made its way out to pit road as it's sitting in Gasoline Alley.
All right, let's run you through the results so far so you can find out where your favorite driver is qualified. The top 3 all Team Penske drivers powering those Chevrolets. Will Power, Scott McLaughlin, Newgarden, Joseph Newgarden. Will Power with the fastest time so far, the 4-lap average at 233.758. McLaughlin's 4-lap average at 233.3, and Newgarden at a 233.2. Then it's Alexander Rossi, who's 4th fastest in a Chevrolet at 232.962. Kyle Kirkwood is the fastest Honda. He posted that speed very early. In fact, he was the first car out, 232.764. Kyle Larson, about 45 minutes ago, a very impressive 4-lap run that he was pleased with at 232.563. That leaves the NASCAR points leader 6th fastest. Felix Rosenqvist at a Honda. He's been quick at 232.5. Santino Ferrucci is 8th. And then 4 more Hondas that are in the top 12 shootout as of right now. Those are Alex Palou at 232.3, Colton Herta at 232.2, then Marcus Armstrong and Takuma Sato, both in the 232.1 range, Jake. Those 12, if things were to end right now, would be the drivers that compete for the pole of the 108th Indianapolis 500 tomorrow.
And the 3 that are just on the outside of that, looking in and trying to perhaps improve with runs later today. Ed Carpenter in his Chevrolet is 13th, followed by Kippen Simpson, the rookie, driving for Chip Ganassi. Simpson at 231.948. He would be the fastest of the non-232 speeds because Ed Carpenter found himself just over that barrier. Marco Andretti is 15th, followed by Elio Castroneves, Scott Dixon, Agustin Canapino, Kellum Ilott, and Ryan Hunter-Reay. That's how they run in the top 20. Rest of the field going 21 through 30. Right now it is, as it is tentatively set, the rookie Christian Rasmussen just in front of another rookie. That would be Tom Blomqvist, who is 22nd. Then it's Romain Grosjean, followed by Linus Lundqvist, Christian Lundgaard, Stingray Rob, Connor Daly sitting at 27th. 28th is Pietro Fittipaldi. 29th, car 28, Marcus Ericsson, and 30th is Catherine Legg.
Catherine Legg, the driver on the bubble, and that bubble speed right now, 230.244, and the 4 drivers on the outside looking in currently. Graham Rahal, Pato O'Ward, Nolan Siegel, and Rinus VeeKay. Hey, 100 Days to Indy is back for Season 2. Catch it every Friday at 9 Eastern and Pacific on the CW. Then find each episode the next day on the CW app. Go behind the scenes as your favorite NTT IndyCar Series driver preps for the Indianapolis 500. It's 100 Days to Indy, Season 2, now playing on the CW. Really cool show, Jake. I've had a chance to check out a few of those episodes, and a really nice way to kind of promote the series.
And get a glimpse at the drivers when they are not necessarily at the racetrack in the car, which is, of course, the idea, to get people more familiar with the drivers that are part of the NTT IndyCar Series, the storylines that make up trying to get your car, your team ready for each and every race.
Again, the track has gone silent. It's open for qualifications. It's green. Everything nice here. It's been a beautiful day here, Jake, as well at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and the fans really getting what they deserve because I think for all of us, it's been a troublesome week with how much track activity's been washed out.
Yeah, no question about that. Just 24 minutes, just under that, of practice on day number 1 on Tuesday due to the rain, and then not getting able to go underway for some 3 hours before the track was clear on day number 2 due to rain. So it has certainly been fractured in terms of the practices. And then the one thing that we see today that they didn't really get a chance to prepare for, and that is hot temperatures. Sun-drenched track, 81 degrees, 119.1 is the track temperature. That does take a little bit of that grip away from you, and so that's become a test for these cars. But again, the big storyline here so far is it was not necessarily a test for Team Penske. Will Power, the fastest provisionally with a 4-lap average at 233.758 miles an hour. He is flanked in row number 1 provisionally by his teammates. And again, they will have to come back tomorrow, assuming that this holds, to be able to solidify those positions. But Scott McLaughlin and Joseph Newgarden, the second and third fastest, as Nick had just mentioned here today.
Starting to see a little movement. Nolan Siegel, the 19-year-old, is in his car and is headed towards the qualifying line. We will document that run here momentarily. We pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network.
The Honda Ridgeline, Passport, and Pilot are in a league of their own when it comes to rugged capability. Their relentless power and versatility make these vehicles the ultimate challengers for exhilarating adventures and formidable terrain. But it's not just performance that makes these cars special. It's the unwavering determination that inspires everything we do. That's why we're KBB.com's best value brand of 2023. Visit your local Honda dealer or shop online today.
Available all-wheel drive on Pilot based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelly Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Have you ever met a single person in your life that enjoys paying taxes? No, no one does. If you can't sleep at night because you have a huge problem with the IRS, I've got some free advice for you. This service is strictly limited to individuals that owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes. And if you qualify, we can guarantee that you won't be writing a big fat check to the IRS, or our services cost you nothing. The first 100 people that call today will get a free tax consultation worth $500. Stop worrying about your IRS problem. We can help you, we promise. Call the tax doctor right now. I mean right now to learn more.
800-393-0537. 800-393-0537. 800-393-0537. That's 800-393-0537.
Back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Drake York is in Gasoline Alley. Drake?
Thank you, Nick. I've caught up with the car owner of the 2021 winner of Elio Castroneves, that, of course, Mike Schenken. You and I were just talking a little bit. First time your team has brought 3 cars to the Indianapolis 500. What's the experience been like so far?
Very hectic. It's just a tremendous effort. There's 65 or 70 people here to support 3 cars. It's a lot. But Adam Rovazini runs the show now top to bottom, and he runs it tight, and it's the only way to run it. Otherwise, it's complete chaos. So super proud of where everything is right now. We're going to – Tom just re-racked and moved up 4 spots. That's good. Felix is pretty in on the top 12. We may go out there and preventive, and Elio, of course, he wants to run more. So we're going to try to get him up in the top 12 and see what happens. Right now at 120-degree track temp, not a lot super happy, but I was happy that 66 and Tom were able to actually improve in this heat.
Tom sitting 21st right now. I want to talk about him a little bit. And, you know, if you weren't familiar with Tom Blomqvist, well, you're sure now in the IndyCar series. And I'm sure, not for you, but I'm sure from the outside perspective, it looked like maybe it was a little bit of a gamble bringing Tom over. He's done well on the road and street courses. How would you assess his performance so far here at the Speedway?
I mean, it's a lot. To come here and never done anything like this in your life, it is a huge, huge thing to do. He's doing great. We've given him a long leash to get better, and he is literally every time he goes out, he gets better. I think pack running last week was pretty eye-opening to him, and he almost thought the car was broke when you get 12 of these things in a line, you know, but he figured it out, and he's moving around in the pack good, and that's really what we care about. We get through today, you know, solidly in it and get some more experience, and he deserves a shot. Remember, he's a champion sports car guy for us, and he deserves to get what he's getting right now.
Absolutely. Tom Blomqvist impressing here at the Speedway. That's car owner Mike Shank.
Yeah, it's a spectacular three-car effort for that organization. Of course, Tom Blomqvist, Elio Castroneves, and Felix Rosenqvist. And, of course, Sirius XM, a big sponsorship on that car. Sirius XM 218. Appreciate everyone tuning in. You can hear the Indy 500 on 218 and Sirius XM Channel 85 coming up on Memorial Day weekend. We see Nolan Siegel rolling out of the racetrack, but before he gets up to speed, let's check in with Rob Blackman.
Yeah, I'm with Chris Wheeler, the strategist for the rookie Kiffin Simpson with Chip Ganassi Racing. Well, the rookie's doing okay here, Chris. Currently 14th on the speed charts, third fastest rookie. Give us an assessment of what the young fella's done here this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we had a rain-shortened week there with the weather, and after yesterday, everybody inside the Chip Ganassi Racing garages put their heads together, and, you know, fantastic job actually by Dario and Sebastian Bourdais. They've been working with him quite a lot. And then he really stepped up and did a great job today. You know, it put the 4 laps together. You know, everybody here works as a team. We've got 5 race cars here today, and we're trying to make sure everybody's as far up board as we can, and Kiffin's doing his part. It's been really fun.
Thank you for mentioning the word team. I think it's fair to say that when yesterday was finished, the Ganassi, at least the folks that follow Ganassi Racing, felt like, hey, what's going on here? These guys need to find some speed. It looks like you found some today.
Yeah, you know, look, Indianapolis is a very tricky place. It changes all the time, and everybody from the shop to the road crew here has done nothing but work towards this for a very long time, and I think you've seen the results today. Obviously, we're going to keep pushing at it. We're never going to stop trying, and we're never going to stop trying to be better.
Final thought here. Weather conditions so different today than they were for the entire week leading up to this qualifying opportunity. How has that affected things?
You know, we got really fortunate. Kevin's dad, David, drew a number 3 for us yesterday, which obviously had its benefits. But we've also seen some cars come out here late in the day with the heat, and they put it together. So part of me says, you know, maybe people, we just lost so much track time this week that it just took a little bit extra time to dial some things in. But like I said, it's qualifying day here at Indianapolis, and you just never know what's going to happen.
Kiffin Simpson, currently 14th on that speed chart, provisional P14. Chris, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, Rob. Kiffin Simpson, 19 years old, as is Nolan Siegel, who's on the racetrack. He's 19 years old. Jake Query, you're not 19 years old, but
thanks.
Sometimes I wonder.
You know, I'll be honest with you, Nick. You go ahead and you just double those 2 19s and add yourself the first year of teenagership. You got my age, buddy. 51 years old. You're proud to say it, too, right?
So Nolan,
mentality of a 19-year-old is what I have, Nick. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see what the mentality is for Nolan Siegel as his first lap on this qualifying run, much improved. His 4-lap average that got bumped earlier today, Jake, at 226.6. This first lap, 228.541. Again, not close enough to challenging Catherine Legg's 4-lap average of 230.244, but hopefully in the right direction. But, boy, he's still going to have to fight a ton of speed in that car number 18.
Boy, kidding aside, I can't imagine. When I was 19 years old navigating my freshman year of college, I can't imagine navigating the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on a qualifying run, which is what Nolan Siegel is doing after having had an incident of a crash earlier this week. 228.440 miles an hour on lap number 2. That puts him at 228.491. That flat is not going to be good enough. This is a backup car for Dale Coyne Racing, and Nolan Siegel is going to try to find as much speed of it out of it as he can. But, Nick, the reality is this is going to be the first of what probably is going to be multiple attempts today as they continue to tweak and fine-tune that vehicle for Nolan Siegel as he comes his way now off of turn number 4.
Yeah, I would say that's a very, very fair assessment for the 19-year-old from Palo Alto, California. Lap number 3 at 228.270. So all 3 laps in the 228.5 to 228.2 range, so it's consistent. But again, it's just not very fast. This is part of a 4-race deal for Nolan Siegel. He is part of the Indy Next by Firestone series. He ran at Thermal, Long Beach, supposed to run here at Indy, and then at Toronto. We'll update the run on Nolan Siegel. Let's go back to Drake York here in Gasoline Alley.
Well, I found another car owner who knows how to go fast here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That's Sam Schmidt. And Sam, it's your name isn't on the building anymore, but you're still pretty involved with Arrow McLaren, and you know what it's like to sit on pole here for the 500. What do these guys behind us got to do to get at least in the Fast 12 today?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things you can do to these cars, and ride height is absolutely spot on critical, and that's, you know, reliant on air temperature, wind, heat, track temp, all that stuff. And we got a room full of engineers right behind this wall taking a look at all that stuff. But I think, you know, Rossi's obviously solid. I think Kyle Larson is probably solid in the top 12. They're all going to go out and run again in case they got to run tomorrow and get a check on that time frame, that heat. Yeah, I mean, Rick and I still have 25% of this team, so we can be around as much as we want to. So there's nothing like Indianapolis. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
That's so good to hear that you're still really involved with this team. And Kyle Larson, he's been the story all month long. What do you make of his progress so far here, especially during qualifying weekend?
Well, it's been said before, but he's a generational guy who could be the best all-time, I believe, given the level of competition in the series he races in and the success rate that he has them. The guy can literally get in anything, you know, a la AJ, Tony, you know, guys like that have raced everything, not only but raced, have been successful. So I hope he comes back a few more years, because this is pretty killer.
So good to see you, Sam.
All right, appreciate that, Drake. Really do. Sam Schmidt's been a staple of this IndyCar series for many, many years, and as he talked about, still a part of that Arrow McLaren team, Jake. Although that thing is just—it's amazing how that thing's morphed over the years with McLaren coming in, and obviously Arrow Electronics has been a really good sponsor for that group for a long time, and that team's got some pretty fast race cars from what we've seen so far today with Alexander Rossi and Kyle Larson.
Goes without saying that it is always good to see Sam Schmidt at the racetrack, and of course his resiliency and effort, not only, you know, from driver and transitioning into the ownership standpoint, but his contribution to the then Indy Lights series and the development of so many drivers. And I know that I've mentioned it several times, Nick, but one of my favorite Sam Schmidt anecdotes is the fact that he will tell you that one of the first cars that he really raced in, he got the money because he was sitting in college. There was some game show on television. They threw out a pledge if you wanted to participate. And he said, this press your luck feels pretty fun. And he went on there, won 2 days worth of it, got enough money to get himself started in racing, and the rest is history. So that
video, it floats around and it goes viral to the IndyCar community, I want to say once every couple of years or so, and it is awesome. That's no whammies, right?
That is correct.
That's right.
That is correct.
Yeah, but it's a cool story, and obviously what Sam has built has been mighty, mighty impressive. Jake, you've kind of touched on over the last hour or so those drivers just on the outside of the top 12 trying to punch their way in to have a chance to get the pole position here in Indianapolis. One of those is Ed Carpenter. He's done it here multiple times. And as I looked down on the pit lane, I saw them pushing that blue and black Chevrolet towards the qualifying order line. So Ed Carpenter may make an attempt to bump Takuma Sato out of that 12th spot. Let's hear from Nolan Siegel. 228.2 miles per hour. Not fast enough, Rob Blackman.
Well, we'll cut right to the chase. Not a great day for you yesterday, Nolan. The accident forces you to move into a backup car. You have not found the speed yet today, but you're 19 years old. I'm 53, so I'm going to give you some old guy advice, or an old guy saying, Mama said there'll be days like this. You feeling okay emotionally, buddy? You hanging in there?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. You know, I think that we're obviously not in an ideal situation, and the speed isn't great yet, but every run in this car has been better, and we're getting to a point where, you know, the first run this morning was extremely uncomfortable, very difficult to drive. That run, we found a little bit of speed and made the car comfortable, maybe went too far the other direction. So, you know, hopefully by the end of the day, we're going to keep making progress, find a couple of mile an hour, and if we do have to run tomorrow, then, you know, this is a practice day and we'll get it to where it needs to be.
For our listeners that may not know, you are a full-time performer in Indy Next, and actually a very good performer at that level. IndyCar opportunity now, though. What's it been like making that step up here to play in the major leagues?
It's been great. Obviously it's been tough here so far, but just being here is really cool, and it's something that I've been working for a long time, and lucky enough to have had the opportunity while I'm running Indy Next as well, and learning a ton, and the goal is to be full-time here at some point, hopefully next year, and we'll see what happens.
Well, continued good luck to you the rest of the weekend, Nolan. Gentlemen, I love the youthful optimism from the 19-year-old Nolan Siegel, the young man they call a California kid.
Yep, can't beat yourself up because Indianapolis can be cruel. It's been a rough couple of days for Nolan Siegel. It's been a great couple of days, Jake, for Kyle Larson. Pretty cool shot down there as Kyle Larson, his young son, Owen, checking out the Borg Warner Trophy, all that history, and boy, that's cool to not only for Kyle to be here, but to introduce the Indianapolis 500 to his young son. That's fantastic.
I know that the Speedway historian emeritus Donald Davidson loves to tell the story and is so fond of Kurt Busch, from the fact that when Kurt Busch first came to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to run the Indianapolis 500, he asked Donald to show him through the wall at the museum that lists all of the different rookie classes, and that understanding of the history, I think Donald greatly appreciated, as did race fans. Kyle Larson would absolutely be in that mix as well, certainly understanding and respecting the heritage, the history of this facility, and to be able to look, not just glance at the Borg Warner Trophy, but go through and look at the different likenesses of it. You have to wonder what that starts to create in the mind of Kyle Larson, looking at that trophy and thinking about what could be. And right now he sits, for those that are curious, and I know there are a lot, Kyle Larson at 232.563 miles an hour in his Aero McLaren Chevrolet. That is provisionally 6th right now, and firmly and safely, one would assume, there to run tomorrow, but still a lot of qualifying attempts, I'm sure, yet to go.
Let's get another update from Drake York.
Well, the story of day one of qualifying here at the Indianapolis 500 has been Rinus VeeKay. Went out for his qualifying run early in the morning and spun on lap 1, severely damaging that race car. We updated you about a half hour ago that the car was on the setup pad getting the final touches. Well, now the car has come out the other side of tech, and just as we are speaking, Rinus VeeKay is buckling on the helmet, so VeeKay looks like he's going to hop in at any moment, and they're going to tow down to pit road.
All right, we'll take a quick break. 3 fastest here at Indianapolis: Will Power, Scott McLaughlin, Joseph Newgarden. It's Takuma Sato on the top 12 bubble, and Catherine Legg sitting 30th here as qualifications continue the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500.
This is IndyCar Radio. Find and follow us on Apple Podcasts.
One of the many traditions surrounding the Indianapolis 500 is breakfast at the Legion. American Legion Post 500 is on Georgetown Road, across from Gate 6 on the west side of the Speedway. Your support enables Post 500 to help veterans, their families, and our community. Open to the public. Join us Saturday and race day from 7 to 10:30. Be the one to help our nation's warriors. Learn more about the American Legion at legion.org. That's legion.org.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Know someone with a drinking or drug problem? Learn how to get sober after we share these stories.
I was 35 with 2 beautiful children when my life and addiction started to spiral out of control. After my divorce, I went into a depression cycle and started drinking more often and using prescription drugs. After my second DWI and arrest, my ex-husband threatened to take our children away from me.
I was 17 when I became addicted to heroin and meth. I thought I could quit on my own, but I couldn't. It hit me when I was arrested.
Get sober now. Your private insurance may cover costs and we'll get you here. It's simple. Just call Elite Rehab Placement right now. Please, don't wait. Your life matters to us. 800-958-2155. 800-958-2155. 800-958-2155. That's 800-958-2155.
Back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, my name is Nick Yeoman. Jake Query joins me inside the Sid Collins broadcast booth, 4th floor media center at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Drake York And Rob Blackman doing great work down on pit lane, covering the storylines as the track, again, is open for qualifications. Everybody kind of waiting out these afternoon hours, Jake, because while we do have some cloud cover, looking at the front straightaway, not a lot of shade down there. The sun baking the racetrack, and quite honestly, outside of Tom Blomqvist, we haven't really seen a lot of drivers go faster. Nolan Siegel did go out moments ago, and he went 2 miles per hour faster, but that's kind of negligible because he's been struggling. But certainly we're waiting to see some bigger speeds, and we're also starting to see some movement down to that line. Takuma Sato does appear like he's moving in line. Drake, you're down there. Can you see? Is that Takuma Sato getting in line?
That is indeed the 75 Rahal Letterman Lanigan entry of Takuma Sato. Now, he is currently 12th on the speed charts, and remember, we locked the top 12 into the fast 12 tomorrow, so Takuma is on the bubble, and we should expect to see some activity behind him as well, at least 2 or 3 more other cars coming out to pit lane as Sato rolls into row number 2.
Yeah, of course, lane 2, you don't have to withdraw your time if you want to expedite things, Jake, and move to the head of the line like you did when you were in class, right? Set up front, you move to lane number 1, but if you do that, you got to pull your time. So for Takuma Sato, he certainly doesn't want to do that sitting on that top 12 bubble at 232.140, but because there's nobody in lane 1, sounds like we should see the Japanese driver, the 2-time Indianapolis 500 champion, on the racetrack here momentarily to potentially get himself off of that bubble and a little bit safer into the top 12. But more than anything, Jake, I'm just impressed that we're talking about a Rahal Letterman Lanigan car with the chance to possibly run for the pole tomorrow because, boy, last year and most of this week, I don't think that was in the conversation.
And if you really look at the work that they did over the course of the week with Pietro Fittipaldi, Graham Rahal, Christian Lundgaard, Takuma Sato was one that was the latest to go out on a lot of the practice days, turned some of the fewest number of laps. But that number 75 machine right now at 232.140, provisionally 12th, as you had mentioned. The other thing that we talked about that is a storyline right now, and we thought it might be at this time of the day, and that is simply the track temperature. Now, for those of you not familiar with this facility or central Indiana, when it gets hot here, it does get very humid, and it is very sunny. Now, this track theoretically is identical in all 4 corners. 9 degrees in 12 minutes banking in turns 1, 2, 3, and 4. But they are, of course, when you think of the straightaways, 5/8 of a mile away from one another in terms of between 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. And then, of course, 3/4 of a mile in the short chute. So you do get different conditions oftentimes unless the sun completely drenches the track. And when that happens, and it's 121.8 degrees as it is right now, all of a sudden moisture starts to come up just in terms of oils and things that come up, and that track does become, Rob Blackman, very, very slick, and that's one of the reasons why a lot of these cars might be waiting. We used to have what we call happy hour when the sun would dip back just a little bit between the later part of the day and the track would cool. Takuma Sato's out on the track, Rob, but that track condition is trickier now than probably at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, Jake, good point. I want to add the wind has really changed as well, as in the wind has died down. About 45 minutes or so ago, that wind was blowing into the face of the drivers as they come down the front stretch, anywhere between 8 to 10 miles an hour. That wind right now still in the face of the drivers coming down the front stretch. However, it is insignificant. It's at 1 mile an hour right now, so it has really come down quite a bit from where we were just about 45 minutes ago. So one would also think maybe that could have an effect on how things will shake out here over these final 2.5 hours or so.
Green flag for the 2-time winner Takuma Sato at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and as he roared into turn number 1, he could look up and see that windsock atop the scoring pylon. Back in the olden days, they would look at the smokestack to see from Allison on 10th Street, just 6 blocks south of here in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, which way the smoke would go to tell them. Now they have more sophisticated ways of that wind that Rob was talking about. Takuma Sato right now working his way around the north end of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Off of turn number 4, Nick, Takuma Sato is about to find out his speed here for lap number 1 of his qualifying run.
The goal for Takuma Sato is to go faster than 232.140 over 4 laps. And Jake, based on lap 1, he's got a shot. Takuma Sato, 233.275 miles per hour. So while his teammates for Rahal Letterman Lanigan may be struggling, he is most certainly not trying to get into his 15th Indianapolis 500. 47 years old, from Tokyo, Japan. He knows the fast way around this racetrack. Lap number 1, pretty darn good. What can Takuma Sato do here on lap number 2, Jake, as he heads towards the Art of Ricks?
Of the crowd that is gathered here for qualifying at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the number of people that should be surprised by this is very, very low, because Takuma Sato, who got very, very loose off turn number 2, that rear end started to wiggle just a little bit as he got the report of a 232.717 mile an hour lap the last time by, 232.717, but still provisionally the 4th fastest. But Nick, we'll see whether or not that is affected, because as he went through that turn 2 area, that car was on the ragged edge, and Takuma Sato got a hold of it, but he is going to now hustle his way up turn number 4 to find out what that does for the speed. Nick, let us know on lap 3 what we get for Takuma Sato.
Lap number 3, significant fall off, Jake, down to 231.921, and you're right, it was leaving turn 1. Big wiggle as Sato had to catch it. He kept it off the short chute wall, kept his foot in the throttle. None of us are surprised by that, but again, pretty big speed fall off. The run, though, is still pretty good, Jake. 3-lap average at 232.6, trying to improve on that 232.1 run that he had made earlier today.
And he has sliced in half where he would be in terms of the starting provisional grid. He was 12th, he is now 6th. Boy, he was awfully high in turn number 4. Takuma Sato, Nick, is using every inch of this racetrack.
Jake, he almost hit the wall out of 3, almost hit the wall out of 4, kept his foot in the throttle, and still put together a pretty impressive 4th lap at 231.984. That moves him up from 12th to 9th in the running order. What an electrifying run for Takuma Sato, as his 4-lap average is strong at 232.473. Drake York, we just watched a wild one for the Japanese 2-time Indy 500 champion.
I want to say we're surprised, but not really. Takuma Sato doing Takuma Sato things. Back here on the end of pit road in lane 1, we just talked about him a few minutes ago. Rinus VeeKay in that bright green and black, number 21 for Ed Carpenter Racing. Now he is in the preferred lane, so he'll head out on the speedway right now. Meanwhile, in lane 2, the only driver in that lane is the 06 of Elio Castroneves. No surprise there when we talked to Meyer Shank owner Mike Shank just a few minutes ago. He said Elio wanted to do some more run. It looks like Elio will get that opportunity here in just a few moments. As VeeKay, it's the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
So how about that? Rinus VeeKay, they get a car out for him to try to qualify. But, Jake, I'm just trying to catch my breath. Takuma Sato is 47 years old. I hope he never retires, because it is always fun watching him hang a car out at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That was a really, really fun qualifying run to watch.
A reason why he's won 2 Indianapolis 500s, and for that matter, probably could have a couple of more. Of course, this place is made of woulda, couldas, but Takuma Sato fearless, no question about that, as we'll hear from him, I would presume, shortly. But that was an impressive run to put himself right now provisionally in 9th. Now, another car that we have been very curious to see what it could do, because we have been expecting that this is one that would contend for potentially even front row status. Talking about out of the Netherlands, Rinus VeeKay, who has been oh so successful in his qualifying efforts at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Think about this, he has never started any lower than 4th. He has been in the front row for 3 consecutive years. Rinus VeeKay, who had the contact earlier today, is now on the racetrack for Ed Carpenter Racing in that green and lime green machine, and Rinus VeeKay is about to see what kind of speed is in that car as he works his way, Nick, around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
I think the most amazing thing about all of this, Jake, is not only did he wreck that race car in qualifying earlier today, but when he got out, gingerly walked away from the car with a noticeable limp. So I imagine that if he's not sore right now, he's going to be sore when he wakes up tomorrow morning. So this is a gutty effort, not only for this driver, but for this team. Warm-up lap at a 186.344, Jake. I think this is probably going to be more of a shakedown than anything, and we see he's carrying 180 miles per hour through turns 1 and 2 on this official qualifying run. I think more than anything, they're not searching for speed. They just want to make sure they got everything bolted on that race car.
Yeah, so Rinus VeeKay works his way up the backstretch, almost crawling, as a matter of fact, which sounds crazy to say when somebody is going into a turn at 156 miles an hour, but that's what Rinus VeeKay is doing. And so Rinus VeeKay, one would assume, will soon be back on pit lane here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Takuma Sato out of his car. Nick, I would anticipate that we may be hearing from him shortly.
Yep, and we probably will. We'll take a break here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Takuma Sato moves up from 12th to 9th. That's the story after an electrifying run in qualifications for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500.
Rev it up for the ultimate family experience with the Firestone Grand Prix of Monterey at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, June 21 through the 23rd. Feel the adrenaline as IndyCars defy gravity by racing 6 stories down motorsports' most famous turn, the corkscrew. Don't miss a moment of the heart-pounding IndyCar action and family activities. Buy your tickets now at WeatherTechRaceway.com. And remember, kids 15 and under are free. Experience the fastest cars in America only at Monterey's WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Attention, those of you looking to go on a fun vacation and see the world on the cheap. Today, the U.S. dollar is worth even more in other countries, so there's never been a better time to travel outside the USA. The dollar is worth over $1.30 in Canadian dollars, and it's the same for Australia. You can fly there today and have fun and maximize your travel dollar. Your U.S. dollar is worth over $3 in Brazilian reals, and it's worth over $18 in Mexican pesos. Plus, in Argentina, it's worth over $27 in Argentine pesos. Just think of the bargains you'll get. And the way you get the cheapest airfare to any destination is by calling Tickets That Cheap. Save up to 75% on your foreign vacation tickets. Don't wait. Call now. 800-932-1548. 800-932-1548. 800-932-1548. That's 800-932-1548.
Welcome back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where qualifications continue on this Saturday. I'm Rob Blackman alongside Takuma Sato, whose second run was better than the first. As a matter of fact, good enough that he goes from provisional 12 to now P9. Takuma, the guys calling the play-by-play lap by lap in the broadcast booth, said that was the most fun they've had all day with those 4 laps. How about for you? Was it as much fun for the driver?
Well, I'm pleased that I entertained everyone else in the world, but no, in the cockpit, no. I don't want to do it again. Honestly, the track condition, obviously raising the track temperature, it's not ideal. But we know we could go faster, and we really need to get it done before the lane 1, lane 2 is getting pretty full for next to 1 hour. But anyway, I think the guys did a great job. I'm really proud of this engineering family, and yeah, happy with the lap.
The tone of your voice tells me you're content with where you are right now. Safe to say you'll stand down the rest of the day?
I don't know yet. As you probably say, that the track condition will be improving. So we never relax until it really clocks down. But hopefully we can stay in top 12. That's ultimately our team's goal is. So if it's threatened, then I have to be ready for next attempt.
Takuma, great job. Thank you. That's the 2-time Indy 500 winner, Takuma Sato.
Very honest comments from Takuma Sato. He electrified us, and I don't blame him for not wanting to do that again. Elio Castroneves, the 4-time Indy 500 champion, getting up to speed. Lap number 1, 231.922 miles per hour. He's a little high exiting turn number 1. Elio trying to improve on 16th running position right now. Let's get an update on that line order as Elio navigates the back straightaway from Drake York.
Only one car in line right now. It's the Aero McLaren number 5 of Pato O'Ward, who is currently in the drop zone. And by that I mean he is outside the top 30, which we lock in the Indianapolis 500 later on today. And he is in lane 1, only car at the end of pit road. And so shocking to see somebody that I think a lot of people had picked to win the 500, maybe go into the back row shootout. We'll have to see how this run goes for Pato.
How it goes sometimes, right, Jake? I mean, sometimes one of the predominant favorites struggles, and again, Pato's one of those stories we're watching. He's still on the outside looking in.
There is always somebody that is chasing the track. We have seen it oh so many times. There are those also who just seemingly the track can come to them with enough patience. Is that the case for Elio Castroneves? We shall see. Castroneves, the 4-time winner. The Indianapolis 500-mile race was at 231.670 miles an hour on lap number 2. He is high off turn number 4 here and gets the white flag on this run. Lap number 3 is in 231.514 miles an hour. As it stands right now, Castroneves would find himself exactly where he was, and that is why the race director said, you know what, you're not going to be able to improve your spot. Elio Castroneves is being waved back in, and then momentarily we may see Pato O'Ward back out on to the track. We shall see what happens with that number 5 Chevrolet of Arrow McLaren, which we anticipated would have plenty of horsepower and speed underneath it. And when he goes out, Pato O'Ward, who I think we're about to see roaring onto the speedway for a warm-up lap, we will see exactly what that black and papaya orange car of Pato O'Ward has underneath it, trying to join his teammates who have already put themselves provisionally into the field here with Callum Iot, Alexander Rossi, and as well the other car for Arrow McLaren, Kyle Larson, who is the fastest rookie qualifier that sits right now in the 6th position. So Pato O'Ward is out onto the racetrack there.
Top 12, Will Power, Scott McLaughlin, Joseph Newgarden, Alexander Rossi, Kyle Kirkwood, Kyle Larson. Then it's Felix Rosenqvist 7th, Santino Ferrucci 8th. Takuma Sato just moved up to 9th. Alex Palou is 10th. 11th is Colton Herta, and now on the bubble, final driver that if we ended things right now would have a chance at the pole would be the rookie Marcus Armstrong. But the guy that's going to try to knock him out of the top 12 is Pato O'Ward. But more than anything, as Jake talked about, he just needs to get 4 good laps. Earlier, Pato O'Ward during his qualifying run had a plenum misfire on lap number 1. It was super slow, and while he found speed on lap 2, 3, and 4, it was not good enough even to put his car in the top 30. So the driver from Monterrey, Mexico gets that car up to speed as he will attempt to get his car into the Indianapolis 500. He is working turn number 2. This is the warm-up lap for Pato O'Ward. As, again, Jake, really sharp-looking race car, orange and black. A year ago, started 5th and finished 24th after crashing out on lap 192.
Nick, in the last 2 Indianapolis 500s, late in the race, Pato O'Ward might have seen the race get away from him, respectively, in front of you and then in front of me, because 2 years ago, perhaps he wasn't aggressive enough in turn number 1, dueling it out with Marcus Ericsson, and then a year ago, below me, very aggressive towards the end of the race, making contact with, again, Marcus Ericsson in turn number 3. Pato O'Ward is now into the throttle and trying to get up to speed off of turn number 2. Past the turn 2 sweeps goes Pato O'Ward in that Chevrolet, car number 5 for O'Ward. This is one in the area of the racetrack last time by that we saw him really heavy on the button. He is not this time by as he works his way to the north end goes Pato O'Ward, left side rubber down below that white line, exiting and then sweeps high up turn number 4. Got close to the outside wall, center of the racetrack, about to go across the yard of bricks, and we'll see the lap 1 speed for Pato O'Ward.
It's pretty solid, 232.459 for Patricio O'Ward. Trying to qualify for the Indianapolis 500. Again, the 4-lap average that he's shooting for to have a chance at the pole is 232.183 miles per hour. His teammates, bit of a mixed bag today. Rossi 4th, Larson 6th, and Callum Iot down in 19th. Pato O'Ward already into turn number 3. It was really low with those Firestone tires below the white line. The line in turn number 4 pretty low as well, Jake, as he is nice and smooth and hammering that throttle back onto the front straightaway.
Went to high school in San Antonio, Texas. Born in Monterrey, Mexico. Lap number 2 for Pato O'Ward, 231.866 miles an hour. 231.866. Right now, he needs to tick it up just a little bit because, again, if you are unfamiliar with the format, if you are sitting in the front 12 positions at the end of today, you get to come back tomorrow to find out where you qualify in the front 4 rows and put yourself in position for row 1 or the pole. If you are in between spots 13 and 30, you cannot improve your position tomorrow. Right now, spot 13 is where Pato O'Ward finds himself as he works his way back along the main straightaway.
Lap number 3 for Pato O'Ward, 231.717. So Marcus Armstrong and the rest of the top 12, Jake, appear safe. The one sweating this run out, though, is going to be Catherine Legg because she sits on the top 30 bubble. And if Pato O'Ward can just do one more solid half lap around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, it looks like he's going to lock himself in the show. Right now tracking 14th fastest. Pato O'Ward into turn number 3, Jake, trying to make it official and get into the 108th Indy 500.
But surely he would have felt like he would be starting that race higher up than he provisionally would if this were to be where he locks in. Pato O'Ward sees the checkered flag on his run. The 4th lap is in, 231.866 231.292, creating a 4-lap average for Pato O'Ward of 231.833 miles per hour. That would put him 19th right now provisionally. Nick, that puts him safe, but it does not put him theoretically where he would have expected to be.
Yep, pretty fascinating. 2 Aero McLaren cars sitting in the top 12 with Rossi and Larson 4th and 6th. The other 2 down in 19th and 20th, but all 4 are in as of now. Qualifications will continue here on the IMS Radio Network here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
This is IndyCar Radio. Find and follow us on Amazon Music.
Hi, I'm Team Penske IndyCar driver Scott McLaughlin. While I'm in my race car, I'm chasing that checkered flag and a trip to the winner's circle. While I'm doing that, Rose Pest Solutions is chasing down pests. Rose eliminates pests at every turn, whether it's at your home or business. That's why Rose is an official partner of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Got a pest problem? Rose is the solution. Call the pros at Rose at 800-966-ROSE or visit rosepestsolutions.com.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Nothing beats seeing a child smile. For over 3 decades, Racing for Kids has been bringing IndyCar drivers to the bedsides of sick children and putting smiles on the faces of thousands of hospitalized youngsters. Doctors and caregivers say these visits from an IndyCar driver are an important part of each child's recovery, brightening their days and giving them hope in the midst of long and often painful therapies. Join the Racing for Kids team. Support these smile-making hospital visits by going to racingforkids.org.
Indy's biggest party is back. Miller Lite Carb Day, Friday, May 24, featuring George Thorogood and the Destroyers. With special guests, Gin Blossoms. Miller Lite Carb Day, May 24th at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Concert, pit, and VIP tickets on sale now at IMS.com.
Back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Nick Yeoman here inside the Sid Collins broadcast booth. Just saw a qualifying run from Patricio O'Ward as he has qualified provisionally the inside of row number 7. Drake York and Rob Blackman are down pit side. We're going to let Jake Query jump out of the booth. He's going to head out to turn 3 where we will have he and Michael Young help us call the turns for these later hours. So we welcome back the voice of the 500, Mark Chains. And Mark's been kind of an interesting past couple hours with guys like Takuma Sato finding some big speeds, although a pretty hairy run, and drivers like Nolan Siegel continuing to search for speed. Again, with drivers like Catherine Legg, Rinus VeeKay, Graham Rahal, and Nolan Siegel, the 4 on the outside looking in.
Love to be able to sit in on the debrief later today and hear what the dynamic is like with Errol McLaren and Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan in terms of those that are the haves and the have-nots within that same race team.
I don't know if you're Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan what you say, because I'm sure Christian Lundgaard, Pietro Fittipaldi, and Graham Rahal see that run from Takuma Sato, and they think, well, what does his car have that mine doesn't? But, Mark, we've been here coming to the Speedway long enough that I don't think it's always the car. It's that driver. Takuma Sato has always been able to find every extra little tenth and hundredth of a mile per hour, but I'm blown away, and I think you're right. The debrief has to be fascinating with Sato sitting solidly in the top 12, 9th right now, and Graham Rahal on the outside looking in.
Well, there's no question that, Takuma Sato, as we have seen, it's well documented. If you don't believe it, just ask Dario Franchitti. He's willing to drive it on the ragged edge for sure, and not to suggest that the other drivers within that stable, but as you mentioned, sometimes it's not the car, it's just the difference in the driving style and how it blends with how that car's set up.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And obviously Takuma's been coming here for many, many years, for 15 years, and has gotten experience driving for multiple teams, and thus has been thrust into a lot of different situations. And boy, all of that experience, I think, really showed itself in that last run. And I appreciate the honesty, Mark, of him telling Rob Blackman that, yeah, I don't know if I really want to do that again. So even if Takuma. If the run was scaring even Takuma himself, you know it was on edge as he nearly hit the wall in turn 1 a couple different times, and then certainly on that last lap he got awful close in turns 3 and 4. But heck of a run by Takuma, and that 232.473 mile per hour 4-lap average holds. He's going to be a guy that has a shot at the pole.
I was 5 years old when my parents took me on my first roller coaster at the old Coney Island in Kings Island, and that's exactly what I guess I said to my dad. He said, "You have fun?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "You want to do it again?" I said, "Nope." Thank you very much.
I think it's a great analogy.
Yeah. So let's go downstairs. Welcome in, Drake.
Well, Mark, no cars in lane 1 or lane 2 as we sit right now, but Marcus Ericsson and his Delaware Life Andretti Global 28 entry is starting to make his way down towards the lane. Right now they sit 30th, which is the cutoff line for locking into the 500 today, but there's a lot of cars sitting down here on pit lane. I see Ed Carpenter's number 20, Stingray Rob's number 41. I've seen Connor Daly's number 24 on pit road, so a lot of guys that maybe we'll see be takers to the speedway here in just a little bit, but it looks like Marcus Ericsson in the 28 will be the first of the lanes when we see cars back out in the speedway.
Coming up on 17 minutes till the top of the hour, and then after that we'll have just 2 hours remaining in day 1 of qualifying as we continue to set the field for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Are you an Indiana resident looking to learn new skills and grow in your career? One Stop to Start has all the career resources you need to succeed. Explore training programs, education opportunities, and more. Plus, connect with a career navigator who can help match you with the right opportunities for your goals. Visit onestoptostart.in.gov today.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Life in the military is one of service and sacrifice. For some, that sacrifice includes physical and mental injuries or trauma that will affect their lives forever. Please join with the American Legion in recognizing and supporting our wounded warriors and their families. We need to show them that we truly are a grateful nation. We cannot allow them to be forgotten and left to fend for themselves. Go to legion.org/honor veterans to find out how you can help.
This is Turn 4 announcer Kristen Airy. Your blood is needed more than you may think. Every 2 seconds, someone in the U.S. needs blood. Make an appointment to donate and join a nationwide family of generous donors in a life-saving cause. In the hour it takes to donate blood, you can help save the lives of patients in your community and across the country. Download the Red Cross Blood Donor app, visit redcrossblood.org, or call 1-800-RED-CROSS to make an appointment.
The calm before the storm here at the world's greatest race course.
No doubt, Mark. Hey, you want to win a 2-seater ride at the Firestone Grand Prix of Monterey? It's your chance to experience the thrill of the corkscrew firsthand in the back seat of an IndyCar, beautiful WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. All you got to do, just guess the top 3 finishers in any order of this year's Indy 500, and you could be in for the ride of a lifetime. Email your full name and who you think will sit on the Indy 500 podium to newsroom@laguna-seca.com by May 24th. That's newsroom@laguna-seca.com. 1 entry per person, and tickets to the race are not included. 2 lucky winners will be announced during our pre-race show in Detroit. Guess the finish of the Indy 500, and you could also be a winner in Monterey. Got to guess the podium, Mark. Top 3 finishers, and the guy that's on the racetrack right now, last 2 years he's finished first and second, but 2024 here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway has not been kind to Marcus Ericsson.
Now, it's not in order. You just have to name the 3 on the podium, which takes a little bit of the pressure off. And speaking of pressure, I think Marcus Ericsson, Nick, as he goes through his warm-up paces, is simply looking to get himself off of that bubble and solidify himself a little further into the field. I don't know that he feels as though he's a threat for the Fast 12.
No, I think that's a very fair assessment. With Pato O'Ward's qualifying run moments ago, that bumped Catherine Legg out of the top 30. And as you alluded to, puts this driver, Marcus Ericsson, on the bubble. His 4-lap average that he's trying to improve upon, Mark, is 230.603. He's navigating a warm-up lap as we speak out of turn number 4. 4. So Marcus Ericsson, the winner of the Indianapolis 500 2 years ago, is about to see the green flag for Andretti Global.
And the run is underway for Marcus Ericsson, 230.603, and again an incident. Rather significant incident. Did a lot of damage to the race car. Hit the outside retaining wall at turn number 4. Hit the inside of the entrance to the pits. Also bounced off of the pit attenuator. Said he may have hit the curbing. And all of the issues are primarily the issues we've had with the incidents involve a rather erratic entrance into the specific turns or the various turns where those incidents have occurred. Doesn't take much time to get a lap around here. It's under 40 seconds. No matter how fast or slow you might be going, Marcus Ericsson, just like that, completes lap number 1. And he is at 230.612 miles per hour. Nick, he already points it to the south end.
Mark, that first lap is nearly identical to the 230.603 4-lap average. So the 612 on lap 1, probably not going to be good enough unless it's remarkably consistent. And he has to get up to a 231.1 to move himself up off the bubble. That's what Pietro Fittipaldi did earlier today. So that blue, green, and white Delaware Life car already out of turn number 4. Mark, we'll see what he can do on lap 2 after that 230.612 lap moments ago.
Second lap is in the book for Marcus Ericsson, 230.533, staying consistent. The 2-lap average for Marcus Ericsson sits at 230.603 miles per hour.
And a reminder, this is a backup car. It's not the primary car that they've spent and rubbed on and made sure that they got it ready to go in speedway configuration. It is a backup chassis for Andretti Global, 235 miles per hour into turn number 3, so carries decent speed. The run has been consistent so far, but Mark, he still needs to find a lot of speed. Marcus Ericsson about to see the white flag.
Sometimes it's just not fast, and that's for all intents and purposes appears to be the case for Marcus Ericsson. Lap number 3, 230.231, the 3-lap average, 230.603 miles per hour.
His teammates have shown some speed. Kyle Kirkwood provisionally right now in the middle of row number 2. Colton Herta, as of right now, would have a shot at the pole as well. But Marcus Ericsson just wants to get himself off the bubble. He will dive that car into turn number 3. Keeps the left side Firestones probably white at or above that white line. So it's a conservative line, a little more aggressive in turn 4 as Ericsson streaks out of 4.
230.612, 230.533, 230.231, 229.993 for Marcus Ericsson. Let's go down and check in on the conditions as far as the lane, the qualifying line with Drake.
Well, just as Marcus Ericsson was taking the checkered flag in his qualifying run, Rinus VeeKay's number 21 is being pushed into lane 1. We've talked about his day in great length on his initial qualifying run, spun out, severely damaged the car in turns 3 and 4. It's been a thrash all day to get him back out. He has been back out on the speedway since then, but it was kind of a shakedown run. So I'd have to imagine, Mark, this might be the first time we see this repaired 21 car at speed and trying to make it into the field for the Indianapolis 500.
And again, impressive muscle being flexed by Team Penske as they have the front row for now. Will Power the fastest at 233.758. McLaughlin, Newgarden join him on the front row. McLaughlin at 233.332 and Joseph Newgarden at 233.293. Rossi, Kirkwood, Larson, Rosenqvist, Ferrucci, Sato, and below the top 10. Herta and Armstrong are the 12, and Nick, guys flirting with that fast 12 include Ed Carpenter, Simpson, Andretti, and Elio Castroneves.
Yeah, we saw Ed Carpenter show his car and was not able to improve. I'm not sure we'll see Kiffin Simpson out there try to punch into the top 12. That's still a phenomenal run for that rookie for Ganassi. And then Marco Andretti did make a second attempt a little bit earlier, could not improve upon his 231.890. So it's Carpenter, Kiffin Simpson, and Marco just on the outside of that top 12. We'll see if any more drivers make attempts. Other drivers, Mark, right now provisionally in row 6, a pair of veterans with Elio Castroneves, Scott Dixon, and then second-year driver Agustin Canapino. And then a pair of Arrow McLaren teammates, Pato O'Ward, Callum Iot, as they sit 19th and 20th. As Drake mentioned, Rinus VeeKay, Mark, we see him out on the racetrack here getting that car up to speed.
Amazing job by that team to get that car put back together, Nick? They said it would be around 3 o'clock or so when they hit that pretty much on the nose.
I mean, with how much damage was on that race car, Mark, I kind of thought initially we'll just pencil him in to the last row shootout. I wasn't sure there would be any way that they'd get a car put back together for Rinus VeeKay to even try to punch it into the top 30. But as you mentioned, tip the cap to that Ed Carpenter Racing crew. Their cars have been pretty quick so far here in qualifying. Ed Carpenter right now provisionally on the inside of row number 5. Christian Rasmussen pretty safe on the inside of row number 8. But all concern for that entire camp is getting Rinus VeeKay into the Indianapolis 500. He is working down the back straightaway on his warm-up lap. The driver of the Ed Carpenter Racing Chevrolet from the Netherlands.
You don't want anything tough on your race team, that's for sure. But I guess the fortuitous thing for that race team, Nick, is he prepares to take the green flag. If you're going to have a mistake like that, he was the 4th qualifier, the 4th attempt, and so that did give the team extra time to get that car put back together.
And they did just that. And Rinus VeeKay, this is not going to be just an exploratory shakedown lap. Mark, he is full song through turns 1 and 2. For the driver from the Netherlands, just 23 years old. Hard to believe he's 23, and he's already got 4 career Indy 500 starts. I don't want to necessarily call him a veteran, but Mark, he's certainly a fan favorite on what he does on this weekend. Some spectacular qualifying runs over the year. Rinus VeeKay already rocking his way out of turn 4.
Yeah, the amount of starts that he has under his belt in the NTT IndyCar Series, I think his boss respects him as a veteran, that's for sure. Lap number 1 for Rinus VeeKay. Okay, 231.686 miles per hour. Rinus VeeKay, lap number 1, 231.688. That is 22nd fastest right now.
And the time he's shooting for is Marcus Ericsson's 230.603. So this is most certainly in the ballpark. Rinus VeeKay into turn number 3. This is the spot where that car got sideways and crashed earlier today. No problems this time navigating the 3rd turn. That car looks smooth and planted out of turn number 4. Rinus VeeKay, Mark, about to complete lap number 2.
Good-looking race car for sure as he comes off of turn number 4. He plants it in the middle of the racetrack off of 231.686. 231.364, so the 2-lap average now puts him 24th fastest at 231.525, already setting up for turn number 2.
AskROI.com is the sponsorship on that car. Mark, that's an AI chat assist program. If that's not the most 2024 sponsor, I don't know what is, but the car is green and black, and the car is green on the racetrack, moving in the right direction. Rinus VeeKay already through turns 3 and 4. It's been an impressive run so far, Mark, through laps 1 and 2. What's the speed here on lap number 3 at IMS?
231.686, 231.364. Pretty consistent run. 231.016 miles per hour. Right now, he is 27th fastest with a 3-lap average of 231.355. To give himself a little cushion, Nick needs to pedal here.
It's cushion, but it's not much, as you mentioned. Rinus VeeKay already arcing it into turn number 3. This is a Chevrolet. The Chevrolets have been so very strong, but again, this is a repaired race car for the Dutch driver. Rinus VeeKay out of 4.
Coming out of turn number 4, boy, just a few inches off that outside retaining wall to the middle of the racetrack, to the bottom side, back the inside retaining wall when he takes the checkered flag. And lap number 4, 230.600, and he slots in the 29th position, bumping Marcus Ericsson to what would be the last row shootout. The average 231.166 to Drake.
Stingray Rob in the AJ Foyt Racing number 41 has just fired up the car, and he is headed away. He has been sitting in lane 2 for some time. Still currently locked into the show, 27th fastest, but his teammate Santino Ferrucci is in the 8th spot, so comfortably into the fast 12. We'll see if maybe they took some notes off the 14 car and applied it to the 41.
So, interesting gamesmanship, and what a great run by Rinus VeeKay, and hats off to all the Ed Carpenter Racing for the job they did to get that car repaired and get him back out on track, and that's a gutsy run, and I think because of that, that's a veteran run is what that is.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. He deserves a big pat on the back, especially for that team and what the driver just did. Not a ton of breathing room, Mark. He is 29th. That puts Pietro Fittipaldi on the bubble now at a 231.1. Again, that's the top 30 bubble, so it's Fittipaldi who is most at risk as Stingray Rob tries to improve on his speed, and then Mark, it's Rinus VeeKay VeeKay. So I'm not sure Rinus VeeKay is going to be done today. But again, tip the cap to everyone with that crew of him just simply getting a 4-lap run done after that crash today.
Power, McLaughlin, Newgarden, Rossi, Kirkwood, the top 5. Larson, Rosenqvist, Ferrucci, Sato, Palou, the top 10. Herta and Marcus Armstrong, the 12 fastest. Those trying to get into the fast 12, Carpenter, Simpson, Andretti, Castroneves, and Scott Dixon. Meanwhile, on the outside looking in terms of being in a position for 12 the last row shootout, would be Ericsson, Catherine Legg, Rahal, Nolan Siegel, Rob Blackman.
Connor Daly right now, provisionally 28, which I would guess, partner, not good enough. You're going to go out again, yes?
Yeah, for sure. You know, we just had a mistake that came from the driver on the last lap of our run earlier. So, you know, it sucks that I did that to our group here because they deserve better, but that's why we're going to go out again. I think we can be better. Ryan obviously is like about 0.2 of a mile an hour better, and we like to be next to him. And like literally, if we gain 0.2, we go up like 3 or 4 spots right away. So we just got to get 4 clean laps, and then we'll see what happens. We definitely have enough speed in the car.
Yeah, so you mentioned the first time out driver error. That tells me the polka dot number 24 Dreyer and Ryan Bold Chevy is it's to your liking.
Yeah, for sure. We were completely fine this morning, you know, just maybe change the little gear a little bit, geared up for a little bit bigger of a first lap, which I think we missed on just a hair. So just a few small fine tweaks, and the driver just has to do his job. So then we'll see what happens.
Good luck the rest of the day, Connor.
Thank you.
Stingray Rob, the run is underway. Nick Yoen, lap number 1 for Stingray, 232.130.
Yeah, he's looking for a little bit of that breathing room right now, 27th. And based on these first 2 laps, Mark, he may find it. 232.130 on lap 1. Lap 2 pretty strong as well at 231.866. This is an A.J. Foyt Racing Chevrolet. And the second-year driver from Idaho has a strong run going.
Yeah, it looks like the middle of row number 5 right now for Stingray Rob. If this holds up at 231.998 miles per hour. He already zips it out of the north end, setting up for turn number 4, Stingray Rob. Lap number 1, 232.130. Lap number 2, 231.866. Lap number 3 is in the books for Stingray Rob, 231.750 miles per hour. The 3-lap average for Stingray Rob, 231.915 miles per hour as qualifying continues here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Today's coverage of Indy 500 qualifying is copyrighted, a copyrighted presentation, we should say, of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network.
Live from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, this is qualifying for the Indianapolis 500 on the IMS Radio Network.
Mark James, Nick Yeoman, Davey Hamilton, Michael Young, and Jake Query will be out on the course. We will have Alex Wolff and Greg York and Rob Blackman downstairs as we get set to wrap up day 1 of qualifying here at the world's greatest race course. Stingray Rob just went out and requalified his car. His 4-lap average for Stingray Rob, he improved his position, Nick Yeoman. The 4-lap average, good for 20th fastest. He was 27th fastest. The 4-lap average makes him 20th now at 231.826.
Yeah, plus 7 at this point of the day, I think, is a huge jump. That was a really, really good run for Stingray Rob, 231.826. It's not in the range of what his teammate Santino Ferrucci ran. Santino thinks he has a shot potentially at the pole with where he's sitting right now in the middle of row number 3, but you're looking for that breathing room. I'll be surprised, Mark, if 10 guys go faster than Stingray Rob. I think he might have just got himself the breathing room he needs. As you mentioned, 27th up to 20th, as provisionally he'd be in the middle of row number 7.
Top 12 are Power, McLaughlin, Newgarden, Rossi, and Kirkwood. That's an all-Penske front row, by the way. Larson 6th fastest, then Rosenqvist, Ferrucci, Sato, Palou, Herta, and Armstrong. Carpenter, Simpson, Andretti, Castroneves flirting with the fast 12. Meanwhile, the bottom 3 right now, 28th, 29th, and 30th, Daly, VeeKay, and Fittipaldi. And Nick on the outside looking in, former winner Marcus Ericsson, and then Catherine Legg, Graham Rahal, and Nolan Siegel. We'll talk more about Graham Rahal in just a moment, Alex Wolff.
Rinus VeeKay 231.166. Before we talk about the run, let's talk about the team. Just a great effort in a couple of hours from your incident to getting back on track.
Oh yeah, really proud of the team. They did an incredible job, and I mean, me being out there is all their story. It's all their effort. So yeah, really proud of them, and literally could not do this without them. So no, happy, and I mean we will go out there again, but this was a good baseline we have out there, and there's definitely lots to improve on the next round, but at least you know, we're kind of in a mix.
Next to that little bit of almost installation lap on the first attempt you made out there, how long did it take to build the confidence back up? Was it a couple of corners, or did it take the full 10-mile run?
You don't have time. I mean, you got to make this count. So I was flat all the way around. Usually I'm flat starting the lap in turn 3. That turned into a bit of a lift, but I mean, yeah. I mean, confidence is back up there. The team gave me a little bit of understeer, so I had a bit more security in the rear. But I mean, we can start, you know, going back to what we came for, and that's trying to make it into the top 10 or top 12 today.
We'll let you get back with the team and get ready for more runs.
Davey Hamilton, here we are again, 1 year removed from the disastrous qualifying for Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing. We'll talk more about Graham Rahal. Maybe they just don't want us to talk about that. I want to get downstairs to Drake.
Music, of course, co-owner of 2 cars in this year's Indianapolis 500, and I was talking to Mike Shank about having another car this year. This is the second year that you've had 2 cars in the 500 along with Ryan Reinbold, that partnership continuing on. So what's it like having 2 cars in the 500 for the second year in a row?
Yeah, you're twice as nervous, you know. It's hard enough with 1 car, but we're okay. We got them both in the show pretty safely, and go back out and try to improve our positions a little bit, but it's a lot of fun. Yeah, it's good.
The word I've heard you use the most over the years is fun, and you've had the opportunity to not only be partnered with Ryan Reinbold, but Andretti Global at one point. So what's it like coming back to Indianapolis year after year and, you know, mixing it up every year, too, as well?
Well, I love it. I mean, for me, it's like Christmas in May. There's no place else I'd rather be, and the bonus is my wife likes it too, so we're both down here enjoying it.
Don Cusick, like I said, the word he has used the most over the last couple years is fun. Meanwhile, guys, down at the end of pit lane, Graham Rahal, who is currently out of the show, he has moved into lane 1, ready to go out.
At least for now, he would be in the last row shootout, and I guess, Davey, but as Nick and I talked about, the debrief would have to be fascinating in that race team, given the struggles that everyone is having within that team, except for the guy that's doing the one-off at Takuma Sato.
Yes, and Sato's looking absolutely great. I mean, he had a little bobble on that last run, but the times were there.
Rob Blackman.
Stingray Rob alongside you guys. We're just throwing bouquets his way, moving from 27th to now provisional 20th. A move of 7 steps up that ladder. Does that give you the ability to exhale just a little bit right now?
Yeah, I think a little bit. We found an issue back at the garage in between that run and in our first run of the day. So once we figured that out, we felt much better about what we had as far as the Qualy car goes. Conditions, I don't think, are quite as good right now. I mean, you could argue either direction, I guess, but I think we still got more room to go. Balance wasn't great, but the speed was definitely much better. So happy with that. I think if we do get one more run in, I think we can make a similar step forward. Maybe not 7 spots, but another 5 or so would be nice.
That's where I was going to follow up. The easy argument would be, look, you just made a jump of 7 positions. Why would you not want to go out again just to see how much better you could possibly be?
Risk versus reward. You know, I think that this race, more than any other, you don't really have to rely on your qualifying. It is nice starting the front half. We saw, I think Joseph started 16th last year. So if we could be in a similar position to that, I mean, top 15 would be great. Top 12 would be even better than that. And I think that we could do that. It's just nailing it down. So I don't know what happened between yesterday and today, why we're missing that speed that we had, but I think that we could be right in that window. So we'll go back, take a look. I'm proud of my guys, though. That was a good step forward.
Yeah, right now the afternoon trending the right direction for Stingray Rob.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, and that was a really good move by that race team, Dave. You don't know what they found, but they found something they like, and he improved 7 spots.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, I know a little bit went on. I went down there and talked to him, and a little bit he was just turned in too early. I mean, they looked at the steering. for Ferrucci to him, and just had to free that car up a little bit, had a little wiggle down there. They did find some speed issues on the car, but risk to reward. If I'm Stingray Rob, I'm not going back out. This is high pressure.
Right.
This isn't easy to do those 4 laps. So just because you gained 7 that time doesn't mean you're going to gain 7 again. You could go backwards or you could have an issue. So this is high pressure, and I wouldn't risk it.
Yeah, when you gain 7 spots, I think you need to take the victory and start working on your race day setup most assuredly. So the run is underway now for Graham Rahal, trying to avoid that last row shootout. Michael Young as he points it into the south end.
And uncertainty was the term that Graham Rahal described for this car. Just not sure why they don't have the speed. Those outside, right side Firestones nearly touch the wall. He'll take it to the middle of the back straightaway and ring turn number 3.
Car 15, it would be start 17 for Graham Rahal as he gets that left side rubber down along and just below the white line. Swings it now on the north end, a little bit high in between 3 and 4, but then low into turn number 4. Exiting turn 4 is Graham Rahal.
4-lap average for Graham earlier today was a 230.2. He's got to find a lot of speed, 231.1. And Michael Young, lap number 1, disastrous, 230.675.
No, it's not where he wants it to be, obviously, as he sweeps beneath the exit of turn number 2. Car looks planted to the track, but as he said earlier, just does not have the speed they had earlier in the week.
His best career start, 4th for Graham Rahal. That was in his 2nd start, but Graham Rahal's got to find speed. He is between turns 3 and 4. Now down to the bottom of the racetrack into the apex of turn number 4 goes Graham Rahal.
United Rentals, a familiar livery on that race car. 5th Third Bank been on it most of the year as well. Lap number 2, 230.532. Michael Young, 230.603. The 2-lap average for Graham Rahal.
Not to the point in his life where he needs any more stress than what he has here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Obviously did not make the race last year, and then the incident with Stephen Wilson put him back in. But Jake, he needs to find something here on the course.
Graham Rahal's already into turn number 3 and now starts to swing it wide again. You can hear kind of that rev limiter pop just a little bit. Trying to find every bit of speed out of that car in turn 4 is Graham Rahal.
I guess the one silver lining is that he has been through this before, but to do it back-to-back years, boy, the stress level through the roof. Lap number 3 for Graham Rahal, still heading in the wrong direction, Michael. 230.196 miles per hour.
That's not an experience you'd like to brag about. Yeah, I'm used to be shooting it out in the last row. Graham Rahal again, that Rahal Letterman landing machine. It looks planted to the track, just no speed.
And it's planted to the track in the middle lane now as he swings it a little bit high into turn number 3. Looks like he might have been a little bit more high than last time by. Graham Rahal through the north end of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
230.675, 230.532, 230.196. Graham Rahal takes the checkered flag. Lap number 4 at 230.153. And the 4-lap average, Davey, 230.388.
Yeah, not going to get it. Doesn't get that. He's outside that top 30, and that's not good for Graham. That speed just is not going to cut it, and there's going to be a fight for tomorrow for that last row, and unfortunately he's going to be in it again.
Teams still trying to avoid that last row shootout and trying to get into the fast 12, leading them to the fast 6 as qualifying continues at the world's greatest race course.
This is IndyCar Radio. Find us on the IndyCar app powered by NTT.
Again this year, 2 Indiana dairy farmers will continue one of the sports world's most beloved traditions, the Indy 500 Victory Circle Bottle of Milk.
Louis Meyer, Indy's first 3-time winner, launched the tradition in the 1930s when he asked for a glass of buttermilk to quench his thirst. 9 decades and gallons of ice-cold milk later, the iconic celebration endures.
So grab your own glass and share the same great taste that's savored by Indy 500 champions in May. And every day, winners drink milk.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-406-2985. 800-406-2985. 800-406-2985. That's 800-406-2985.
Qualifying continues for the 108th Indianapolis 500. Let's check in with Drake York.
Thanks, guys. I'm walking here with Chip Ganassi, of course, owner of Chip Ganassi Racing. And Chip, we've talked about it a lot all week. It's not exactly been smooth sailing, but your guys have busted their tails back in the pit area, really getting all these race cars ready. I know you're a very big people person. You're really proud of your team, but how proud of you are them this week?
Well, you know, this place is always challenging. You know, you show up with what you got, and you hope you've done a good job in the off season, and we feel a little bit challenged yet, and we'll see if we have a shot at things tomorrow or not. But we feel pretty good about our race cars. I know that everybody says that about their race cars, but we feel pretty good about our race cars. So, we're not overly concerned. I don't think we have quite enough for the pole, but we'll see. We never say never around here.
You got a couple cars right now locked in the Fast 12. Can we expect some more cars to make some later runs today and maybe bump their way into the Fast 12?
I sure hope so. I mean, I'm not happy yet. I don't think the Fast 12 is decided yet.
All right, that's Chip Ganassi. Of course, he's got quite a few cars running this month of May here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 2 of his cars currently in the Fast 12.
Yeah, he's trying to get certainly Scott Dixon and wouldn't mind getting Kifton Simpson into that Fast 12. They have some work to do, Davey. We caught some video of Graham Rahal getting out of the car. I mean, not overly demonstrative, seemed very matter-of-fact, and the debrief with the race team. And I'd say, sadly, if anyone is equipped to handle the pressure of this situation, I would suppose it's Graham Rahal.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, unfortunately, he's been here before. He knows what the situation. And if you look at the cars that are not locked in, one thing different this year than last year, almost all the cars were the same speed trying to bump into the field. This year, there's 4 cars that are battling to get in that last row. They're 230.6. Ericsson, 230.2 is Catherine, and then Graham at 230.2 as well. Then the last one is 226 for Siegel. So way off the pace, 4 mile an hour, so a big gap. Where last year was just they were on top of each other.
He did make a second run moments ago, Davey, that went up to 228, a 4-lap average. So getting there, but you're right, they still have to find a ton.
There's a big
but both 4-lap runs have been aborted and been bumped from the field. So he's still got to find a lot. Nolan Siegel does.
Yeah. So right now with Graham, not sure that he needs to have that pressure, but he does need to have that pressure. We got Catherine Legg. She's on track right now. As I said, she had a 230.244, and Graham's a 230.233. So almost identical times, but she's going to go out and try to improve hers right now.
So she exits turn number 4, does Catherine Legg. She glides it to the middle of the racetrack, and she will see the green flag fly, and the qualifying run is underway for Catherine Legg as she glides it through turn number 1, sets up for the South Short Chute. Michael Young.
Had a pretty good first run until the last turn on the last time by. Tagged the wall exiting turn number 4, but Jake, a very conservative line as she exits turn number 2, takes it to the low side of the back straightaway.
4 entries, 4 teams for Catherine Legg at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This year it's Dale Coyne Racing, and she gets that car in between turns 3 and 4. Now down to the bottom of the racetrack goes Catherine Legg. Pretty good line through the north end of IMS.
Elf Cosmetics, the sponsorship for the 43-year-old for Dale Coyne Racing. Here comes Catherine Legg. What is lap number 1 as she roars across the yard of bricks, 230.944 miles per hour.
Not bad, but not good enough. At least not good enough to bump her way into that coveted 30th position and put her safely into this final day of qualifying. Catherine Legg really down low, nearly to the white line.
Yeah, good eye there, Michael, because it looked like she was down low midway between 2 and 3 earlier than last time by. Catherine Legg now sets up for turn number 4, dives down, bottom of the racetrack. Catherine Legg back onto the main straightaway.
Catherine Legg, lap number 1, 230.944. Lap number 2 is in the books for Catherine, 231.944. 230.063, a bit faster with a 2-lap average of 231.003.
Well, that's how to get it done. Last year with Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing, but she was fine last year. This year with Dale Coyne Racing, fighting with one of her former teammates, Catherine Legg, looking good through turn number 2.
This time sweeps high, entering 3 earlier than last time by. Catherine Legg, now that's the roar of the engine, works her way now between turns 3 and 4. Good line now exiting turn number 4 is Catherine Legg.
Catherine Legg in that pink Honda, tracking to be 31st, but you want to be 30th right now. White flag in the air. Lap number 3, 230.781. She's got to have to find something here, Michael, on this last lap.
Not sure how you pick up a mile an hour, but let's see if Catherine Legg can do it. The left side's not nearly as far down below the white line as everyone else we have seen thus far. Conservative halfway down the back straightaway.
There is one big cloud hanging over the north end of the speedway. Problem is, it's not near the sun. Catherine Legg probably would have liked to have seen a little bit of cooling of the track. It's sun-drenched, hot, and slick right now. Catherine Legg trying to find speed out of turn number 4.
239.44, 231.063, 230.781. Lap number 4 for Catherine Legg, 230.535. The 4-lap average is 31st fastest at 230.830. And Davey, upon exit of turns 2 and 4, she's not used nearly enough of the racetrack.
Yeah, right now, and we know her first run, she actually got into the wall in turn 4, and so she's being a little bit conservative, actually very consistent times. She's the fastest. I mean, she'd be 31st if this was the count right now. A little bit of a cushion right there. But for today, she's not going to be in the race.
4 drivers trying to avoid the last row shootout. Catherine Legg, Marcus Erickson, Graham Rahal, and Nolan Siegel. Those trying to get into the Fast 12 include Ed Carpenter, Kiffin Simpson, Marco Andretti, and Elio Castroneves as qualifying continues for the 108th Indianapolis 500.
At Firestone, we build tires for getting you out there. Durable tires for ticking off mile markers and for getting to your seats on time.
Start your engines.
Dependable tires for kicking up dirt or for passing on the outside. Hard-working tires for racing 500 miles and the side hustle that affords you first row. But don't take our word for it. Try them for yourself with the 90-day buy and try guarantee. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone. Conditions apply. See firestonetire.com/warranty for details.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500.
Twin checker flag in the air. It's a battle at the start-finish line, and Joseph Newgarden will win the Indianapolis 500.
Now stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing, live Sunday, May 26th, on this Indianapolis Motor Speedway radio network station. Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Brickyard, Brickyard 400, Brickyard 200, Gasoline Alley, the greatest spectacle in racing, racing capital of the world, Indy, Indy 500, Indianapolis 500, IndyCar, Indy Lights, Indy Next, and Indy Racing League are trademarks owned and are licensed by Brickyard Trademarks. Firestone is trademark owned and are licensed by Bridgestone Firestone North American Tire. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the information, descriptions, and content of this broadcast without the prior written consent of the IMS Radio Network is strictly prohibited.
Gear up for the ultimate Indy 500 experience with official IndyCar merchandise. From must-have driver apparel to exclusive team gear, find everything you need. Yes, everything you need to show your IndyCar support. You can grab your gear trackside at the Indy 500 or shop conveniently online at shop.indycar.com. Don't miss out on the thrill of the Indy 500. Gear up and be a part of the action. There are a few race courses more temperature and condition sensitive than this one. Let's get an update on all of that from Alex Wolf.
As we head into the final 90 minutes of this qualifying session, the ambient temperature heating up at 81, track temperature 122, and after quite a bit of cloud cover early in the day, a lot of that beginning to burn off. Blue skies and sunshine bathing this Indianapolis Motor Speedway, so it's going to be some tricky conditions for these qualifiers to attack.
Wonder if we're going to see some gamesmanship in those lines, Davey, as we get closer to 6 o'clock. People may be putting cars in line and then pulling them out just to protect their position. We see it every year.
We see it every year, exactly right. So it's going to be interesting to see that, because one of them, if you really want to go, you got to pull your time. So that's pretty risky if you're already locked into this race. But it's going to be interesting to see for these non-qualified cars. I'm sure they're going to be stacked up down there in that line, just continue to try to hammer down and hope for a little extra speed. Downside was, once you get these cars heat soaked, it takes a while to cool them down to get going again.
Christian Lundgaard is 27th fastest now, and he is attempting to requalify that car, Michael Young.
He looks good through turn number 2. Two things underway here. Not only get a quicker 4-lap average, but try to help his teammate, Graham Rahal, find a better setup. He's headed to 3.
He was the Rookie of the Year in the series 2 years ago. He has started 2 Indy 500s. He has never done so outside of the 30th position, or inside, I should say, of the 30th position. Off turn number 4, Christian Lundgaard goes down onto the main straightaway.
There are always different priorities late on a Saturday in qualifying. Christian Lundgaard just trying to protect his spot in the top 30. Lap number 1, not bad, 231.725 miles per hour. He's already into the turn 1 and 2 short chute.
Already through turn number 2 is Christian Lundgaard as he exits the turn and makes his way down that back straightaway. Remember, the mustache last year took to Toronto before he was able to shave it, trying to just do it on sheer speed this year.
Fairly high entering turn number 3 is Christian Lundgaard. That high V machine then gets down quickly into the bottom lane, exiting turn 3. Now, going into turn number 4, Christian Lundgaard low on the track, sweeps high at the exit of turn number 4.
Lap number 1 in the books for Christian Lundgaard, 231.725. Lap number 2 at 231.284, so a bit of a fall off. 27th fastest, Michael. The 2-lap average, 231.504.
And he's already through turn number 2. Another good-looking line for Christian Lundgaard, about 1.5 feet up that outside retaining wall. He'll take that car to the middle of the back straightaway.
Lundgaard this time a little bit high entering turn 3 earlier than last time by, and really gets low at the apex of the turn. Christian Lundgaard now working his way into turn number 4. Lundgaard back onto the main straightaway.
Christian Lundgaard tried to improve on a 4-lap average of 231.4. Right now tracking at a 231.5. Lap number 3 still headed in the wrong direction at 231.143. Michael, this run not looking much different from where he was at before.
And it's going to be difficult to get even quicker on this 4th lap. Reason being, as Alex Wolff said, it's extremely warm, although a cloud has greeted him midway down that back straightaway, but sunshine into turn 3.
One of 2 Danes trying to qualify for this year's Indianapolis 500, the other Christian Rasmussen, but this one is Christian Lundgaard. Now gets his way between turns 3 and 4, got just to the outside on turn number 4. That right side went just against that outside wall. Christian Lundgaard onto the main straight.
Given what the 4 have run in terms of trying to avoid the last row shootout, I think he might be safe. Lap number 4, 230.480, Davey. He slots in at 27th fastest at 231.157.
At least he's safe. I mean, I think that's a safe run. I don't think anybody is going fast enough that's going to bump him down, put him in jeopardy of being in that last row. Definitely not where he wants to be, but you know what? This is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's for the Indy 500. Just get in the race, and I think he's solidly in it right now.
Wonder if he was able to find anything that would help his teammate Graham Rahal.
You'd like to hope so. I mean, although that's not blazing speeds, but if Graham could pick up just that little bit at 1 mile an hour, he'll be set. If he he's a 230.2. If he turns a 231.2, that would put him basically in that 29th position.
Head scratcher for Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing, Davey, because they made it very clear that after the embarrassment they felt, they said they were going to spend a whole year improving their Indy 500 program.
Their program has improved. We can see it week in, week out at all the other races.
But they were going to do it separate now. Now, remember, they said Indy 500 and then the rest.
And boy, it just hasn't happened. Now, you know, if they could be around Takuma speed, which still isn't where they want to be outside of row 6, that's not ideal. But, yeah, you're right. They said, hey, from this day right here, we're going to work on our Indy 500 program, but boy, it just hasn't paid off.
This one is one that's going to be interesting to watch. Nolan Siegel, it showed a lot of confidence the last time he went out and qualified in the 228 range, and what a difficult couple of days it has been for this young man, as he is a rookie here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Nolan Siegel trying to get himself into one of the positions 13 through 30, and avoid the aggravation and frustration that comes along with that last row shootout which is scheduled for tomorrow here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, in addition to the Fast 12, and then ultimately the Fast 6. Got a pretty good line to the exit at turn number 4 as he makes the wide swing and starts to point it toward the yard of bricks. Green flag flies, and the run for young Nolan Siegel is underway as he points it into turn number 1.
What type of resolve does Nolan Siegel have? I'm looking down to the point where that car came to rest yesterday. He able to go 228 miles an hour earlier today, up from that 226. So, Jake, he's certainly building confidence and speed. What can he do on this run?
For last year's Indianapolis 500, he was a month from graduating from high school. But now Nolan Siegel, trying to put himself into the 108th running, has a pretty good line exiting 3 and into 4. Question is, guys, is it a fast enough one for Nolan Siegel?
A year ago, Nolan finished 3rd in the Indy Next by Firestone Championship, but this is the dream for everybody. Make the Indianapolis 500. First lap, not very good. 228.841 miles per hour. Let's go to pit lane and Rob Blackman.
Hey, thank you, guys. I'm actually inside the garage here with Santino Ferrucci. Santino, you and I speaking before I open the microphone. You'd like to get back out there today, but right now it's not looking too promising. Can you talk us through what's going on here in your garage?
Yeah, we're just trying to get the car set for tomorrow's Fast 12. So, I mean, late game time decision, I guess, but we're going to see. So, I mean, if we can get out there and get at least a balance check, that'd be great. If not, I really don't want to sweat inside the car for the next hour and 15 minutes and not go out. So, yeah.
Well, and currently setting it provisional, I think P8 right now, right? So at least that gives you a little breathing room here.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're too worried about getting bumped because of the track temps. We're just more worried about getting the balance set for qualifying tomorrow. So,
thanks. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, interesting strategy being employed by A.J. Foyt Racing. I mean, obviously, if they had a shot to go out and go much, much faster, he would, Davey, but I think he's solidly in.
Yeah, he told me the car could be a little bit better, but back to qualifying here, risk to reward. And man, if you're in this show, that no sense taking risk. The ones that have to are the ones fighting to get into this. As you said, it's amazing what you do to fight to get into this race, just that last position. But those ones that are in solidly, no sense. I mean, today, if you're in the top 12, why go back out? I mean, there's no reason for it. He's in 9th place. I mean, it makes no sense whatsoever for him to go out and risk what he has. Now, if you want to go out and do just a quick shakedown run, and just see what you have for tomorrow, that's one thing, but that's not even worth doing that as well. There's a huge line down there, and they'll never get out anyway.
I mean, I suppose if you're Carpenter, Simpson, Andretti, maybe Elio Castroneves, you start to think about it, Davey, because they're 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th. Yeah. They'd like to be in that Fast 12, but I mean, if you're Kirkwood, Larson, Rosenqvist, Ferrucci, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, you're in pretty good shape.
Yeah, I'd be in town. I'd be in town having an early dinner right now is what I'd be doing, because there's no sense. They're not going to get bumped. No pressure, no sense out here watching all this stress when you could be having a nice steak dinner going on right now.
19th fastest, Pato O'Ward, he is making another qualifying attempt, and it is simply an effort to get himself into the Fast 12. And he dials it across the start-finish line, points it to the south end, already setting up for the south. Short shoot, Michael Young, Pato O'Ward.
I think Pato O'Ward would have assumed he would be having a steak dinner right now himself, but a plenum issue. Second time since the St. Petersburg Grand Prix a year ago that issue has cropped up, so too with his teammate Kyle Larson. Jake, so far so good for Pato O'Ward.
One of the storylines of today, no question, is that of Pato O'Ward having to find speed this late in the day or still trying to get something out of that number 5 machine. Pato O'Ward already through turn number 4.
All this talk about steak dinners has me hungry. If you follow Pato online, he loves to go to fine dining and checking out new restaurants. We'll see if he can eat here on lap number 1, and he's doing just that, Michael. Lap 1, 2:33.003.
Holy smokes, don't think I expected to see that one from Pato O'Ward. Left side's right down on that curbing. Swings that right side, nearly hits the outside retaining wall. That's a good line, a fast line. He's headed to turn 3.
We thought we might see these speeds, just not at 4:30 in the afternoon. Pato O'Ward working his way now and looking very fast. High line, exiting turn number 3, down to the bottom of the racetrack, exiting turn number 4, Patricio Pato O'Ward.
Yep, you heard it right. Lap number 1, it was bad fast, 233.003. Lap number 2, 232.595. Bit of a drop-off, Michael Young, but the 2-lap average still fast at 232.799.
Wasn't happy when he got out of the car after that last run, but I think he will be happy with this one. But he talked about it during the week. We have to manage the fall-off. Let's see how how he does here on lap number 3.
Coming by the area of the racetrack where his race ended a year ago goes Pato O'Ward, but he goes through it very fast as he works his way now. High line, dives down bottom of the racetrack through turn number 4. Pato O'Ward back onto the main straightaway.
He was sitting 19th before this run. This is looking like a massive improvement. Patricio Ward across the yard of bricks. Lap number 3 still pretty strong. 2:32.186. Michael, he's tracking 6th fastest.
Wow, can he get it done now? Qualified 5th last year, wants to be in that shootout. I think we all thought he'd be here, but just not fighting for it this late in the day. Another great line, middle of the back straightaway, entering turn number 3.
First time he came here, he didn't make the race, but Pato O'Ward has been a strong qualifier since. Trying to do it again. He works his way out of turn number 3. Very good line for Pato O'Ward. Pato O'Ward hustling quickly out of turn number 4.
2:33.003, 2:32.595, 232.186. Lap number 4, 231.956. The 4-lap average, 10th fastest, Davey Hamilton, 232.434. Booting Marcus Armstrong out of the fast
Yeah,
one.
that's what he was expecting, honestly, to be in that top 12. He barely got in there. He's in that 10th spot right now, but you know what? It's all it took. And then Pato, he'll get out of the car much more happy now.
Qualifying continues for the 108th Indianapolis 500.
This is IndyCar Radio. Find out more at IndyCarRadio.com.
United Rentals is a proud sponsor of IndyCar and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. With the most comprehensive equipment fleet in North America, backed by a team of industry experts, United Rentals is ready to deliver customized solutions for whatever your project demands. United Rentals is more than an equipment rental provider. They are a full-service partner for safe, productive, and sustainable job sites. United Rentals, building a better future together.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Have you ever met a single person in your life that enjoys paying taxes? No, no one does. If you can't sleep at night because you have a huge problem with the IRS, I've got some free advice for you. This service is strictly limited to individuals that owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes. And if you qualify, we can guarantee that you won't be writing a big fat check to the IRS, or our services cost you nothing. The first 100 people that call today will get a free tax consultation worth $500. Stop worrying about your IRS problem. We can help you, we promise. Call the tax doctor right now. I mean right now to learn more.
800-393-0537. 800-393-0537. 800-393-0537. That's 800-393-0537.
Back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, another McLaren car going through the qualifying paces. We're talking about Callum Iot. And Iot and Nick Yeoman trying to do what his teammate did and put off an impressive run. His first lap, 2:33.012.
Really, really nice first lap for Callum Iot as he is streaking down the back straightaway. Jake, he has got that Aero McLaren car up to speed as he's trying to bump Colton Hurd out of the top 12.
He saw his teammate Pato O'Ward find some speed there, and perhaps they said, let's make a couple adjustments here as well. Callum Iot, car number 6, works his way, turn number 4, trying to qualify for Indianapolis 500, race number 3.
Halfway through the run now after the completion of this lap. Lap number 2 is in the books as well. 232.663, Michael. The 2-lap average, 232.838.
Started 19th in his first year, 27th last year. Looking much better than that this year. That time through, took it really wide. Got those right sides right up against the outside retaining wall. Already setting up for turn number 3.
About a quarter of the way up the backstretch, started to drift high going in to set up for turn number 3. Goes Callum Iot now between 3 and 4. Dives down bottom of the racetrack, left side rubber down below the white line.
Starting to drift high on the exit of 4 is Takuma Sato.
Marcus Armstrong bumped from the top 12 by Pato O'Ward. Will Colton Herta be bumped by Takuma Sato? It's a strong run. Lap number 3, 2:31.892 as he arcs it out of turn 2.
The Arrow McLaren guys have to be happy with this young man's performance thus far. Another great line for Takuma Sato. This time doesn't swing down as low, gets it right back to the middle of the back straightaway, starts to swing high in 3.
Blue skies with a bit of a cloud accentuation. Blue car with that papaya orange accentuation. Takuma Sato trying to put together another consistent lap. Same line by as last time. Takuma Sato out of turn number 4.
233.012, 232.663, 231.892, and 231.361, and the fall off goes to 232.230. Davey Hamilton, 13th fastest.
Oh, just missed a 230.230. He needed a 230.236. Just barely missing bumping Colton Herta out of that top 12.
Nick Yeoman, you can't have a thinner margin than that.
No, I mean, he lost a half a mile per hour, and you're looking at 6 1/1000ths of a mile per hour. Colton Herta stays in the top 12. Takuma Sato provisionally the inside of row number 5.
Wow. Let's get an update on what that qualifying line looks like from Drake.
Well, it was a very organized effort from the Arrow McLaren outfit. All 4 cars, either, I should say the third of the 4 is out on the speedway right now with Alexander Rossi. Then it's Kyle Larson next in line, Connor Daly, Colton Herta, Ryan Hunter, Ray Christian Rasmussen, the first few, and there's even more of ways back. I saw Scott Dixon there. Interesting note, though, I saw I saw Pietro Fittipaldi sitting on the wall, fully suited and booted, but he is not in the race car, at least as of a couple minutes ago. So business picking up here as we approach happy hour.
Yeah, where it stands right now, Catherine Legg is at 230.830. Fittipaldi is on the bubble, if you will. 30th fastest at 231.100. Takuma Sato narrowly missing the fast 12. Colton Herta avoiding it, being bumped out of it. 232.236, 230.230, and Alexander Rossi is out on the course now and putting his car through the paces. Interesting move by the Arrow McLaren team. We'll keep an eye on the run of Alexander Rossi if we hear from Pato O'Ward.
Really quick, Pato, before you get your picture taken, Pato, how'd the car feel on that run?
Sorry, man. I need to. It was good. I'm happy with the car. Everybody did a fantastic job, so hopefully we'll hold and we'll be able to be in a fast 12 tomorrow.
Good stuff. Good hustle, Alex, to get a word from him before he climbs in the car and gets that picture taken. And thanks to Pato for that accessibility, for sure. I mean, he was literally climbing in the race car to get the picture and stopped and answered Alex's question.
Yeah, I mean, you and I have been down there, Mark. It's a mad rush with television and public address and photographers and, of course, us radio clowns trying to stick a mic in his face. So good job, and we appreciate that from Pato. And, again, good run for him, Mark, provisionally on the inside of row number 4. I'm not sure he feels safe quite yet that he's going to have a run for the pole. Meanwhile, Alexander Rossi's on the racetrack. And, Mark, how about that first lap for the winner of the 100th Indy 500?
233.636 as he heads it toward Michael Young.
Yeah, already headed down that back straightaway. He said he was happy with the fast 12, but he wants to be on that front row, Jake. So far, so good for Rossi.
8 starts, 5 top 5s, and a win for Alexander Rossi in the Indianapolis 500. And that car looks good. Car number 7 for Alexander Rossi as he roars his way through turn number 4, sweeps it high at the exit of the turn. Alexander Rossi out of the north end.
Didn't leave a ton of room between himself and that outside wall, but the car still looked planted, which means it's fast. Lap number 2 for Rossi, still strong, 233.134 miles per hour.
He's seen the gamut. He started 32nd. He's also started on the outside of row number 1, trying to put himself in position to be on the pole tomorrow. Alexander Rossi, dead center down the back straightaway.
The car number tells you where he started a year ago, 7th, but he'd like to improve on that this year. Alexander Rossi looks very, very good. This is a very clean line going into turn number 4. Alexander Rossi now works his way up turn number 4 at IMS.
233.636. Lap number 2, 233.134. Lap number 3 is in the books for Alexander Rossi. A bit slower, 232.895. 3-lap average, 233.221. Michael Young.
Everyone has expected this young man to be the leader of this Arrow McLaren organization, and when better to step it up than the month of May. And here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, he's to turn 3 for the final time.
Grew up in California, now calls Indianapolis Indianapolis home and looks very at home at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, including in this qualifying effort, because Alexander Rossi is on his giddy-up as he works his way very quickly, exiting 3. Rossi now already out of turn number 4.
His win back in 2016, the first for an American rookie since Louis Meyer in 1928. Milk, buttermilk. He'd love to sip it twice. He doesn't care. Lap 4, 232.612. Mark J's the 4-lap average for Rossi. Not going to be. Actually, it does improve by just a little bit, up from a 232.962 to a 233.069. He stays 4th fastest.
That might have put him in line, hoping Iot would get into the round of 12 and he could protect his spot and do the same for Pato O'Ward, currently 10th quick. Let's hear from Kyle Kirkwood, who's currently 5th fastest.
Well, Kyle Kirkwood is not in a race car on the line. He's standing next to Colton Herta's entry, and you're comfortably in the Fast 12 right now. What information have you been able to relay to Colton or any other of your teammates?
Nothing that they don't already know. We're kind of on our own programs, to be honest, because we're just looking for hundreds of miles per hour, and every car are different in that sense. So we've got everything. We've already done everything right. So like to see Colton solidify himself right now here in the top 12. He's obviously on the bubble. I think the only one that he needs to be concerned with right now is Dixon, at least sitting in this line at the moment. So we'll see what happens here. We'll see what happens, but at least we feel solid in the top 12, right? But we're still ready to go if need be. But I'd like to see Colton move it up a little bit here.
Kyle Kirkwood with some good insight. Let's send it over to Rob.
Drake, thank you. You were talking about there with Kyle standing beside the car of Colton Herta, which is in line 2. I am at the end of line 2 right now. It is 15 cars deep, 15 deep right now, lined up for line 2. That is significant, is it not, Davey Hamilton? Because when you look at the time remaining, we're at just over an hour and 7 minutes left. At some point, as a race team, you have to start doing the math, do you not? To think to yourself, all right, if it takes this long for a team to run a 4-lap run, how much time is going to be left? How deep can that line get to where I'll still have an opportunity before ultimately the clock runs out?
Yeah, no question about that. But the bottom line is obviously just the final row. That last 4 are the ones that they could go up and they could blow some laps off quickly. The other ones, you're just trying to move around within. They're already locked in. So even if they're back of that line, it's really not a big deal because they are locked in.
Kyle Larson is on the racetrack. Lap number 1 for Kyle's a big one. 233.499. Michael, he's trying to move himself up from the 6th spot.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, though. It looked like he just dropped out of the run. He's going extremely slow as he exited turn number 1. I don't know if it was a plenum issue. I don't know what he was thinking or if something went wrong with that car, but Jakey's not to speed as he enters turn number 3.
Yeah, and this happened earlier today. All of a sudden, something popped, and Kyle Larson said, nope, enough is enough, and he's going to go ahead and pull it now onto the pit entry lane, entering turn number 3. So Kyle Larson aborting this run, working his way now back on the pit road.
Qualifying continues for the 108th Indianapolis 500.
Get ready for the ride of a lifetime and take a trip around the famed Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
That was awesome.
The Indy Racing experience puts you in the driver's seat of a real Indy car. Cross the yard of bricks at nearly 200 miles per hour and feel the excitement. It's the fastest seat in sports.
That was incredible.
Go to IndyRacingExperience.com to make your racing dreams come true.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Know someone with a drinking or drug problem? Learn how to get sober after we share these stories.
I was 35 with 2 beautiful children when my life and addiction started to spiral out of control. After my divorce, I went into a depression cycle and started drinking more often and using prescription drugs. After my second DWI and arrest, my ex-husband threatened to take our children away from me.
I was 17 when I became addicted to heroin and meth. I thought I could quit on my own, but I couldn't. It hit me when I was arrested.
Get sober now. Your private insurance may cover costs and we'll get you here. It's simple. Just call Elite Rehab Placement right now. Please, don't wait. Your life matters to us. 800-958-2155. 800-958-2155. 800-958-2155. That's 800-958-2155.
Connor Daly trying to buy the kind of breathing room that his teammate Ryan Hunter-Reay currently enjoys. Hunter-Reay 22nd fastest, Daly 28th fastest, trying to avoid the last row shootout. Meanwhile, Iot, Armstrong, Carpenter trying to get into the fast 12, Alex Wolf.
Kyle Larson, a big first lap on that run. Now what happened on the second lap?
Nothing happened. We weren't really trying to go faster, just get a read on some stuff for tomorrow. So yeah, we just aborted, which I was thankful for, and yeah, just get excited for tomorrow.
Well, with that first lap, what did you notice about the change in track conditions?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's track conditions or car setup, but I felt tighter. So yeah, we'll just go talk about that a little bit.
That's Kyle Larson.
All right, let's watch Connor Daly as he is navigating the north end of the racetrack, turns 3 and 4. Again, trying to look for that breathing room. He sits 28th, 2 spots off of that top 30 bubble. Lap number 1 for the driver of the Dreyer Reinbold Cusick Motorsports car is a strong one, 232.299 miles per hour for the Noblesville, Indiana driver.
And few enjoy the fan adoration as much as Connor Daly. The fans come to their feet as he sweeps out of turn number 2. A good-looking, fast-looking lap for Connor Daly.
And this is where the fans came to their feet when he led the first of his 40 laps in 2021. This is where he made the move, and he looks very good. As a matter of fact, he was a little bit high between 3 and 4, but a good line for Connor Daly, now exiting turn number 4.
Lap number 1, 232.299 miles per hour. Again, looking for the level of comfort that his teammate enjoys. Lap number 2, 232.023 miles per hour. Michael Young, the 2-lap average, 232.161.
Sun starting to put a little shade on the exit of turn number 1, but sunny here in turn number 2, and Connor Daly right down the middle part of the back straightaway. Again, another fast lap for the Noblesville native.
If he's going to hit any shade at all, it might be in turn 4. Certainly not in the sun-drenched turn number 3. Connor Daly, though, very quickly into turn number 4, dips down along that white line. Connor Daly now completing another lap here at the Speedway.
Connor Daly, 32 years old. This is from the Chevrolet camp, and he's trying to make his 11th Indianapolis 500. He roars across the yard of bricks. Lap number 3, 231.458 miles per hour.
It was this point in his first run where he said, yeah, the driver made a mistake. Looks like he's clean this time through. Swings it wide to the outside of the exit of turn number 2. Now ducks down ever so slightly to the middle part of turn number 3.
Grew up in the northeast part of Indianapolis, now in the northeast corner of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Was a little bit more high. Matter of fact, sounded like he might have popped a little bit through that rev limiter exiting turn number 3. Connor Daly now in through turn number 4.
232, 299, 232, 023, 231, 458. Lap number 4 for Connor Daly, 228.616 miles per hour. A really big fall off, and the 4-lap average 231.090. Davey Hamilton.
Yeah, unfortunately, we could hear that pop. Now, it could be a couple things. Could be a plenum fire or something just backfired. He could hit the rev limiter, or he may have the big lift. If the thing started taking off to the wall, sometimes when you lift all at once, you'll get some backfire out of it. So not sure exactly what, but I seen the speed coming off at turn 4 at 224 miles an hour and knew it was a junk lap.
So again, we got an hour and 10 minutes remaining in qualifying. Daly, VeeKay, Fittipaldi, 28, 29, 30th. And Nick, the ones looking up at them would be Catherine Legg, Marcus Erickson, Graham Rahal, and Nolan Siegel.
Yeah, boy, that's going to be such a disappointing situation for Connor Daly because, Davey, I thought he was tracking row 7, row 8 maybe, and then all of a sudden he loses nearly 3 miles per hour, and he's right back to where he was in the 28th position with just a couple drivers, Rinus VeeKay and Pietro Fittipaldi below him on the bubble.
I'm with you. I thought he's going to be like the middle of row 7 there, you know, just a little bit quicker than his teammate, and boy, what a bummer that last lap. That just shows you one little mistake or one little issue. I'm not saying that was a mistake because it did. We could hear that, Jake. He noticed that we could hear it on the screens, and something definitely happened, you know, to make it backfire. Or like I say, he could have lifted. So many things could have happened, but end of the day, he just didn't get it pulled off. Full turn is on track.
So the effort to be in the round of 12 leading to the Firestone Fast 6. O'Ward is 10th, Palou is 11th, and Colton Herta is 12th. 13th is Iot, 14th is Armstrong, 15th is Carpenter, 16th is Kiffin Simpson, and we are watching Colton Herta put his car through the paces on his warm-up lap. But this is nothing more, Davey, than an opportunity to improve his position and get himself off of that fast 12 bubble.
You know, he is in a good position right now. He is in that 12th spot. Nobody's been able to bump him off so far today. It's getting warmer out. There's an hour left, so it could happen. So I think with Colton, I'm going to guess they're going for it. They're trying to find that little bit of extra just to move him up a spot or two to try to make him safely in the top 12.
Michael Young.
Well, for Colton Herta, he said he was trimmed out as much as they could go. Just needed a better balance for the car. Let's see how this balancing act plays out as he makes his way down the middle portion of that back straightaway. Jake, so far so good for Colton.
Looking all the way across the speedway on the south end, I can see the Gamebridge signage in turn number 2. On the north end, it simply says the racing capital of the world. But Gamebridge is what's on the car of Colton Herta that roars out of turn number 4.
Yeah, just a couple runs ago, Colton narrowly avoided getting bumped by Callum Iot, again, by 6/1000ths of a mile per hour. Lap number 1, pretty strong, 233.039 miles per hour, Michael.
So he's trying to build himself a cushion. Best starting position, second in 2021. Good-looking line out of turn number 2. We talk about how far they swing out, about 1.5 feet off that outside retaining wall.
Seemed comfortable with this track from the time he got here, but at times, electrical gremlins and other such issues have been a bugaboo for Colton Herta's cars. But right now, his car looks good. Down along the white line through turn number 4 goes Colton Herta.
And off of turn number 4 came dangerously close to that outside retaining wall, and he glides it back to the middle of the racetrack. Lap number 1, 233.039. A bit slower. Lap number 2, 232.440, Michael. The 2-lap average, 232.739.
Season's been kind to Colton Herta thus far, but will the Indianapolis 500 really brought it wide to the outside of the outside retaining wall that time through turn number 2? Looking good into 3.
Colton Herta starts to drift high entering turn number 3, then quickly gets that car down to the bottom of the racetrack, exiting 3. Swings it, good line, about a foot or so off of the outside wall. Colton Herta out through turn number 4.
If he improves, he'll move the reigning NTT IndyCar Series champion and pole sitter last year, Alex Palou, to the top 12 bubble. Lap number 3, 231.946 for the driver from Valencia, California.
Really going to have to get after it on this last lap. Let's look at him. Left sides look good. You hear the sound of him driving underneath, and a nice exit out of turn number 2. Jake, he doesn't take it toward the middle as much as he done the last couple of laps.
No, but he starts to drift high just a little bit as he comes off of the backstretch. Colton Herta now into turn number 3, exits it through, then gets down quickly to the bottom line as he works his way through turn number 4.
So 231.946. He really needs to bump it back up to 232 if he can. Not anyone has done that so far this afternoon. He doesn't do it either. He lost another tick or two, 231.842, but the 4-lap average is 232.316. And Davey, breathing room a little bit, but still breathing room. He's now 11th fastest, putting Palou in that 12th position.
How about he gained 1 spot by 1/10 of a mile an hour over 4 laps. Pretty amazing.
Incredible as qualifying continues for the 108th Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Catch IndyCar First to the Flag. A look back at the driver's first win on Spotify and Apple Podcasts.
The difference between a Hinchman fire suit and others, the difference is safety. All Hinchman fire suits are made with materials that are permanently fire resistant. That's why Nomex remains the standard. The difference is experience and innovation. Hinchman started the racing suit industry over 80 years ago. The difference is quality, value, and customer service. Your suit is an investment in your safety, and Hinchman is committed to giving you the safest and best racing suit along with friendly personal service. Hinchman, why settle for anything less? Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Attention, those of you looking to go on a fun vacation and see the world on the cheap. Today, the U.S. dollar is worth even more in other countries, so there's never been a better time to travel outside the USA. The dollar is worth over $1.30 in Canadian dollars, and it's the same for Australia. You can fly there today and have fun and maximize your travel dollar. Your U.S. dollar is worth over $3 in Brazilian reals, and it's worth over $18 in Mexican pesos. Plus, in Argentina, it's worth over $27 in Argentine pesos. Just think of the bargains you'll get. And the way you get the cheapest airfare to any destination is by calling Tickets That Cheap. Save up to 75% on your foreign vacation tickets. Don't wait. Call now. 800-932-1548. 800-932-1548. 800-932-1548. That's 800-932-1548.
Catherine Legg making another attempt to avoid the last row shootout. She points it toward the north end of Jay Query.
Catherine Legg is fairly low, as a matter of fact, midway point of the backstretch. But now, middle lane, working her way through turn number 3. Catherine Legg trying to find speed in that car. Works her way now down to the bottom of the racetrack through turn number 4. Sweeps it high, exiting turn number 4, going Catherine Legg.
The 4-lap average she's shooting for is a 231.1 for Pietro Fittipaldi. Lap number 1 for Catherine Legg, 230.968 miles per hour.
Was in a similar situation last year, but was quick enough to avoid this last row shootout. Can she do it this year? Her line still very conservative at the exit of turn number 2. Doesn't take it down as far low as she has in the last couple of runs.
And last year, she was with the team that Pietro Fittipaldi is with this year, Rahal, Letterman, Landing. And now with Dale Coyne, Catherine Legg works her way high into turn number 4, gets down to the bottom of the racetrack as he works his way out of, or works her way, I should say, out of turn number 4, going Catherine Legg.
Number she's shooting for, 231.100, and so far this run's not going to get her there. Off at 239.68, lap number 2, 230.682, the 2-lap average 230.825 to Alex Wolf.
Connor Daly right now is standing here in the pit lane. And Connor, a great run the first 3 laps. We saw the drop-off on lap 4. Jay Query thought he heard a pop in turn 3. What would seem to be the issue from the cockpit?
Yeah, that was just it. Just a 6th to 5th downshift. Not really sure what happened. We'll obviously have to check it out. But yeah, just that killed the lap. It's kind of just lost power for a brief moment there. And I think we've seen it happen a couple times today. So everyone's pushing the limit. It's just, you know, it's either bad luck or something. But just an absolute killer for us. I mean, that was kind of the run that we wanted to put together earlier, and it felt fine. Car was good. It was everything that we needed it to be, and just I just hate it, man. This place is an absolute brutal thing for qualifying, and we deserve to be starting further forward. It is what it is, but you know, want to thank Polka Dot and Chevrolet and Dry Reinbold for giving us this car, because it's a good car. And I don't think it's getting its justifiable, you know, look today.
I know that time is of the essence. You think you're going to be able to get another run?
I mean, we'll certainly try, but I'm sure it'll be an absolute dogfight up there for the next 45 minutes.
Connor Daly still can muster a little bit of a smile.
Herta and Palou, 11th and 12th. Right now on the outside looking in and bound for the last row shootout, Erickson, Rahal, Siegel, and Legg. Let's get an update on that qualifying line from Drake.
Well, lane 2 is quite full. The first 5 cars in lane 2 currently in qualifying are Christian Rasmussen, Ed Carpenter, Scott Dixon, Pietro Fittipaldi, and Augustine Canapino. We've only seen one taker in lane 1 during happy hour. That was Catherine Legg earlier, but still all the cars in lane 2.
Yeah, and again, Davey, Catherine Legg pulls in after 2 laps because she was not close enough to Pietro Fittipaldi.
And that's one thing they do. They don't let the teams that are under speed really waste other people's time, and so they'll get you off immediately, as we've seen Ryan Hunter-Reay going to try to improve his spot. He's right now inside of that row 8 at a 231.695. If he has anything to go off his teammate Connor Daly, he may have something here.
Out of the north end, Ryan Hunter-Reay, as the shadows start to creep across the main straightaway. Ryan Hunter-Reay heads it toward the south end and into the view of Michael Young.
Been talking about this driver for a long time, attempting to qualify for his 16th Indianapolis 500. Dreyer and Reinbold Racing, Cusick Motorsports, and Ryan Hunter-Reay, one of the more conservative lines we've seen at the exit of turn number 2. We hear him shift up to 6th gear into turn 3.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, he's pretty high high going into turn number 3 is Hunter-Reay, but then gets it down low. Ryan Hunter-Reay between turns 3 and 4, trying to find the speed that you heard Connor Daly talking about that team's looking for here exiting turn number 4.
Back in 2014 when he won this race, he did it from the 19th starting position. So Ryan Hunter-Reay doesn't necessarily need to qualify well, but that's a really solid first lap, Michael. 2:32.740.
And that's flat out how you get it done here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It started on the outside of row 1 twice and trying to get himself at least a little bit higher, perhaps in that fast 12 for tomorrow.
And again, this is a team that had good speeds in practice. Now trying to find them on a qualifying weekend. Ryan Hunter-Reay looking very good exiting turn number 3. Now gets down low into turn number 4. Washes up just a little bit exiting for Ryan Hunter-Reay onto the main straight.
Really good first lap at 232.740. Lap number 2 is in the books, and it is 232.539, Michael. 2-lap average, 232.640.
Trying to keep it consistent. That's the goal for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Left side's down on the rumble strips. Looks good out of turn number 2. Boy, carbon copy lap time after time for Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Yeah, very likable veteran, Ryan Hunter-Reay. He has won this race, and now he is working his way very smoothly through turn number 3. Again, a little bit of a pop on the engine exiting turn number 3. We'll see what that does for the speed. Ryan Hunter-Reay now through turn number 4.
This is a great run so far, and I think would be an upset if Dreyer Reinbold could put a car in the top 12. Ryan Hunter-Reay across the yard of bricks. Lap number 3 still pretty solid, 232.376.
We could hear the fans roar from turn number 1 out in turn number 2. They're cheering on Boca Raton's Ryan Hunter-Reay. Midway point of the back straightaway for the final time.
Probably smirks when he sees that grass on the backstretch. If you know, you know. That's where, of course, Ryan Hunter-Reay kicked up some of it, passing Castroneves on the way to a win. And now he looks good once again. Consistent line now at a turn number 4 for Ryan Hunter-Reay.
232.740, 232.539, 232.376. Lap number 4 is in the books for Ryan Hunter-Reay. 231.886. Davey, the 4-lap average, 11th fastest, 232.385.
Yeah, great job by Ryan Hunter-Reay and that Dreyer Reinbold team getting that speed. We seen Connor picked a lot up, thought that he was going to, be closer to where Ryan was before, but then Ryan, he stepped it up again. So that's it's moving some people back. I think the first 3 rows are safe. It's just they're playing with that 4th row, which would be 10th, 11th, and 12th quickest, which right now is Pato O'Ward. That'd be Ryan Hunter-Reay, who put himself in that 11th spot, and then obviously the 26th, Carp Erickson.
And Colton Herta is now 12th fastest. Alex Palou bumped out of the fast 12 for now. Let's get a quick qualifying line update from Drake.
Another taker in lane 1, and once again, that's the lane that gives you priority access, but you pull your time. It's the Delaware Life 28 of Marcus Erickson, currently outside the top 30, which we lock into the 500 today. The car is fired, and we'll see Marcus out on the oval here in just a few moments.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network.
Start your engines, race fans. At Advanced Auto Parts, our lineup of free services is like having your own local pit crew. Make Advanced your next pit stop, and we'll test your battery for free and install a new Die-Hard battery with purchase. We also have free oil recycling, wiper installation, and more. Visit us. Use the Advanced Auto Parts app or buy online. From the starting line to the checkered flag, Advanced will help you get the job done. Advanced Auto Parts is the official aftermarket automotive retail partner of the NTT IndyCar Series.
This is how we advance.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Nothing beats seeing a child smile. For over 3 decades, Racing for Kids has been bringing IndyCar drivers to the bedsides of sick children and putting smiles on the faces of thousands of hospitalized youngsters. Doctors and caregivers say these visits from an IndyCar driver are an important part of each child's recovery, brightening their days and giving them hope in the midst of long and often painful therapies. Join the Racing for Kids team. Support these smile-making hospital visits by going to racingforkids.org.
Indy's biggest party is back. Miller Lite Carb Day, Friday, May 24th, featuring George Thorogood and the Destroyers. With special guests, Gin Blossoms, Light Carb Day, May 24th at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Concert, pit, and VIP tickets on sale now at IMS.com.
Back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Marcus Ericsson currently sitting on the outside looking in, and he is about to complete lap number 1 of another qualification effort looking to top Pietro Fittipaldi's 231.1. Lap 1 for the champion of 2 years ago, 231.392 miles per hour.
Nothing more difficult than getting into a backup car and trying to make it go fast in a day. But Marcus Ericsson tried to do just that. He'll point the Delaware Life Honda north up to Jake Query.
Surely not the situation he thought he would be in, but recent Indianapolis resident Marcus Ericsson has worked his way now out of turn number 3 and setting up for turn number 4. He has a good line, guys. Don't know how fast it looks at this point. Marcus Ericsson out of 4.
Given the opening lap speed at 231.392, he has to stay ultra consistent. A bit of a fall off, 230.581. The 2-lap average for now, Michael Young, 230.986.
There are certain 500 champions you can't help but like, and Marcus Ericsson's one of those drivers. Really swung it wide at the exit of turn number 2. Jake starting to get aggressive into turn number 3.
Yeah, he was in that kind of middle lane and then started to wash up a little bit entering turn number 3. This time by does look better as Marcus Ericsson now sweeps it up high into turn number 4, then gets down quickly to that left side white line as Marcus Ericsson exits turn number 4.
The fall off from lap 1 to lap 2, a pretty hefty 0.8 of a mile per hour. It's headed in the wrong direction. Lap number 3 even slower, 229.667. Michael, this is not going to get it done.
I won't be surprised if they call him back in. It looks like he slowed, and indeed they have thrown the yellow flag. The run will be aborted for Marcus Ericsson. Boy, you feel bad for that driver trying so hard to find speed. It's just not there, at least at this point of the weekend.
So again, here's where we stand, trying to get in and avoid the last row shootout. Graham Rahal, Nolan Siegel, Marcus Ericsson, and Catherine Legg. And we just saw a tremendous run, Davey, by Ryan Hunter-Ray. He's currently 11th quick, putting Herta at 12th, and then Palou and Iot hope to get into the Fast 12.
Yeah, 2 cars that were surprised they're not in there, but I'll tell you what, good job by Ryan Hunter-Ray. He did a good job. He's been there before. He knows how to win this race. He knows what kind of car it takes to win this race, so good qualifying run for
Rob Blackman.
Well, I found one of the few, and emphasis on the word few, drivers down here on pit lane that right now seems to be stress-free, and that is Felix Rosenqvist, who currently sets P7. You needed only one run today to put you in the top 12. I'm certain that has you feeling in good spirits right about now, especially as I can see that relaxed look on your face here.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to be able to run at this point, so that train has already passed. But no, good run this morning. The Meyershank racing car felt pretty good every run, to be honest, in Fast Friday and Qualy. Yeah, we did one run. We thought we did a really good run, like the balance, the trim, everything felt good, execution. So we're kind of in that no man's land, right? I don't think we're really threatened. We're also not really going for pole, so we said, you know, let's keep the car in one piece, and then we figure it out tomorrow in the Fast 12. If we're trying, you never know, but I think we're pretty safe.
Again, very stress-free for the moment. I hope the rest of your afternoon stays that way.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, good stuff, Rob Blackman, and that's a good get. Larson, Rosenqvist, Ferrucci, all those guys relatively content at where they are in terms of their participation in the Fast 12 in hopes of getting into the round of 6. Palou, Iot, Armstrong, I'm sure want to take another stab at it. We're watching Christian Rasmussen put his car through the warm-up paces. Let's check in with Alex Wolff.
Ryan Hunter-Ray, a great pickup moving into the 11th position right now. How'd that car feel in comparison to earlier in the day?
Yeah, it felt a lot better. Definitely more in the window, better balance, and that's what we wanted to do. So it was mission accomplished there. You know, the last 2 laps were pretty free, pretty loose, but that's what it takes, you know, to get the speed out of the car. So I was pleasantly surprised with the overall speed and lack of degradation.
40 minutes left. You're in that 11th position. How you feeling about potentially getting into that top 12?
Yeah, now I want to see lane 1 get crowded and continue the cycle through there. Like that's what happened to us last year. So I would like for that lane to get very busy now.
Big smile on Ryan Hunter-Reay's face after that great run.
The rookie, 23-year-old Christian Rasmussen on the racetrack. Lap number 1, a strong 2:33.074. No Ed Carpenter cars, Michael, in the top 12. Christian's trying to do it as a rookie.
How about this rookie? The Dane trying to make his way into the fast 12 and a fast line through the exit of turn number 2. He'll stay in the middle of that back straightaway. White and lime green accents on that car.
Starts to swing high. Boy, then kind of aggressively high entering turn number 3 for Christian Rasmussen, but he works his way now between turns 3 and 4. Gets it down to the bottom of the racetrack, exiting turn number 4, then sweeps it high at the exit. Here comes Rasmussen onto the main straight.
Let's see if he can make it hold up over 4 laps. Off at 2:33.074. Lap number 2, 229.438. Down to 2:31.242.
Took 106 editions of this great race to get our first Dane. Now we're trying to see if we can get our second, and Christian Rasmussen trying to qualify for his first ever Indianapolis 500.
And of course that would be joining Christian Lundgaard in that historical mark, Michael. And this time he's going to try to find a little more speed because he dropped off there on lap 2. He works his way up turn number 4. Guys, how does it look for him on lap number 3?
It was a 3.5 mile per hour drop off from lap 1 to lap 2 that has absolutely grenaded this run. Lap 3 for Christian Rasmussen. He picks it back up, 2:31.577, Michael.
Clearly there was an issue on lap number 2, and you have to feel for this kid, but he's really letting it hang out. A great exit again into turn number 2, but with that second lap, and we see the yellow is out, Christian Rasmussen run has been aborted.
Yeah, Davey Hamilton, he was flirting with a fast 12 run.
Wow, pretty impressive. You know, Nick and I talked about, is it worth him really going out? Probably a bit of a risk, but man, he throws it up there in that 4th quickest lap. Really impressive, but obviously had a big moment or something happened, had to bail out of that throttle. To lose 3.5 miles an hour, that's massive. That's a big lift or a big shunt.
Less than an hour left in qualifying. Day 1 qualifying will set the field for sure tomorrow as we go back to green. And Davey, look at the replay.
Yeah, right there you can see it. Really entered too low in the corner, and then it had a really early apex, and then he just had to put so much will into it and lift a lot to keep from that outside barrier.
So Will Power, Scott McLaughlin, Joseph Newgarden continue to lock down the top 3 spots. Rossi, Kirkwood, Larson, Rosenqvist, Ferrucci, Sato, and O'Ward the top 10. Hunter-Reay with a recent run, now 11th fastest. Colton Herta is on the fast 12 bubble, if you will. Below, and Iot and Armstrong are on the outside looking in, and Carpenter as well. That may change as things start to unfold. As far as the last row shootout, for now, it would be between Graham Rahal, Nolan Siegel, Marcus Ericsson, and Catherine Legg. And Davey, I'm still having a hard time coming to grips with the fact that Graham Rahal finds himself in this position.
Yeah, geez, 2 years in a row. And as you mentioned it, I never forget it when he got out and said, hey, we're working on our program right now for next year. This is ridiculous. We got to make it better. Unfortunately, they have a car up there that's okay, but outside of row 7, but just not very good.
So Marcus Ericsson has gone back to the garage, and it appears as though, for all intents and purposes, what will be next for them will be the battle for the final couple of spots for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race, as we are watching the veteran Ed Carpenter, Davey, put his car through the paces.
Well, we just seen what his teammate did, Rasmussen, and he had a big number.
He
like
sure did.
5th quick. Now, if it's the same setup on this car of Ed's, and then he doesn't have that drop off on that second lap, there's a potential that he could put this in the top 12. And it wouldn't be a surprise. If Ed's in the top 12, we wouldn't be surprised about that at all.
Yeah, been a really interesting day for that race team, having to repair that badly damaged race car of Rinus VeeKay, get it all put back together, and he was able to put together 4 laps that put him 29th fastest. So Ed Carpenter, the veteran, comes to the start-finish line, scoots across the yard of bricks, points it to the south end and into the view of Michael Young.
2013, 2014, and 2018, 3 poles, and we're never surprised when you see Ed Carpenter bring a fast race car to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Sweeps out of the exit of turn number 1, 2.5 feet off that outside retaining wall, stays in the middle of that back straightaway.
The top of that race car is a royal blue. It is beautiful. It is fast right now. Sun starts to dance off of it as Ed Carpenter quickly works his way through turn number 3, gets down to the bottom of the racetrack
back in turn number 4. Washes high at the exit of turn number 4 is Ed Carpenter.
The 43-year-old needs to find exactly 0.3 of a mile per hour to move Colton Herta out and himself into the top 12. Lap number 1, pretty strong, 2:32.771 for Ed Carpenter.
Believe it or not, his 21st start if he makes the field this year. Remember when his kids were just babies. Now they're growing up. Oh, my goodness, nearly hit the wall at the exit of turn number 2, but he continues on.
Letting it all hang out is Ed Carpenter, it would seem, as he works his way now into turn number 3. Gets down quickly down to the bottom of the racetrack, sweeps high off turn number 3, and then sets up for turn number 4. Ed Carpenter through the north end of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
2:32.771 has to guard against the huge drop-off. We'll see if he had one there. Lap number 2 for Ed Carpenter. A bit of a fall-off, 231.676. The two-lap average, 232.222.
I'll hang over the edge and see how he does this time through, and he's a lot better, a lot more conservative, almost 4 foot off that outside retaining wall, and he has brought her to a near crawl down that back straightaway.
Yep, I think Ed Carpenter is going to say enough's enough as he works his way now onto that pit entry road.
So again, that opening lap had him flirting with design. It had designs on the fast 12, Davey, but just too big of a drop-off on that second lap.
Ed's cars have speed, but they do not have the consistency. That telling you the balance just isn't quite there yet. They just drop off too much from lap 1, 2, 3. Just can't hold it on there. And Ed Carpenter, he did all he could, got close to that outside barrier, and so, like I said, enough's enough, and brought it all in. He's still right now on the outside of Rule 5 with a 2:32.222.
45 minutes remaining in day 1 qualifying for the 108th Indianapolis 500.
This is IndyCar Radio. Find us on TuneIn Premium.
NTT is a leading global technology company. As the official technology partner of the NTT IndyCar Series, we're innovating to shape the future of IndyCar by creating digital-first experiences that bring fans closer to the action. Download the IndyCar app and discover how smart solutions drive the sport forward. Visit global.ntt/NTT IndyCar.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
One of the many traditions surrounding the Indianapolis 500 is breakfast at the Legion. American Legion Post 500 is on Georgetown Road, across from Gate 6 on the west side of the Speedway. Your support enables Post 500 to help veterans, their families, and our community. Open to the public. Join us Saturday and race day from 7 to 10:30. Be the one to help our nation's warriors. Learn more about the American Legion at legion.org. That's legion.org.
This is Turn 3 announcer Jake Query. Your blood is needed more than you may think. Every 2 seconds, someone in the United States needs blood. Make an appointment to donate and join a nationwide family of generous donors and a life-saving cause. In the hour it takes to donate blood, you can help save the lives of patients in your community and across the country. Download the Red Cross Blood Donor app, visit redcrossblood.org, or call 1-800-RED-CROSS to make an appointment. That's 1-800-RED-CROSS.
Back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Davey Hamilton, I think everybody about to sit up in their seats a little bit because here comes the 5-time Indy 500 pole sitter, Scott Dixon, going to try to improve from his provisional 20th spot right now.
Yeah, unbelievable that he's in 20th spot. Normally he's got 5 poles here. This team, Chip Ganassi, has multiple poles and wins here. Just surprising that they're struggling like they are, and it seems like his car is one of the slower ones out of that Ganassi camp. So we'll see. His warm-up lap looks okay, pretty average, 2:21.061. We'll see what he could do right here coming off of turn 4 for that first lap.
Scott Dixon safely in the field. He's shooting for Colton Herta's 2:32.316. Lap number 1 for Scott Dixon. Not good enough. 2:32.305, Michael.
And that's with a brand new Honda power plant. They went and changed engines. Still thought they saw a little issue with the data. Good line for Scott Dixon. The speed obviously there, but not fast enough, Jake, to get him into that fast 12.
Yeah, Scott Dixon actually got off of turn number 2, kind of down to the bottom of the racetrack earlier than normal as he works his way now up turn number 3. You heard Chip Ganassi say it. They want to find more speed in that car. Scott Dixon in that number 9 PNC Bank machine out of turn number 4.
Here comes Scott Dixon looking for a lot. Again, just trying to maybe improve at this point from 20th up to a better starting position. Not a threat for the top 12. Lap number 2, 231.629. Michael, he's keeping his foot in the throttle.
Electrified this crowd 2 years ago with that record pole run and wiggled ever so slightly at the midway point of turn number 2. Good line out of the exit of that turn to the middle of that back straightaway.
Seems like he might be a little bit higher entering turn number 3 than he was on the last lap. Scott Dixon, who knows his way around this place, has led more laps than anybody in the history of this event, and he works his way now up turn number 4.
Yeah, and it's an incredible 3,591 laps that he has turned around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Scott Dixon roaring towards the yard of bricks. Lap number 3, a little bit slower still, 231.352 with one more trip, Michael, around IMS.
We'll see if race control calls it off. He keeps the speed and that foot in the throttle. Good exit again for Scott Dixon down that 5/8 of a mile back straightaway.
Scott Dixon now setting up for turn number 3. Starts to swing it wide, but very quickly gets down again. Bottom of the racetrack this time by on turn number 3 and setting up for turn number 4. Almost seems like he might have gotten out of the throttle, guys, off turn number 4, but we'll see here.
Well, here comes Scott Dixon out of turn number 4 as he is getting ready to wrap up his run, and I think Jake's right. Yeah, he is bringing that car back to pit lane. The 3-lap average, Mark James, was at 231.7. He was looking to improve on a previous run of 231.8. So consistent, but just not where we're used to seeing that 9 car.
Unbelievable. Scott Dixon that far down the grid, but don't be surprised if around, I don't know, with about 50 laps to go, we look up and find him in the top 5 on race day. You know, I mean, that's just Scott Dixon. So again, Power, McLaughlin, Newgarden. That's your front row, your 3 fastest, we should say, more appropriately, I think. O'Ward, Hunter, Ray, and Herta are 10th, 11th, and 12th. That's significant because they get into the round of 12 and then vie for the fast 6. Alex Below, Callum Ilott, Marcus Armstrong, Ed Carpenter, all within striking distance of that. That number is 232.316 for Colton Herta. Alex Below, 232.306. Yes, that's right, 316.306. Ilott and Armstrong would have to pedal it a little harder. Meanwhile, the 4 cars battling it out for now for the last row shootout. Rahal, Siegel, Erickson, and Catherine Legg as Pietro Fittipaldi puts his car through the paces. We'll check in with Drake.
Well, we have another taker just under a half hour left here in day 1 of qualifying. Graham Rahal in lane 1. Still a plethora of cars lined up in lane 2, but Graham Rahal, who currently sits outside the top 30, sitting in lane 1, will be next to hit the speedway.
Going to be interesting to watch that run of Graham Rahal. And again, as we said, he currently is 31st fastest at 230.388 as the green flag waves, which means the run of Pietro Fittipaldi is headed toward the south end.
We'll see if Pietro Fittipaldi has better luck out here than his teammate Graham Rahal, perhaps trying to find something for Graham Rahal. Any little bit will help at this point. Good exit out of turn number 2 as he has passed the warm-up laps. It looks good into turn number 3.
5 Hour Energy is the sponsor. Pietro Fittipaldi trying to find a little jolt in the late afternoon in Indianapolis. Works his way between turns 3 and 4. Down along the white line and then exiting turn number 4 is Pietro Fittipaldi.
And that jolt he's looking for is to move himself off the top 30 bubble. Lap number 1 for Pietro Fittipaldi, 231.444. Not much room for error here, Michael.
Time to hustle for the grandson of the great Emerson Fittipaldi. Pietro exits turn number 2, left side below that white line. Conservative exit again. Keeps it right in the middle of that back straightaway.
He has said that he really felt like he needed a good month, did Pietro Fittipaldi. But again, fractured in terms of practice due to Mother Nature. Now, under sun-splashed skies, Pietro Fittipaldi sets his way up for turn number 4. Looks like a good line. Question is, does he have enough speed off turn number 4?
Guides it out of the north end to the middle of the racetrack into the shadows of the main straightaway. 230.799. The 2-lap average drops to 231.121 miles per hour for Pietro Fittipaldi.
Qualified 13th in 2021 with Dale Coyne Racing and Rick Ware Racing, trying to get himself better than that, but he is right there on the bubble, Jake. finding speed here on lap number 3.
So Pietro Fittipaldi now swings it up, entering turn number 3, gets it down along the white line through 3. Pietro Fittipaldi now in between turns 3 and 4 into a sun-drenched area of the racetrack, now exiting turn number 4 onto the main straight.
His cousin Christian Fittipaldi was the 95 Rookie of the Year. His uncle Max Pappas made 2 500 starts. Pietro Fittipaldi, lap 3, 230.584 miles per hour. Michael headed in the wrong direction.
And he was the fastest rookie back in 2021. Does not have a, he had a little bit of wiggle at the entrance of turn number 1, able to keep that car under control. And again, Jake trying to find that speed on this final lap.
He comes into the area where his grandfather might have won the race in 1989, and then once he leaves turn number 3, he's going to go into the area where his grandfather saw it go away in 1994. Pietro Fittipaldi works his way out of turn number 4.
Lap number 1, 231.444. Lap number 2, 230.799. Lap number 3, 230.584. Lap 4, 230.671. Davey, the 4-lap average, 230.874. Still 30th fastest.
Didn't improve his time, 231.100. A little surprised they didn't throw the yellow flag on him. It was trending downhill, and to make up that much time almost impossible. But right now, I have to say, he is in the show. He is in the show. He's the last one, but not a comfortable place to be with 24 minutes left.
And again, we'll see what becomes of the run of Graham Rahal. Nolan Siegel, the rookie, also on the outside looking in, along with Catherine Legg and Marcus Ericsson. The 12th fastest right now is Colton Herta at 232.316. Ryan Hunter-Ray just above him at 232.385. And then Pato O'Ward is 10th fastest at 232.434. And then 13th fastest, Alex Below at 232.306. Callum Ilott, 232.230. Marcus Armstrong at 232.183. And Carpenter at 232.017. Rob Blackman.
Well, you just mentioned Nolan Siegel, and I literally just walked by his garage as his car was put on the tugger, and they are rolling him out onto the racetrack. He is in the car, helmet on, strapped in. So it looks like Nolan Siegel, who has had a pretty forgettable day to this point, is at least going to try to make it a little bit better here in the final 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, we'll see what can happen. We are sitting at 5:26 Eastern time right now, so the sand is most assuredly running out of the hourglass for these teams, and again, looking to accomplish a couple of things. Trying to get into the Fast 12, which will lead you to the Firestone Fast 6, but I think more significantly for 4 teams, Siegel, Ericsson, Legg, and Graham Rahal, obviously trying to avoid that dreaded last row shootout, which we will have tomorrow for you along with the rest of them. So we'll see what Graham Rahal can do on this run as he crosses the start-finish line and takes the green flag.
Graham Rahal could use a break, and Takuma Sato may be the break that he needs. His teammate has found speed. Will they be able to transfer that to this car? Graham Rahal, very aggressive line, exiting turn number 2, swings down lower, down that back straightaway.
So now his teammate Pietro Fittipaldi, an interested spectator of this run of Graham Rahal, works his way now through turn number 3. The sun glistening up the rear of that United Rentals blue car with orange on the bottom. Graham Rahal out of turn number 4.
With 4-lap fall off, this first lap probably needs to be high 231s for Graham to have a chance. Across the yard of bricks, what can he do? It's 231.2. Michael, again, razor thin for Graham Rahal.
Okay, one break coming up. Let's see if he can put 3 more just like that together. Another good line for Graham Rahal. Another aggressive exit out of turn number 2. Same line down that back straightaway to the lower side.
Not the kind of deja vu Graham Rahal was looking for in qualifying this year from last as he works his way through turn number 3. Now he gets into the north end of the short chute, works his way down to the bottom of the racetrack in turn number 4. Graham Rahal back onto the main straight.
The usual fall off over 4 laps says that 231.259 is not going to get it done for a first lap. Lap number 2 falls off to 230.623, and Michael, that makes the 2-lap average 230.940.
He's going to flat out have to get after it on this next lap. Lap number 3, and he lets it all hang out again. Back end looked like it wiggled at the exit of turn number 2. Line identical down that back straightaway.
Almost looked like he was thinking about going down low, entering turn number 3, went against that notion. Now Graham Rahal, boy, again, you hear that engine throttle just a little bit as he works his way exiting turn number 3. Graham Rahal now into turn number 4.
When we talked to him earlier today, he said the balance feels good, but the car is simply slow. Graham Rahal trying to squeeze every bit of speed out of that car. Not fast enough. 230.467. Michael, he's going to stay in it here on lap 4.
Oh, a whole lot of deja vu for the new Albany, Ohio native. Graham Rahal tried not to find himself in the position, thought he wasn't going to be there, and Jake, he may be there again in 2024.
But he's got to be within striking distance because they've not waved it off. Graham Rahal going to complete this run, works his way now exiting turn number 3. Again, that engine, you can hear it kind of throat just a little bit, works his way into turn number 4 is Graham Rahal.
And again, that first lap needed to be faster given the fall off, and it did fall off. 231.259, 236.23, 230.467. The fourth lap, 230.394. And again, the 4-lap average not fast enough to get out of the last row shootout. 230.685 for Graham Rahal as qualifying continues for the 108th Indianapolis 500.
Racing Optics is the official aero screen and helmet protective solution partner of IndyCar and NTT IndyCar Series. Racing Optics is a Wilson family-owned business with deep motorsport roots. Dempsey Wilson competed as a rookie in the 1958 Indy 500 with A.J. Foyt. Racing Optics is proud to continue the family legacy of participating in and working with IndyCar for 60-plus years. Visit racingoptics.com to learn more about the windshield protection and helmet tear-offs featured on every IndyCar.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
The American Legion. We're a powerful force for the nation. We pledge ourselves to our veterans, our youth, a strong national defense, and Americanism. These 4 pillars shape our work and what we do for America. We work relentlessly within our 4 pillars of service, and we succeed. As the largest veterans organization in the nation, we have the numbers and power to influence our leaders in Washington, D.C. to enact laws that make sense for America and to make sure our veterans receive the care and benefits they have earned and have been promised. And we have over 14,000 American Legion posts, sponsoring youth programs and promoting patriotism and American values all across this great country. We're proud of our service to our country in uniform during times of war, and we're honored to continue to serve through our membership in the American Legion. Go to legion.org to find out more about the American Legion's commitment of service to America.
Augustin Canapino looking to improve his position. Let's get a quick update on the qualifying line from Drake.
Well, Rob just mentioned Nolan Siegel was buckled into his car in Gasoline Alley. He has now made his way to pit lane, and no surprise here, he has gone to lane 1. Lane 1 for Nolan Siegel in the 18, trying to make his way into the top 30s to avoid the last row shootout tomorrow.
And Augustin Canapino already works his way through the north end, Nick Yeoman.
Yeah, he is certainly getting up to speed. The warm-up lap, 218.631. He swings it wide at a turn number 4, brings it all the way down to the pit wall. The driver from Argentina, lap number 1, strong, 233.267. Michael, Augustine may take a shot at the top 12 here.
He said he had a fast car, and he's proving it right now, but what will that fall-off be? The Argentinian native makes his way down that back straightaway, very aggressive, closer to that wide line, swings wide into the entrance of 3.
Setting up for turn number 3, and Canapino had said he thought he had more speed in that car earlier today. Boy, he looks good coming off of turn number 3. That black and green Junco's Holler machine now up at turn number 4.
Such a likable driver. Always appreciate his passion and enthusiasm when he's not in the cockpit. Lap number 2, 232.975. Michael, bit of a fall off. He's now at 233.121.
The name of the car is Titan. That's the scheme, and he's trying to do Titan-like things here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Heard a blip from that engine as he exited turn number 2. Doesn't look as fast as he did last time by.
So we'll see if that affects his speed entering turn number 3 as he works his way down. Canapino got very low below the white line at the apex of turn number 3, then washed it high as he goes into turn number 4, down along the white line, washes high again at the exit of 4.
This would be a remarkable story for Agustin Canapino. The car, though, looked a little slow out of turn number 4. Lap 3 speed. Oh, major fall off. Call it 11 miles per hour. Michael, that is going to shoot that run right down the tube.
Yeah, something about that exit of turn number 2 wasn't good, and the run has been aborted. Yellow flag here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Couple of updates in pit road. Let's start with Drake.
Well, 2 more cars have made their way into lane 1. We talked about Nolan Siegel. Just behind him is the 28 of Marcus Ericsson. And just a few seconds ago, Catherine Legg has tagged the tail of the line in lane 1. So 3 cars trying to make their way into the top 30 and avoid the last row shootout. Once again, Siegel, Ericsson, and Legg. Alex?
Well, Graham Rahal pulled into the usual staging area after qualifying runs just in front of the victory lane platform, and originally thought we were going to get a word with him. He stayed in the United Rentals Honda, and they made an air pressure adjustment. I thought they were going to put him back in line, but they are now moving him northward back towards the United Rentals pit box, so Graham Rahal might not be done for the day.
Yeah, I don't think he is. You might as well take as many shots at it as you can, Davey.
Well, they allow us to do that, and then you take, you gotta load the gun every time you can when you're on the outside looking in. And Graham, I think it's going to struggle for him to get into that. I really do. But I think that tonight, they can look at his teammate's car with Sato and just see what is the differences. Where is Sato getting that extra speed? By the way, it's not a lot, but it's at 1 mile an hour. It's just 1 mile an hour. Seems easy, doesn't it? But it's hard to come by.
What's not a lot is Herta at 232.316. 12th, and below 13th at 232.306. Yeah, that's not a lot.
Now, correct. And now with the lane 1 stacking up right now, with 15 minutes left, it's going to be tight for Plo to get out there in lane 2 and actually attempt to try to bump his way in that top 12.
Alex Wolf.
The emotions of Indianapolis 500 qualifying on full display for Agustin Canapino as he pulled into the pits and about 4 times slammed his fist in frustration on the steering wheel. One crew member with a consoling hand on his helmet, another one with a handshake, and now Agustin Canapino congratulating his team as he sees a chance for potentially the top 12 go away.
Yeah, and Nick Yeoman, Davey Hamilton brings up a great point, and I think we've been at this long enough now, but we still can remember a few years ago when the end of the qualifying day came a little earlier than teams were used to, and somebody got caught out thinking it went all the way to 6, but it doesn't do that anymore.
Are you suggesting that maybe it's important, David, to read the rule book?
Yeah, that's right. You need to. That's right. That was a mistake right there, and that
was James Hinchcliffe.
That won't happen again.
Well, I wasn't going to call Hinch out like that. He's a nice guy, and I'm sure he'd rather not people remember that or tell people who might not remember it. But I'll never forget that. I mean, that was quite a moment for sure.
And Mark Nolan Siegel just completed his warm-up run, and he's out of the throttle, completely slow through turn number 2. So this is going to be an aborted run.
Yeah, and I think their focus is going to have to be on making that car as fast as they can during that practice session tomorrow. Drake?
Business is seriously picking up down here on lane 1. We talked about Marcus Ericsson and Catherine Legg in line in lane 1. Rinus VeeKay has joined the party right now. He's locked into the show as of now, but he is 29th. VeeKay in lane 1. This could be a really interesting run once we see VeeKay out on the speedway.
Clearly his teammates have had a conversation with Rinus VeeKay, and I got to think that maybe Ed feels like he is he's got to be maybe a fast 12 candidate?
Absolutely. I mean, there's no question about it. I mean, they didn't get it done. It's just they had to find the consistency. And if they looked enough in those cars and find the setup, where they're going wrong on the consistency, they may be able to, improve on that.
Now that clock continues to tick. The time continues to wind down as we are at 12 minutes and 44 seconds left in this qualifying session, day 1. And again, don't forget tomorrow, positions 13 through 30 are set. We will have the fast 12, then we will have the last row shootout, and then the fast 6 to finally set the field for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. And you always talk about it each and every year that this place has a tendency to pick people for the good and the bad. Graham Rahal is apparently taking year number 2 in the hot seat, but being joined, Nick Yeoman, by a former 500 champion, Marcus Ericsson.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty remarkable, right? Wins this race 2 years ago. Felt like he should have won the race a year ago. Ultimately ended up second. And now is facing and staring down, potentially sweating out a last row shootout. So here comes Marcus Ericsson. That is an Andretti Global car. It is a backup car after a big practice crash earlier this week. Markey is putting that car through the warm-up paces, about to see the green flag.
Yeah, he comes out of turn number 4, does Marcus Ericsson. He's trying to build up as much speed as he can off of turn number 4. Into the shadows of the start-finish line. He'll pop back into the bright sunshine as he heads towards Michael Young in the south end.
When that team brought that backup car, they ran several laps just at 225. Slowly shook it out to 228, 229. Late yesterday, they got it to 232 with a little help from Catherine Legg, but Jake trying to find some speed in the late hours here at Indianapolis.
Typically a fairly calm Marcus Ericsson, but has to have a little bit of excitability right now because didn't expect he'd be chasing this kind of a speed and looking for it this late in the day. Marcus Ericsson now exits turn number 4.
And this is why, Jake, in 5 starts, he has yet to qualify worse than 13th. Marcus Ericsson knows the fast way around Indianapolis, but does this car have the speed in it that he needs? He completes lap number 1, and the speed not showing up right now. 231.333 as Marcus Ericsson streaks out of turn 2.
Would like the solace to know they're good enough to not have to worry about the last row shootout, but Jake, it's on a thread right now for Ericsson.
So we'll see if the speed shows up here in lap number 2 for him as well. He looks good exiting turn number 3. Marcus Ericsson down along the white line. Now sweeps it high exiting turn number 4. Here comes Marcus Ericsson.
And again, given the fall off, that's not, I think, good enough. Lap 1, 231.333. Lap number 2 falls off to 230.589, Michael. That gives his 2-lap average at 230.960. That's not going to get it done.
And what's got to be frustrating, I'm sure they're trimming that car out. They're doing everything they can to make it faster. Jake, the speed is flat out not there.
Yeah, can't afford that kind of a fall off once again as Ericsson comes his way into turn at number 3. Maybe a little more conservative this time by Marcus Ericsson. Now between 3 and 4, goes down to the bottom of the racetrack, and then quickly out of view goes Marcus Ericsson.
It's a Honda for Andretti Global as Marcus Ericsson roars out of turn number 4. He'll see the white flag. Lap number 3 for the former champion of this race, 230.644. Michael, he's got a pedal.
A win, a close second last year, and now struggling to make the race is Marcus Ericsson. The Swede stays in it. Nice line to the exit of turn number 2, 2 foot off that outside retaining wall.
One of the members of that team had told me at Long Beach, you know what, we just have to worry about whether or not we're going to have enough horsepower in the month of May. It remains to be seen. Right now, Marcus Ericsson in the backup looking for exactly that. He works his way off turn number 4.
231.100 is the number he is shooting for. Has to beat that. Doesn't look like he's going to do it. Lap number 4 for Marcus Ericsson, 230.495, Davey. The 4-lap average not fast enough for Marcus Ericsson. 230.765 as qualifying continues for the 108th Indianapolis 500.
This is IndyCar Radio. Find and follow us on Spotify.
Welcome to the Chevy Lightning Round. Guess the clues to win. First team, you're up.
Powerful, commanding, unstoppable.
Silverado.
Adventurous, fun, techie.
Trailblazer.
Stylish, nimble.
Tracks.
Innovative, electric.
Blazer EV. Lightning Round champions. You've guessed all the right Chevy clues. This season, spring into adventure together in the Chevy of your choice.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing. The difference between a Hinchman fire suit and others, the difference is safety. All Hinchman fire suits are made with materials that are permanently fire resistant. That's why Nomex remains the standard. The difference is experience and innovation. Hinchman started the racing suit industry over 80 years ago. The difference is quality, value, and customer service. Your suit is an investment in your safety, and Hinchman is committed to giving you the safest and best racing suit along with friendly personal service. Hinchman, why settle for anything less?
Get ready for the ride of a lifetime. And take a trip around the famed Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
That was awesome.
The Indy racing experience puts you in the driver's seat of a real Indy car. Cross the yard of bricks at nearly 200 miles per hour and feel the excitement. It's the fastest seat in sports.
That was incredible.
Go to IndyRacingExperience.com to make your racing dreams come true.
Yet another attempt for Catherine Legg, Michael Young. She takes the green flag and points it to the south end.
Fastest woman to ever qualify at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but needs to find speed today. Elf sponsorship on that car, an orange and pink accent. She makes her way down the back straightaway, middle line.
To your point, Michael, it is absolutely not a question of whether or not she can do it. It's simply a question of whether or not that car has enough speed in it right now. Catherine Legg setting up down to the bottom of the racetrack going into turn number 4. Starts to wash just a little bit high off the exit.
The number really hasn't changed over the last hour. Fittipaldi's speed, 231.1 is what they're shooting for. Catherine Legg on lap 1, not very fast, 230.649.
And the conditions haven't changed either, Nick Yeoman. Still very warm. Track very hot. The Guilford, England native sweeps underneath me. A good line for Catherine Legg. But again, Jake, flat-out speed is just not there for her or this team.
And exiting turn number 2, started to go down towards the low line of the backstretch, then washed up just a little bit. Now works her way down towards the bottom of turn number 3. Now to the bottom of the racetrack into turn number 4 goes Catherine Legg.
And again, the number she is shooting for, 231.100. Got to do better than that. Rinus VeeKay at 231.166. Lap number 1 at 230.649. Lap number 2, 230.430. Michael, the 2-lap average not fast enough. 230.540. She off the pace, Michael?
Yeah, she's off the pace. There it is. Yellow flag is out. Race control will bring her in. Another run, and no quicker for Catherine Legg.
And we'll step away one more time for one final time. We'll wrap up qualifying when we come back to the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Qualifying continues.
The Honda Ridgeline, Passport, and Pilot are in a league of their own when it comes to rugged capability. Their relentless power and versatility make these vehicles the ultimate challengers for exhilarating adventures and formidable terrain. But it's not just performance that makes these cars special. It's the unwavering determination that inspires everything we do. That's why we're KBB.com's best value brand of 2023. Visit your local Honda dealer or shop online today.
Available all-wheel drive on Pilot based on 2023 brand image awards from Qualy Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
Now, stay tuned for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Nothing beats seeing a child smile. For over 3 decades, Racing for Kids has been bringing IndyCar drivers to the bedsides of sick children and putting smiles on the faces of thousands of hospitalized youngsters. Doctors and caregivers say these visits from an IndyCar driver are an important part of each child's recovery, brightening their days and giving them hope in the midst of long and often painful therapies. Join the Racing for Kids team. Support these smile-making hospital visits by going to racingforkids.org.
This is Turn 1 announcer Nick Yeoman. Your blood is needed more than you may think, and every 2 seconds someone in the U.S. needs blood. Make an appointment to donate and join a nationwide family of generous donors in a life-saving cause. In the hour it takes to donate blood, you can help save the lives of patients in your community and across the country. Download the Red Cross Blood Donor app. Visit redcrossblood.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS to make an appointment.
We're looking at about 3 minutes remaining in this qualifying session before qualifying will continue tomorrow. And interesting to watch Rinus VeeKay put his car through the warm-up paces, looking to perhaps make a fast 12 run is Rinus VeeKay. He's already in the north end of the racetrack. He's got the left side below the white line, and he is working toward the start-finish line. The green flag flies, and the run is underway for Rinus VeeKay, Michael Young.
The Dutchman's hero, Arie Luyendyk, trying to do Arie Luyendyk type things, and that's fine speed here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Withdrew his 4-lap average. He has been fast, but how fast can he be? A good line thus far. The green and black car headed to turn number 3.
Would it surprise anybody if Rinus VeeKay suddenly finds speed in that car? I don't think it would. Rinus VeeKay looks very good through turn number 3. Now starts to wash up a little bit. Now down to the bottom of the racetrack into turn number 4. Here comes Rinus Rinus VeeKay.
His mother is praying on pit lane. She can't watch this run for her son, who wrecked earlier today. But what can Rinus VeeKay do on lap number 1? Oh, it's a big lap, 233.448 miles per hour.
He's never qualified outside the fast 12. What will he do here? Rinus VeeKay, he's on a flyer. Nice line out of turn number 2. Right side's right up on that outside retaining wall, already down at turn number 3.
As I had mentioned, would anybody be surprised if Rinus VeeKay suddenly found speed in that car? He had it in lap number 1. Now an identical line in lap number 2. Question is the car going to respond with the same type speed? Rinus VeeKay up turn number 4.
90 seconds remaining in day 1 qualifying. What a run by Rinus VeeKay. 232.614 miles per hour, Michael. The 2-lap average, 233.030.
Started 4th, 3rd, and last year 2nd, and he's on a run again. Here comes Rinus VeeKay. The middle portion of that back straightaway starts to swing wide into turn number 3.
Give this kid all kinds of credit, because when the chips are down in qualifying at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, he digs down and finds speed. His line is the same as last time by. Rinus VeeKay now onto the main straightaway.
His qualifying stats here are staggering, and he doesn't want that to end despite a crash to start today. White flag for Rinus VeeKay, still strong, 231.957 on lap number 3.
Had a slight limp when he got out of that car with the incident he had earlier today, but he'll be strutting if he can bring her home this time through. Halfway down that back straightaway, Rinus VeeKay looking great for the final time.
2 more turns for Rinus VeeKay. They've got to be clean. He goes roaring past. That's the sound of Rinus VeeKay trying to once again put together a 4th good lap down to the bottom of the racetrack in turn number 4. Rinus VeeKay onto the main straightaway.
20 seconds remaining in the qualifying session. Lap number 3, 231.957. Lap number 4, 231.663. The 4-lap average, 232.419. Davey Hamilton, 11th fastest putting. Colton Herta to 13th.
Outstanding run by that team. Coming from an accident this morning, not just a little one, a big one, and being able to pull it off, get in that 11th spot, as Graham Rahal is going to be the final car. Just got out in the nick of time to try to get it in this 33.
And certainly a lot of credit has got to be given to race control for getting Graham released and giving him one more shot.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
I mean, when he crossed the line, there was about 8 seconds left. So as soon as he cleared turn number 1 mark, Kyle Novak race control, they sent Graham Rahal. So Rahal's going to get one more bonsai run to try to get it into the top 30.
An unbelievably happy Ed Carpenter Racing. Look at the celebration. It is impressive.
Yeah, what a great run. I mean, that team, how hard. When you work hard, you get benefited for it, and that's what they did. I mean, he was not going to give up. We knew he can get the job done. That team gave him a great race car. After, crashing like I said this morning, that was quite a task.
Yeah, and you took that thing back to Gasoline Alley in pieces, and stuff was falling off of it as you were taking it back there. And for that crew to do what they did and get that kid to 11th fastest, but give a lot of daggone credit to that kid.
Yeah, no question about that. Now, wait till tomorrow. He's going to be fired up. He has an opportunity to still be on the pole of this race, really. I mean, you're in the top 12. You throw it away after this and then start again tomorrow, and he could find his way farther forward even yet.
I think folks have their fingers collectively crossed for Graham Rahal, our final qualifier on day 1. Graham Rahal, green flag flies as he aims it into turn number 1.
Good news, bad news for Graham Rahal. If he can go fast enough, he will knock his teammate back into the last row shootout, but he would love to avoid being there again. The Buckeye fan makes his way out of turn number 2. Middle portion of that back straightaway, runs the same line he's run every time, Jake Query.
He knows a little bit about that teammate versus teammate fight out when it comes to that last row of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Graham Rahal now working his way down to the bottom of the racetrack. Turn number 4, Graham Rahal onto the main straight.
Pietro Fittipaldi's 4-lap average is 231.100 miles per hour. That's what Graham is shooting for. Lap number 1 across the yard of bricks, it's only 230.133 miles an hour.
And he's already out of the throttle, Nick. Disappointment. Graham Rahal, Letterman Lanigan Racing. He said, I think we're good this year. Unfortunately, not good enough for Graham Rahal. He'll bring the number 15 United Reynolds Honda back to pit lane.
Let's go to Rob Blackman.
Well, celebration can begin for the rookie, Kiffin Simpson. He is in the field for the Indianapolis 500. After his racing today, his qualifying today, he sits P18. Congratulations, Rook, out of field.
It was awesome. I mean, these things are just so cool when you turn the boost up, and when you trim them out, they just go so fast. So it was incredible. I enjoyed every moment of it, and I'm really excited about how today went and to be guaranteed into the race for tomorrow, but also in a pretty good spot.
So talk to me about getting that boost turned up in Fast Friday yesterday. As a rookie, your first opportunity with that extra 100 horsepower. How did that feel?
Oh, it was incredible. I mean, the first time that I took out onto the track and the boost was turned up and the car just took off, it's incredible. And, yeah, it's just the coolest feeling.
Congratulations, Kiffin. You're in the field.
Thank you.
Yeah, good stuff. Kiffin Simpson, last row shootout. Davey Hamilton, Marcus Ericsson, Nolan Siegel, Catherine Legge, and Graham Rahal.
Yeah, going to be interesting tomorrow. These times right now, you have 3 of the 4 of those drivers really on top of each other in time. That 230-mile-an-hour range at Siegel, that's really going to be the one to struggle the fastest. I mean, we've seen a 228 lap out of him, but he didn't complete the run. So the fastest 4-lap average he has right now, Mark, is 226. So way out of the game right now. So if you had to pick somebody on the outside looking in, unless they could really gain something tonight, it's probably going to be Siegel.
Got to be awfully happy for Rinus VeeKay, Nick Yeoman, and we've had the privilege of watching this kid come up through the ladder series and also in the NCT IndyCar series. His maturation has been impressive over the past couple of years.
There's no doubt. One thing, though, Mark, that he has had since he's been a rookie is a fearlessness that is absolutely unmatched. And if there is anybody that can take a car that was destroyed and not have your confidence shaken and go out and do what he just did, Rinus VeeKay would have been on the short list. So that took a lot of guts. And again, all the credit in the world as well, Mark, to that team. Those guys were sweating back in Gasoline Alley to put that car together and not only get it in the show, but he's going to have a chance at the pole tomorrow. It's a remarkable story that we're going to end the day with.
It's interesting to note, Davey, that if we look at the Fast 12 and Power, McLaughlin, Newgarden, Rossi, Kirkwood, then Larson, Rosenqvist, Ferrucci, Sato, O'Ward, and VeeKay, Hunter, Ray. Guys just below them. A little disappointed not getting into the Fast 12. We'll talk more about that after we hear from some of these drivers. Let's start with Alex Wolff.
One of the crew members lifting Rinus VeeKay off the ground as they debrief. And Rinus, can you put into words the roller coaster of emotions this day has been?
It's really the highs and lows, as far as you can imagine. Just incredible. I mean, first of all, the crew got the car ready to go with 2.5 hours to go, but then actually to be able to go out there in the second time, withdraw, like forfeit our time and go out there and just go all in. And well, we hit blackjack 21, right? So no, what a job by the crew. This is as much as a comeback story I can think of.
Well, we'll see you tomorrow when you have another shot at the pole.
Yeah, thanks. Well, we got a shot, that's for sure.
That's Rinus VeeKay over to Drake York.
We're still waiting for the TV crews to catch up with Marcus Ericsson. He'll be available to us in just a second, but what a heartbreaker for the moment for Marcus Ericsson. Marcus, you made so many runs out there today. You made them early in the day, middle of the day, late in the day. What were you fighting out there?
We're struggling a bit with our backup car. I think the team has done an amazing job to build that up, and they've been working really well, so I'm very thankful for that. But we seem to be missing some speed with it, and I'm out there driving for my life. It feels like it's really tough. Just can't get the speed out of it, so not easy, but we keep fighting.
The Indianapolis 500 qualifying is an emotional experience. What are the emotions for you right now?
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough, but I can't blame anyone apart from myself. I crashed our primary car on Thursday, and that was a really good car, so I put myself in his position. We got to fight to get out of it, but yeah, we have another day tomorrow.
Thank you, Marcus. We'll see him in the last row shootout tomorrow.
Herta, Pillow, Iot, Davey, 13th, 14th, and 15th. Not in the Fast 12, which is obviously where they wanted to be, but still very serviceable starting conditions for positions for race day.
Yeah, I think so. We've seen there's only one Andretti car in that top 12, and that was Kirkwood that did it early on, and then so something's missing there. But that Arrow McLaren, from not having any cars in earlier this morning to all of a sudden having 3, and an Iot being so close, obviously a little disappointed that he's not in that top 12, but he's right there with them.
So, again, Lundqvist, Lundgaard, Daly, Fittipaldi, Davey, narrowly avoiding that last row shootout.
You know, their celebration there tonight as well. No question about it, Mark. They're in the race. They don't have to sweat it for tomorrow. They're not in the last row shootout. It's not the best place to be by any stretch, but it's, you know, to get in this race is pretty special.
It seems like so long ago, Davey, that those front three set the pace here, talking about Will Power, McLaughlin, and Joseph Newgarden.
Yeah, they've been fast all month long, and no question about it. And, you know, they had some fall off in their runs as well, but not as much as other teams, and they always were able to throw that 234-mile-an-hour lap in there, especially Power. Pretty impressive.
So, again, 233.758, 233.332, and 233.293. Those were the three fastest cars. Rossi, Kirkwood, Larson, Rosenqvist, Ferrucci, Sato, O'Ward, VeeKay, and Hunter Ray will vie for the Fast 12 in the Fast 12 for the right to move on to the Firestone Fast 6. And then, of course, Ericsson, Siegel, Legg, and Rahal, the last row shootout. Join us for practice at noon Eastern tomorrow. Qualifying for the 108th Indianapolis 500, presented by Gamebridge, has been brought to you by Firestone, the official tire of the NTT IndyCar Series, for redefining the limits. Hinchman Racing uniforms. Nothing fits like a Hinchman. The Indy Racing Experience, the fastest seat in motorsports. The American Dairy Association. Winners drink milk. And by Gamebridge, the official annuity and life insurance of the Indianapolis 500. In the booth today, Nick Yeoman and our driver analyst, Davey Hamilton. In the pits, Alex Wolf, Rob Blackman, and Drake York. Our turn announcers were Michael Young and Jake Query. Our chief engineer is Rick Evans, RF operations by Paul Levitt, master control operations by Sam Rumson. Our pit producer is Brian Livingston, production assistants by Ashley Trudeau and Jeff Matthews. The network director is Chris Pollock. Our executive producer is Kevin Sublin. This is Mark James. Tune in tomorrow on most of these same stations for day 2 of qualifying. We will set the field for the greatest spectacle in racing. The 108th running of the Indianapolis 500, presented by Gamebridge. You will not want to miss it.
The preceding was an exclusive copyrighted presentation of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network.
Hi, I'm IndyCar driver Joseph Newgarden with a message from Outrun the Sun. Did you know if you filled the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to capacity 12 times, you'd have the number of Americans diagnosed with skin cancer every year? 12 times. Skin cancer is preventable. Join me in pledging to be sun smart. When you're outdoors, protect your skin by wearing sunscreen, hats, and sunglasses. Learn more at outrunthesun.org.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-790-4815. 800-790-4815. 800-790-4815. That's 800-790-4815.
Hi, I'm James Hinchcliffe with a message from Outrun the Sun. If we could prevent breast cancer, we would do it. If we could prevent lymphoma, we would do it. If we could prevent leukemia, we would do it. We can prevent most skin cancers. So, let's do it. When you're at the track, protect yourself. Don't let a sunburn become part of your race day tradition. Learn more about skin cancer at outrunthesun.org.
It's race day in Indianapolis. Around much of this world, men with machines meet to compete. Competition. Nowhere does it compare with Indy. We all have our dreams. Few are lucky enough to realize them. 33 men are about to live out theirs. 4 for the first time. 1 for a seemingly impossible 32nd. And if you can make it this far, maybe, just maybe, you can win it all. Or in the case of 8 men, win it all again. This is a magic day. This is the day some dream becomes reality. This is race day in Indianapolis.
The greatest race in the world. From the opening bar till the race is done. It's got the thrill. The 500, the 500, the biggest and best of them all. It's the greatest, greatest, greatest race in the world.
Indianapolis, a minute after 10 in the morning. They go at 11. Our weather, sunny, and temperatures moving toward the 70s. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, around the world, good day from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. My name is Lou Palmer, and I'm talking to you from high in the control tower, looking down across the pits at the start-finish line of this greatest race course in the world. We have 10 reporters scattered around the track, pits, garage area, 3 of us here in the tower, and if you care even a fraction as much as we do about this day, we're going to have fun together as this 73rd running of the Indianapolis 500 unfolds. Some of you will have stereo headphones clamped on, isolated from all around you. Others gather together, sharing the sound of Indy. For some, far away, short waves reach a long way in May to bring you back here with us for this greatest spectacle in racing. This broadcast is copyrighted by the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network and is for the private use of the audience. Any reproduction of this material without the express written permission of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Network is expressly prohibited. Enjoyment isn't. Coverage of the 73rd running of the Indianapolis 500 brought to you by Budweiser, Beechwood aged for that clean, crisp taste. This Bud's for you. And by Pennzoil, celebrating 100 years of world-class engine protection. Pennzoil. And by Pontiac, with the 20th anniversary Trans Am, official pace car of the 73rd Indianapolis 500. Pontiac, we build excitement. And by Goodyear, get on the fast track with the Goodyear Race Day Tire Sale. Back live from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the countdown to the start of this year's 500 continues. A debate continues as well in the minds of many concerning performance on the track. Is it the man or the machine? Rick Mears is on the pole, setting new records as he drove, and he has an opinion on the man or machine argument.
Self yet. And I've never seen a driver go around the track by himself very fast.
Rick Mears, considered by many the finest oval track racer in the world today. Rick Mears, who set a new one-lap record in qualifying. 224.254 miles an hour, circling the 2.5-mile oval in just a tick over 40 seconds. Out there alone on a qualifying run. Man or machine? Man and machine, and more.
And it's not only the car and the driver. It takes all the guys putting the car together, and all the technicians back in the shop, the engine department, the aerodynamicists. There's no one person that makes it all happen, or no one thing that makes it all happen. It takes a team effort from everybody, and there's no way of putting a percentage on any of that.
Rick Mears, a team effort. Some team. Roger Penske's. Penske does 3 cars in this field, the others driven by former winners Al Unser and Danny Sullivan. All 3 are powered by Chevrolet Indy V8 engines. There are only 7 of those in the field. They averaged over 220.5 miles an hour in qualifying. We've got 6 Buick engines, averaging 217.7. The sole Porsche, driven by Teo Fabi, averaging 215.5. 5 Judds, 215.3. And the remaining cars, powered by Cosworth, 14 of them, averaging 214.7 miles an hour. But back to Rick Mears. He is driving one of the 4 new PC-18s, the new Penske chassis. There are only 4 of those, 3 driven by teammates Mears, Unser, Sullivan, the 4th by Pat Patrick's driver, Emerson Fittipaldi. The new chassis with Chevy power coupled with the new Goodyear tires, a combination seemingly perfectly mated to this track, a track so old and that is this year so new? Some track. We go back to August 11th last year. Superintendent Charlie Thompson began a patching project. His crew dug down 2 inches where each crack had been. When they were done, they had completed 1,700 feet of patching. Now September. Scratch coat time, leveling with about 4,500 tons of blacktop. Now the top coat, 6,000 tons, a mixture using Gary, Indiana steel mill slag, highly skid resistant. We may someday see the mixture on our highways. It works. And the pit lanes, no more concrete. One of the roughest rides in racing has disappeared. There is some concern. Some cars may hit the pits with too much speed. These guys are pros, but it is a race. We will watch. And if you go back through time, you can count 12 layers of asphalt, brick, other material, lifting the track 15 inches off the Indiana clay soil. The old brickyard has changed since Crazy Carl, owner of Marion County's first automobile, had a dream, Donald. Real estate speculator Lemon H. Trotter was happy to put together a 320-acre farmland package for a quick $72,000. As for how we got from there to here, from then till now, our historian and more, Donald Davidson. Good morning, Donald.
Thank you very much, Lou, and good morning, everybody. This, as we just take care of a little business here, we celebrate the fact that the racetrack is 80 years old. It was in 1909 that the Speedway was conceived by Carl Fisher. Who's Carl